as we speak right now, they have stakeouts at dozens of locations across the state of Texas where there's the possibility that there could be a Texas House member there. We have no confirmed information that we have at least 12 Democrats in the state to be able to arrest them and bring them to the Capitol. The way this works is when the Speaker put a House on the call and issued arrest warrants, these are civil, not criminal arrest warrants. But it nevertheless authorizes the Texas Department of Public Safety to search, find, and to arrest and bring to the Capitol any Democrat who's in the state of Texas. So for one, they are searching for those people. For another, we're doing the math with regard to who may be out of state. You may have seen the news over the past couple of days that the Texas Attorney General filed claims in courts in these other states seeking the apprehension of them in California, in Illinois, and other states to try to bring them home from there. That said, let's go back to square one here, Charlie, because this is an issue that we've been through before. We had a quorum break by these leftist Democrats 4 years ago. We had another quorum break back in 2003 when we tried to pass mid-decade redistricting at that time. And the same thing happens every time. They're gone for one special session, and then they come back for the next one. And so let me provide that setting real quick. So in Texas, we have a regular legislative session only every other year that ends at the end of May. And then as governor, I can call a 30-day special session. That 30-day special session is about to end here in about a week. And so we will continue to search and find every Democrat that we can. If we do not get a quorum, the nanosecond after the current special session gavels out, I will be calling another special session. And then I will continue calling special sessions until they do come back. We know this. They are going to come back. That's happened every single time. And when they come back, we're going to pass these maps as well as address the other pressing needs and demands of the people of Texas.
So, Governor, when does this become criminal? And I know that you're mentioning this. I mean, aren't they, what's the phrase, subverting our democracy? When do we start to ratchet this up? Because they are fleeing the state, not representing the voters that elected them. Governor Greg Abbott.
So under Texas law, this does not become criminal because that's not authorized as an action that can be taken by the House. However, what we've done this time that we've never done before, we're seeking another pathway that I believe is valid. I filed a lawsuit about this time last week in the Texas Supreme Court, bypassing the trial courts, saying that we can get a writ of what's called quo warranto from the Texas Supreme Court, saying that these offices have been vacated because they have been abandoned because we have Texas House members who are not following the Constitution. The Texas Constitution specifically requires Texas House members to, quote, act on bills before them. And when you're abandoning your responsibility, when you have abandoned the state, you're not there to act on those bills. And so I think I filed this lawsuit in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court demanded a response last Friday. They're considering it as we speak right now. But, Charlie, the pathway that I'm seeking to go down is one that would allow the removal of these Texas legislators who have abandoned the state.
How is this playing out politically, domestically? If you were to listen to the national media, they call this gerrymandering, terrible, cowing to President Trump. What are you hearing from Texas voters? And what is the latest on the will and the fortitude of the Texas legislature on the Republican side to get this done?
So, first of all, what we're hearing on the ground is what we hear on the ground every single time this happens, and that is Texans do not like people who don't show up for work. And Texans have to show up for work. If they didn't show up for work, they would get fired. And so they get angry when they see Democrats flee the state, not show up to the job they were elected to do, and not get the job done. And so this always works to the detriment of the Democrat House members who flee the state. Second, this is a character flaw by these Democrats because one thing that is anti-Texan is running from a fight. Texas kind of got its beginnings with the Battle of the Alamo, and that was a place where people chose not to run from a fight, but to stay and fight. And, the come and take it slogan, that was when Texans were willing to say to Mexico, if you want to take your cannon back, you got to come and take it from us. And they were willing to stand and fight. To the contrary of that, we had these Democrats who were running like scaredy cats off to some other state, and they have refused to stand and fight. So this is going to be very harmful to them back home. And at the same time, I'm running TV advertisements and digital advertisements in districts of the missing Democrats, pointing out how they're not showing up, not doing their job, not dealing with the flooding problems that we have in Central Texas because of the horrific, deadly floods. And so this is going to hurt them a lot. To your other question, listen, the legislature is fully committed to using every tool. And I can explain it in this context. The tools already used by the legislature to try to bring these Democrats back are far stronger, far better than any House member that I've been involved with to try to bring runaway, quorum-breaking Democrats back to the state of Texas.
So if the seats are declared vacant, just make sure I understand, does that lower the quorum threshold, or would we have to wait until another election?
Two things. One is is my understanding that it does lower the quorum threshold. However, it also does something else. It triggers Article 3, Section 13 of the Texas Constitution that is as soon as we get a decision, whether they have abandoned their seat, a ruling in our favor in that lawsuit that I filed, I, as governor, am authorized to fill those vacancies, and I do so by calling for an election that must take place within 20 days.
Got it. So that's very interesting for our audience here because this can move quite quick. What is your response then, Governor? We only have a minute and a half remaining. Governor Newsom is declaring war. J.B. Pritzker is declaring war. Jasmine Crockett calls all of these maps racist. Can you defend this move? And of course, I'm with you 100%. But talk about why you are doing this and the intent as we conclude this segment. Governor Greg Abbott, why are you doing this and why does it matter?
It's what Texas is doing is 100% perfectly legal, and this is not the first time that Texas has done mid-decade redistricting. This time, we had the law and the facts change since we last did redistricting in 2021. The law that changed is last year, pursuant to a lawsuit filed by Democrats. Last year, the Federal Court of Appeals came out and said that Texas is not required to maintain what are called coalition districts that were helping out Democrats. And freed from that limitation, that opened up the possibility of creating all these new districts. And then couple that with the facts, and the facts are that the racial minorities in the state of Texas are voting Republican now as opposed to Democrat. You saw that with Trump's big win in the state of Texas. The Hispanics in Texas, they don't want open border policies. They don't want boys and girls sports. They support law enforcement as opposed to curtailing law enforcement. And so what we are authorized legally to do, and that is to draw districts for political purposes so that the people of these congressional districts are going to be able to vote for the candidate of their choice, which they showed is Republican, because every seat that we are drawing is a seat that Donald Trump won, and those candidates are trapped in a Democrat congressional seat who is a member of Congress hostile to the values of the people in that district. So we are just trying to fulfill the will and the demand of the people of the state of Texas.
Governor Abbott, we have your back 100%. Finally, our side is fighting. Fight fire with fire. Do not give an inch, especially to these Democrat extortionists. Thank you so much, Governor Greg Abbott from the great state of Texas. Thank you. ReliefFactor.com, 100% drug-free Relief Factor. If you guys want to get out of pain, go to ReliefFactor.com. With Relief Factor, you guys can break up with pain just like Anthony did. He wrote in, quote, I was dealing with debilitating pain and fatigue. I've been taking Relief Factor for about 2 months, and now I'm back to running my business, fishing, gardening, doing the things that really matter to me. A lot of people have now felt the Relief Factor difference. Go to ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com. Go to ReliefFactor.com. Trump is federalizing D.C.? Yes. Stay right there.
Stop watching the news and start making some. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, guys, I want to tell you about YRefi. That is YRefi.com, YREFY.com. Check it out right now at YRefi.com. If you guys have private student loan debt, this is the best way out. They are phenomenal supporters of our Student Action Summit, America Fest, our campus tours. Many clients are not able to make the minimum monthly payment on their private student loans when they first contact YRefi. If you go to YRefi.com, you can read testimonies from other people who have been where you are and how they've successfully escaped. Do you have a co-borrower? Well, YRefi can get them released from the loan. You can give mom or dad a break. Go to YRefi.com. You can even skip a payment every 6 months, up to 12 times without penalty. You don't have to ignore that mountain of student loan statements on your kitchen table anymore. Call 888-YRefi-34 or go to YRefi.com. That is YREFY.com. May not be available in all 50 states, so go to YRefi.com. If you have distressed or defaulted private student loans, they can get you out of debt. So if you know anybody in your life that might have student loan problems, private student loan problems, check it out right now at YRefi.com. That is YREFY.com. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Subscribe to our podcast. We'll be right back. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. President Donald Trump, major news today. He is federalizing Washington, D.C. I want to hear him in his own words here. Let me find our handy-dandy cut sheet here. Here it is. President Donald Trump took to the press briefing room early on a Monday morning to make the announcement, saying that enough of this crime and the third worldification of Washington, D.C., we're not going to put up with it. Let's play cut 304.
Today we're declaring public safety emergency in the District of Columbia, and Attorney General Pam Bondi, who's fantastic, is taking command of the Metropolitan Police Department as of this moment. And I'll be making the appropriate notifications to Congress.
Now, the 1973 Home Rule Act for D.C. explicitly allows the president to take control of Washington, D.C. police for 48 hours. No questions asked, as long as he believes that, quote, special conditions of an emergency nature exist. President Trump says that's the case and that D.C. has a public safety emergency. Now, in addition, the president can keep D.C. police federalized for up to 30 days as long as he notifies Congress and explains why. Right now, 30 days is the cap, unless Congress passes a new law that said it's not clear that anything that stops President Trump from controlling the police for 30 days, surrendering power for a day, and then federalizing them again. But there may be other arguments. Mike Davis was recently arguing that D.C. Home Rule Act itself is unconstitutional. We'll have to wait and see what the arguments are there. But the legal questions aside is, why is Trump doing this? You could say quite reasonably he has a lot on his plate. He's going to go, by the way, sit down with Vladimir Putin in Alaska this Friday. He's trying to fix Gaza. He's doing deportations and tariff negotiations and a lot more. So why is he looking to micromanage the nation's capital? Ronald Reagan ignored our nation's capital. George W. Bush ignored our nation's capital. Bill Clinton ignored our nation's capital. George W. Bush ignored our nation's capital. Barack Obama ignored our nation's capital. And Joe Biden ignored our nation's capital. Why? Because it's easy to ignore our nation's capital. It's just homeless people, slums being slums, and slumlords being slumlords. And it's okay if it has a higher crime rate than Mexico City and Bogota and Islamabad. No. It's actually not okay. President Donald Trump has always been a person very aware of symbolism. He's very visual. He cares a lot about the trappings of the presidency. That's why he liked putting on the military parade this summer, one that I supported. It's why he wants to build a big ballroom on White House grounds. A great nation should have a great presidential ballroom. So it really impacts President Trump to see the reality of our nation's capital city. We're supposed to be the world's greatest superpower, the leader of the free world. So why is our capital a joke, a mess, a disgrace? In 2023, Washington, D.C. had 274 murders in a city with a population of only 700,000 people. That's a murder rate of 39 per 100,000. That's nearly the murder rate of South Africa, where we're now taking refugees from, just so we're clear. and we should. In 2024, murders were down, but the murder rate was still 27 per 100,000. That's higher than the murder rate of Mexico, and it's 4 times the U.S. national average. Even if crime is dropping, the lower rates are still a complete and total humiliation and disgrace. Let's play cut 307.
We're formally declaring a public safety emergency. This is an emergency. This is a tragic emergency. And it's embarrassing for me to be up here. You know, I'm going to see Putin. I'm going to Russia on Friday. I don't like being up here talking about how unsafe and how dirty and disgusting this once beautiful capital was, with graffiti all over the walls. It's another part of it, by the way, because we're talking about safety, but we're also talking about beautification. We have the most beautiful, potentially, capital in the world. We always had. But people come from Iowa, they come from Indiana, they come and then they get mugged. Not going to happen. Keep coming, because by the time you get your trip set, it's going to be safe again, and it's going to be clean very quickly.
Think of all the high schoolers that go to Washington, D.C. for the first time. What are we putting on display? Why is it that Tokyo, New Delhi, Havana, Cuba are safer than Washington, D.C.? Substantially safer. You can walk the streets of Tokyo at night. You can walk the streets of Seoul, South Korea at night. You can walk the streets of Kuala Lumpur. You can walk the streets of Singapore. But the fact that you cannot walk the streets of Washington, D.C., or New York City or Chicago is an indictment and a failure of our ruling class. Our ruling class has cared more about sending javelins and missiles to Ukraine while they have to walk over drug overdosed bodies on the way to go make a vote on the Senate floor. D.C. has long been ignored, and it is a perfect example of national decay, of collapse, of the lower morale. Oh, it doesn't matter. It does matter. Roll in the tanks. Bring in the drones, send in the Marines. We're federalizing Washington, D.C. More in a second.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. President Trump looking to clean up the nation's capital. In fact, he laid out his plans for addressing the city's crime and homelessness problem during a news conference just a little while ago. Our Brian Glenn is at the White House right now with the very latest on that. So, Brian, your takeaways from the president's big, beautiful press conference.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Terrence. The president wanting to clean up D.C., our nation's capital, and compared it, the murder rate to other world nations' capital. He said it's unacceptable. We should not have the conditions that we have now. The murder rate is twice as much as it is in other world nations, and he wants to clean it up starting today. And on stage, he was joined with Pam Bondi, Pete Hegseth, and others, Doug Burgum, talking about the efforts to do this. And it all starts with really going after this truancy, these teenage, what he considered thugs on the streets that are all coming together, creating crime and havoc, but they're protected by the system right now, Terrence. And Judge Janine said it perfectly. If you come to D.C. and you commit a crime, we're going to charge you and prosecute you, unlike the system before.
Brian, any reaction yet from D.C.'s Mayor Muriel Bowser? Because this is basically saying that Muriel, yeah, you might be a nice person, but you're not doing your job.
Yeah, that's a great question. I have not heard any response from D.C. at all, the mayor or even some of the commissioners or anything that reside on the court. But this is taking place. You know, President Trump has the ability to do this, and he can do it for an extended period of time through Congress as well. But basically Pam Bondi taking over role, if you will, over the D.C. Police Department and having authority over them, and really Janine taking control over some of the courts to make sure that these teenagers are charged. If you're going to come out and do a crime and do adult crimes, you need to do adult time. Taking a hard stance. Also, graffiti. You know, as you know, President Trump's a very visual person. He wants the graffiti taken away. He wants the homeless encampments moved out and cleaned up. Pressure wash the sidewalks, clean streets, clean buildings. That's what President Trump wants. And today he laid out a plan. It's a new day in Washington, D.C., led by President Donald Trump. That's going to do it for your headlines. We appreciate you being here with us now. Let's get you back to the truck.
The next great awakening is here. Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. That's the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page here at the mobile, actually not the mobile, the actual Bitcoin.com studio. What am I thinking? I'm on the road so much. It's the actual Bitcoin.com studio. What do we have, guys? I want to tell you guys about TikTok. Right now, over 7.5 million businesses are thriving on TikTok. You guys should check it out at TikTokeconomicimpact.com. We have gone very viral on TikTok. In fact, here is a clip that's going viral just last night from beautiful Albuquerque, New Mexico. Play cut 312.
How often are we afraid to tell the people we're trying to get saved what they need to be saved from? They say, even though you're over here, this is the modern gospel. We're just going to let you stay there, because it's a little bit too judgy. And we're not going to talk about the ideal. We're not going to talk about the target. We're not going to talk about how homosexuality is a sin or transgenderism is bad or that gambling addiction is wrong or adultery is wrong, because we don't want to offend you, because under the modern world, offending somebody is the greatest sin. Judgment is unacceptable. God is just the guess. And morality is completely subjective, because we don't want to engage in judgment.
TikTokeconomicimpact.com. You can look at She Mechanic, Arizona Taco King. When small businesses thrive on TikTok, so do the communities around them. Learn more about TikTok's contribution to the U.S. economy at TikTokeconomicimpact.com. That is TikTokeconomicimpact.com. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. I want to play another piece of tape here of President Donald Trump announcing the takeover of Washington, D.C. And understand this. You get what you put up with. There are political issues you can control, and there are political issues you cannot control. And what is most frustrating about the current American moment is that we are overwhelmingly met with political issues that we can control. Our failure is an act of the will or a lack of the will. When it comes to crime, We saw this on the southern border. All you had to do was make a decision that you wanted a border. We were told by James Lankford from Oklahoma, well, we need to have some bipartisan deal that allows 5,000 people a day to come across. Wrong. You need to have the willpower. You need to dive deep and dig deep to have the fortitude, the wherewithal, the spine, the cojones, the chutzpah to achieve what you want to achieve. And we've just put up with crime for the last 40 years because we're afraid of being called racist, because, youths are going to do youth things. Crime is a choice. Putting up with crime is a choice. We don't have to live like this. Let me repeat one of my core political philosophies. This is not Republican or Democrat. If you cannot walk the great American cities at night safely without having to look over your shoulder, then your political leaders should all be fired. That ruling class has failed. I don't care if they're Republican. I don't care if they're Democrat. Degradation is a choice. And it's time for us to clean it up. And the liberals, they have no idea how to respond to this. Oh, Donald Trump's a racist. That doesn't work anymore. It's not 2016. Oh, Donald Trump's a fascist. That doesn't work anymore. It's not 2020. What new talking point do you have? What is your objection to rolling in the tanks, bringing in the drones, sending the Marines? What is your objection exactly? Do you not want to live in a safer city? Deep down, they're cheering for him, by the way. Deep down, a lot of these libs actually want this to happen. But on television, they're going to performatively say this is the wrong thing. It's time for us to get aggressive on crime. We need more people in jail. Write that down. We do not have enough people incarcerated in America. We need mass incarceration. People always say, oh, we have a mass incarceration problem. We have an under-incarceration problem. We just happen to be a very violent country. Get over it. Put them in jail for life. If you're going to start shooting up schoolyards, you're going to start getting kids caught in crossfire. A job of a political leader must be the safety of their citizens. If you're a mayor of a major city, your job is to police the streets, to fix the streets and clean up the homeless. And since Muriel Bowser is not done her job in Washington, D.C., the tanks are going to be rolling. Play cut 309.
We're going to be removing homeless encampments from all over our parks, our beautiful, beautiful parks, which now a lot of people can't walk on. They're very dirty, we got a lot of problems. But we've already started that. We're moving the encampments away, trying to take care of people. We're getting rid of the people from underpasses and public spaces from all over the city. There are many places that they can go, and we're going to help them as much as you can help. But they'll not be allowed to turn our capital into a wasteland.
Washington, D.C. has become a dumping ground for the third world and a safe haven for criminals. That is our nation's capital. We're not talking about the liberation of Toledo, Ohio, of course, which we should try to liberate all American cities. This is not the liberation of Portland, which we should do. This is our nation's capital. And do you know how disgusting it is when I drive the streets of D.C., and you pass the Saudi embassy, for example, big, beautiful building, and there's just homeless encampments all around it. It's embarrassing. So we have to accept that the sheiks of Qatar and the ruling class of Saudi Arabia and the prime minister of Japan, they see what we see, and it's humiliating. They see this. We're supposed to believe that these foreign leaders, you go down Embassy Row in Georgetown, you go down Embassy Row in Washington, D.C., and you got one after, you got Spain, you got Portugal, you got Croatia, one after the other. Boom, boom, boom. They see the graffiti. It's not a good look for a superpower. And we're just supposed to put up with it because we're afraid of being called racist. That dog doesn't hunt anymore. This is President Donald Trump saying once we liberate D.C., and by the way, I guarantee the crime's going to go whoop. It's going to go way down. And then the media will say, oh, it's only going down because he brought in the military. Exactly. We need full military occupation of these cities until the crime desists. Period. We need a desisting of crime in our cities. We're not going to put up with it. I want to be able to walk Magnificent Mile in Chicago without having to look over my shoulder. Do you know crime is so bad in Chicago that if you get a fender bender, there's a new thing that the youths are doing? Remember, we have a big teenage problem of crime in our country, that teenagers will bang the back of your car as a fender bender. You come out to go trade insurance, and then they steal your car. In Chicago, the new guidance is that if you get a fender bender, drive to the nearest police station to trade insurance just in case they're there to steal your car. It's a real thing. It's happening all the time. By the way, get a burner. We advertise it all the time here on our program. I don't want to live in that country. You shouldn't either. Simple fix. You steal a car, 25 years in prison. I don't care if you're a teenager. I don't care if, well, I was raised without a dad. Well, you're going to go meet a new dad in jail. We're done. We're not putting up with it. We need more prisons and we need more prisoners. Enough of this. And I honestly, I was once part of this whole prison reform thing. I look back at it and I just cringe at myself. It's a totally wrong premise. We are soft on crime in this country. We need discipline. Honestly, we need the humiliation of criminals. We need order. You don't live in a nation if you can't walk the streets of San Francisco at night. You don't live in a country when young teenage girls can't walk the streets of LA. How is that a free society? You are appeasing the criminals. Stop coddling criminals because they happen to be a protected class. We don't believe in protected classes anymore, by the way. We're done with that. Game over. No more protected classes. We are all citizens made in the image of God. Oh, you're a protected class because, different skin color. Wrong. That regime was defeated back in November. That whole worldview was gone. Over. Done. Kaput. Sayonara. Instead, a new worldview has ascended, which is we're not going to make accommodations for criminals. We're going to do mass deportations. If you're black and you commit a crime, you go to jail. If you're white and you commit a crime, you go to jail. Human equality. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter your background. We are all treated equal under the law, and that is a biblical principle. So once we liberate Washington, D.C., and we will liberate it. Now, again, I want to say, President Donald Trump, he's got to go play to win here. The one piece of caution we'd have to say is that if we just kind of do this symbolically, we will lose. The criminals will win. We got to go hard. We got to go big league. We're talking National Guard, tanks, every street you need military. And if people are afraid, oh, well, Donald Trump is a fascist because he's bringing in the military. Well, you're an anarchist. We're not fascist. We're order. Call them a name right back. You're an anarchist. You want the criminals, the thugs, the gang members, and the worst of society to run the streets of D.C. We're not going to put up with it. By the way, spare me the lecture. You guys militarized Washington, D.C. after January 6th, but you wouldn't move them a couple blocks north to the criminals because you acted as if, oh, all the people on January 6th are the greatest threat ever, because they went in with a pocket constitution, go say a prayer in the U.S. Capitol. Once we liberate D.C., you better believe it. Chicago, New York, Boston, Philadelphia, Portland, San Francisco, we got a big military. We should be willing to use it. Play cut 316.
And we're going to have the same thing here. But then I'm going to look at New York in a little while. Let's do this. Let's do this together. Let's see. It's going to go pretty quickly. And if we need to, we're going to do the same thing in Chicago, which is a disaster. We have a mayor there who's totally incompetent. He's an incompetent man. And we have an incompetent governor there. Pritzker's an incompetent. His family threw him out of the business, and he ran for governor. And now I understand he wants to be president. But I noticed he lost a little weight, so maybe he has a chance. You never know what happens. But Pritzker's a gross incompetent guy thrown out of the family business.
J.B. Pritzker was born on third and thought he hit a triple. If your city is a third world hellhole, look at that. He's a mile wide, J.B. Pritzker. I always laugh. I'm going to run for president. As I say commonly, I would love to see that. The running part. We need an El Salvadorian reset. El Salvador went from the most dangerous country in the Western Hemisphere to one of the safest, if not the safest. Crime is a choice. We are deciding and choosing to put up with it. We are deciding and choosing to allow our streets to be littered with criminals and the worst of society. And President Donald Trump is saying no more. He is exercising his willpower. And Brandon Johnson, Muriel Bowser, Karen Bass, Mom Donnie, if he's going to be the next mayor of New York City, watch out. This is what we are elected to do. Crime is a choice, and we want the streets of America to be as clean as Tokyo. What do we have, guys? PatriotMobile.com/Charlie. That is PatriotMobile.com/Charlie. You have a lot of choices for cell phone service with new ones popping up all the time. But here's the truth. There's only one that boldly stands in the gap for every American that believes that freedom is worth fighting for. Worried about coverage? Don't be. Patriot Mobile uses all 3 major U.S. networks. If you have service in this country today, you'll have as good or better coverage with Patriot Mobile. Go to PatriotMobile.com/Charlie or call 972-PATRIOT. Go to PatriotMobile.com/Charlie. That is PatriotMobile.com/Charlie. So take a look at it right now. PatriotMobile.com/Charlie. So please look at it right now. If you're stuck in a contract or owe money on your phones, no worry. Patriot Mobile has a contract buyout program. Go to PatriotMobile.com/Charlie. Do you support the federal takeover of D.C.? Also, Democrats say they need a new Charlie Kirk. We'll be right back.
Charlie Kirk Show, where talk meets action.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. Let's play cut 11.
So what do you think is the best policy for keeping out illegal immigrants?
Well, we already know. First of all, do you know that border crossings have gone down 99.99%? Thank you, President Trump, for securing the southern border. So we know it. And finally, there has to be a much greater penalty for visa overstays and for people that come here legally and overstay their green card or their temporary work visa.
Do you think there should be a greater penalization for those who employ immigrants, illegal immigrants?
Absolutely, yes. You guys can check that out and more, but also make sure you subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. Let me check right now. Looks like we are number 7 in Apple News. That's right, number 7 in Apple News. And we are overall, there's so many podcasts never heard of before. We are 84 overall. Not bad. Top 100. If you hang in the top 100, it's a very competitive landscape. Check out the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page there. By the way, we had 5,000 people in Albuquerque, New Mexico last night. Took questions for an hour and a half. It was amazing. Stay right there. Welcome back, everybody. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. I get called a lot of things. We're here at the Bitcoin.com studio. The one thing I wish people would call me more is an entrepreneur or a builder. And I got to give credit to this one young lady. She is very annoying. She follows me around the country. She sends her little clowns and her trolls and her circus acts and her court jesters at all of our events from the Un-F America thing. But she is obsessed with me. However, she has, more so than most, accurately depicted what we've been able to do here, because she does describe us as a builder. Now, this is a former Bernie Sanders type. She's got very crass language. She's got quite a way to herself that is unappealing. I mean, if you look at her, you're like, whoa, give me the American Eagle ad back. Like, I don't want that. Please, more American Eagle, less this, please. Like, that's not what I want. I want the sorority videos, not this. But to her credit, she has accurately diagnosed the problem. And she is a girl, for the record. I have no reason not to believe it. Jesse was kind of playing with words here. So Jesse Waters did a summary of this. I wish we had more of the CNN interview, but this is some of the best parts, where CNN dispatched one of their reporters who looks like Ruben Gallego. I don't know why Ruben Gallego is doing street interviews for CNN, but he's doing side work. So, Dollar Store Ruben Gallego basically was doing interviews for CNN at our Student Action Summit. And we knew that this whole story was going to populate, which is, oh, wow, Charlie's so successful and Turning Point's so successful, and therefore the left is trying to infiltrate. We knew this story was coming. And Jesse Waters caught on to it. Play cut 258.
Democrats are leaderless. Their new plan, create a transgender Charlie Kirk.
I think that, as much as I disagree with Charlie Kirk, I believe that what he's doing has worked. And that's why I'm here to replicate what he's doing. I'm not here to, disrupt Charlie Kirk's events. I'm here to say that there are alternative ideas and that we need to build the same thing that he has, because he is good at it.
Well, we are good at it. And because we build. You see, that's what people miss. People think it's just the campus thing or just this program. This is 2 hours of my day, and then I go to the day job of managing 1,000 people, and we have to raise $100 million a year, and we have 500,000 donors. People say, oh, if I was just supported by wealthy people. That's part of it. We're very thankful to our wealthy contributors and amazing donors, but it's also the 500,000 people that donate to us. Jesse Waters continues, play cut 259.
The DNC, they're already trying to coup trans Charlie.
Is the DNC supporting this?
No, not currently.
Why not?
If Ken Martin's watching this, text me back. But really, I think it's disappointing that we haven't been able to see the DNC really get off the ground since the election, because I think a lot of things have happened internally that have been distractions to the actual ground game that we need right now.
There are so many more clips from that CNN exchange that we could mine. But I love this. About time that the left realizes and wakes up that while you guys have been ridiculing us, we've been building. As we like to say at Turning Point USA, we did not come up with this, but Sun Tzu did. No, he didn't, but that's okay. It's wrongly attributed to Sun Tzu, but that's fine. It's hilarious. First, they ignore you. Then they laugh at you. Then they fight you. And then you win. I remember the ignoring phase. It's nothing. This is Charlie. It's nothing. Forget him. And then I remember the laughter. Oh, it's so funny. Look at Turning Point. What do they think they're doing? Now, many of those people are applying for jobs from us, for the record. And then the fighting. Oh, we loved the fighting. And then the victory. But look, it goes in cycles. But for Z, I think that's her name. Is her name Z? Prominently profiled on CNN. She seems that she actually gets it more than most. Where she's like, hey, guys, this guy's awful, but he's built something. And again, I haven't built anything. We have built it at Turning Point USA. Z. Cohen Sanchez, for the record. You will not be seeing her in American Eagle ad anytime soon. But Z. Cohen Sanchez, she's onto something. She's onto something very powerful, which is the left struggles to build anything. And by the way, she had her own little counterfeit clown show back in the spring, and it fell apart. Why? Because they had a Oppression Olympics woke falling apart because someone did microaggressions that they didn't like, and the whole thing fell apart. People like to talk about the platform we built, but they don't know about the chapters, the high school groups, the events. A lot of people want to do the stuff we do, but they don't want to work as hard as we worked. 300 days of travel a year for a decade straight, 3,000 days on the road. You can never really relax. Well, at least when it's not on the Sabbath. Good luck. Second hour coming up. Folks, let me tell
tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
There's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to sponsor religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room in a culture that celebrates the weak. Show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
I'm Terrence Bates. For the past several weeks, we've been telling you all about Energize Health's 555 Challenge. Well, don't take it from me, though. Here's a couple that changed their life by trying it out.
I started with the 555 Challenge, but since I started, my feet don't hurt, my ankles are so much better, and just little things. My eyelids are so saggy, and I can see my eyeballs again. This morning was the first time that he got up and said, I feel really great. I have energy this morning, and I slept last night. There's no love handles anymore.
You know, it is really easy to adopt a perspective that has some expectation for good.
John Jubilee, the founder and CEO of Energized Health, is here to offer some insight into how a system could potentially help you out. John, always good to see you.
Well, great to see you, Terrence. It always puts a smile on my face to hear people who have changed their life.
I bet, and you're a critical part of that. One of the things I find interesting is that when you think of health, it's typically seen as kind of this personal journey. But one of the things that you say is that it impacts more than just your body. It also renews your health and actually can renew relationships. So you really have a holistic view, if you will, of health and changing people's lives.
Well, it really is, Terrence, because, it's easy for us to see that person in the mirror every day, and we know what that impact is. But think about the difference of being an active participant with your children, with your grandchildren in life, of the legacy that you're setting. And, I like to use my own mom, who's also my client, as an example. My mom has 49 grandchildren and great-grandchildren, and she still gets down on the floor, what we call the littles, the littlest one. She gets down on the floor, she plays with them. The older one, she does cross-country trips with them. My mother, who is a grandmother and a great-grandmother, actually is an active participant. And Terrence, that's what we want for people. We want them to be able to be an active participant in the relationships that they love.
And isn't it dually therapeutic being able to have those moments, being able to enjoy life a little bit? It seems to me that getting to that space then also adds to the therapy, adds to the well-being of a person.
Well, it does, and I'm going to encourage everybody here. Look, you guys have, you've seen me on all these national TV shows. You've seen the testimonies of thousands and tens of thousands of people. So, guys, come on. You have to do something different to have something different. We've had couples in their 90s, that's right, couples in their 90s gain lean muscle, get back their energy, get back their life. And I want to ask you guys a quick question. How many of you even know how hydrated you are? Who knows what your hydration level is? Most of us don't. And guys, for just $99, when you sign up for the 555, you can click the VIP button, upgrade yourself to the VIP. We will FedEx you a device, and that includes a consultation with one of our health experts who will go through your metrics with you, because these are measurable health metrics. What is your skeletal muscle? How much visceral and subcutaneous fat do you have? Most importantly, though, what is your hydration level? So find out. If you've never known, you've never even measured it, you don't know if you're a grape or a raisin, because, guys, what's the difference between a grape and a raisin? It's only the hydration level. And we all want to be those big, beautiful, healthy grapes. So I want to encourage you today, get back your relationships, get back your life, get back your energy like tens of thousands of others have.
Yeah, I want to be a good big old wine grape, not one of those, not a raisin that you just throw in the box and say, oh, that doesn't really taste good anyway. All right, so for people who are interested and want to sign up, quickly tell us the website where they need to go.
Yeah, guys, just my555challenge.com. It's my555challenge.com. And make sure to click that VIP button. And again, for just $99, you're going to get a health consultation. You're going to get a bioimpedance medical grade device FedEx to your home so that you can find out what your hydration level is.
Always good to talk to you, John. Appreciate you.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. We are here at the mobilebitcoin.com studio as they're running out of the studio. We'll tell that story another time. Subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. We are going to get back to the federal takeover of Washington, D.C. story, a very, very important story. But I want to welcome a great man, Senator Rick Scott, to the program from the great state of Florida. Senator, great to see you. Senator, I want to get your response to Zohran Mamdani. I'm going to play cut 270. He is vowing to be Donald Trump's worst nightmare as President Trump weighs in, working with rival in New York City mayor's race. Let's play cut 270 first.
My administration would be Donald Trump's worst nightmare. And you don't need to take me at my word or take Andrew Cuomo at his. You need to only look at the actions of the Trump administration since I won the Democratic primary. How else can you describe a president who has proposed denaturalizing the Democratic nominee of New York City? How else can you describe a president who has sought to entertain suggestions of deporting me, of arresting me, of taking control of the city over the will of New Yorkers? Those are the actions of a president who is afraid of the fact that I will actually deliver in a manner where he is simply betrayed.
Joining us is Senator Rick Scott. Senator, your response to Mr. Mamdani's obsession with Donald Trump.
Well, what President Trump is doing is he's deciding he cares about this country. So look at Mamdani. I mean, here's a kid that has plenty of money, and he's running like he cares about people. I heard did you hear the rumor that the first action he's going to take if he wins is to change the name of New York to New Havana? Because that's exactly what's going to happen. He says he wants to run grocery stores. He should go look at the grocery stores in Havana. They're empty of groceries. They're empty of groceries. He probably wants to bring in the healthcare system from Havana. It means you don't get healthcare except if you're the elite, if you're part of the Castro regime. It's just like all these places that have socialism. The elite get it. They get everything. And by the way, how do they keep their power? They put people in prison. Go ahead, ask Jose Daniel Ferrer and about 1,400 peaceful protesters. 3 years ago, they peacefully protest, and they're all in prison, maybe for the rest of your life, as young as 14 years old. So if Mamdani wins, it's New Havana, no groceries, no health care. You say the wrong thing, they're going to go after you.
And so the sinister nature of this is so many New Yorkers seem to want to support this. And in some ways, Florida is to blame because the patriotic New Yorkers are moving to Florida. Therefore, you're left with a remnant of communist, Marxist, Islamist, Mohammedan voters in the city of New York. We must fight for our blue cities. It's very tempting to say, oh, forget our blue cities. This is kind of ties in with the federalization of Washington, D.C., which I want to get your comment on in a second. But can you just reiterate why we should not surrender and retreat away from our biggest blue cities?
We have to go into every neighborhood and talk to every citizen and every voter and explain why we are better for them. We are better for you. I grew up in public housing. I know what it's like to live in public housing. It's better under capitalism than it is under socialism. Give me the chance. The dream of this country, the idea of America is that you can start from anywhere and live the dream. You don't share the wealth by people taking away wealth. You share the wealth by giving people opportunity. But we have to go in and talk to people. I went to Harvard about 2 or 3 months ago and talked to the students. They agree when you sit down with them and say, do you believe that you want people to get free everything and not have to work? No, you're going to have to pay for it. How's that good for this country? So I think we can go win. We've been able to do it in Florida. Think what happened in Florida in 2010 when I won the governor's race. There were 569,000 more Ds than Rs, and now there's 1.3 million more Rs and Ds. What happened is we elected people that ran and said, we're going to take care of you, your job, your kids' education, public safety. So if Republicans go talk about those things and actually do those things, we will win blue cities. We've been able to do it around Florida. We'll be able to do it all across the country. And it's better for the citizens.
And if nothing else, you are not a nation if you just surrender your biggest cities. You're nothing more than just dominating the outskirts. And by the way,
we care.
But hold on.
We care about the citizens.
No, we care about exactly. But can you also talk about the success of Miami? 15 years ago, Miami was kind of written off as a permanently blue city. It was wildly corrupt. Look, Miami has a lot of problems, but it's in a far better place, a far safer direction, a far more prosperous direction, a far more livable direction, because you in Florida, Senator, you guys went all in and you guys reached out to the Venezuelan community, the Cuban community, but also you had a pro-freedom agenda. 20 years ago, Miami-Dade was the blue stronghold of the American Southeast. And now it is a Republican county. What can we learn from the Miami takeover, or switch, I should say, and apply it to other blue cities?
Show up. In 2010, when I ran, Republicans have basically given up on Miami. And I didn't. I spent week after week after week talking to everybody in Miami about what I wanted to accomplish, how I wanted to get them a job, improve their kids' education, make sure they were safe. And we went from losing Miami big to in the 2024 cycle, we were able to win by 10 points. And we have our new sheriff is Republican, the supervisor election Republican. I mean, all of our constitutional officers at the county level are all Republicans now because we went all in for what we believe in. So this is all doable all across the country. You have the right message, the right candidates, and show up and talk to people. They agree with this. All across this country, people agree with this. They don't want socialism. And take Miami. People left these places to get away from socialism. They want opportunity. Give me my shot. Give me my chance to live the dream. That's what they want.
And it's, again, the transformation of Miami-Dade County. I remember as it was happening, James Carville was freaking out, as he should, because it changed the entire dynamics of the state of Florida. And so we now look at New York, we look at D.C. I do want to get your comments on this, Senator. President Donald Trump has now invoked the home rule designation. He is federalizing Washington, D.C. and, quote, we will bring the military if needed. You spend a lot of time in Washington, D.C. Is D.C. safe, number one? And then number two, do you support this move by President Trump?
Well, first off, D.C. is not safe. People don't just walk the streets in D.C. and feel safe anywhere around D.C. I mean, I've got to be careful in what I do, but I've got people in my office that are very careful about where they go. So this is great what Donald Trump is doing. I'm on a bill with Mike Lee that Congress would take this back. So the president is doing what Congress should be doing. We should be taking this back. So I'm very thankful. Guess what? This is going to be a place where I can tell my grandkids, hey, you want to come here and enjoy the city now. Before I would have to say, oh, you can come here, but you got to be very careful. You can't be out after dark. You got to be careful going to a restaurant or anything after dark. So he's going to change dramatically, DC. It's going to be great.
It is a symbol of national decline and a mockery that our nation's capital is more dangerous than Bogota, Mexico City, Islamabad. Washington, D.C. is more dangerous than Mexico City, Bogota, Islamabad, Lima. I mean, it is a disaster. And I think we should give Washington, D.C. to Maryland for a very important reason. It takes off the 51st state conversation, except for the national monuments. I want to dive more into this, but for no other reason than if you do not have control over your nation's capital, you are not a nation. And you have almost every day you have young, innocent people that are mugged, carjackings, crime. It is an outrageous testament to the failure of our ruling class as they are willing to spend hundreds of billions of dollars abroad on foreign wars while our own nation's capital is unlivable. Senator Rick Scott, stay right there. What do we have, guys? Go to relieffactor.com. Z-Factor goes beyond melatonin. Z-Factor uses a combination of 4 natural ingredients to help relax your mind so you fall asleep quicker, and once you're asleep, it helps you stay asleep. No groggy feeling when you wake up. Z-Factor was developed by Relief Factor, so you can count on the science behind it. Call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is 1-800-4RELIEF, or visit relieffactor.com. Better sleep without drugs. You can get the Z's that you want. So check it out right now at relieffactor.com. That is relieffactor.com. Z-Factor uses a combination of 4 natural ingredients to help you relax your mind so you fall asleep quicker. Call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is 1-800-4RELIEF. Go to relieffactor.com. That is relieffactor.com. Again, if you want to get to sleep quicker, relieffactor.com. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. Our podcast is doing incredibly well. We're number 7 right now in Apple News, right behind Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson. We are the 3rd largest conservative podcast today, and I'm okay batting 3rd. Little cleanup hitter. I know 3rd is not technically the cleanup hitter. What do they call that? It's on deck, and then I think it's in the hole is the technical baseball term. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. We'll be right back.
Democracy lives in light. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Welcome back, everybody. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. I want to tell you guys about why refi. Private student loan debt in America totals about $300 billion. Why refi does not care what your credit score is. Because of private student loan debt, so many Americans feel stuck and helpless, and they've even lost hope. Why refi gives you a light at the end of the tunnel. May not be available in all 50 states. Bad credit is accepted. You don't have to ignore that mountain of student loan statements on your kitchen table anymore. Go to whyrefi.com. If you go to whyrefi.com, you can read testimonials from other people who have been where you are and how they've escaped successfully. You can even see what their monthly payments were versus what they are now. Go to YREFI.com. That is YREFY.com. YREFI refinances private student loans and defaulted private loans, which are different from federal loans. Go to YREFI.com. That is YREFY.com. You can even skip a payment every 6 months up to 12 times without penalty. So take a look at it right now at YREFI.com. Call 888-YREFI34 or YREFI.com. Email us, everybody, freedom@charliekirk.com. Take out your phone and subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. We are number 7 right now in Apple News. Thank you. Stay right there. Welcome back, everybody. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. That is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page here at the mobile Bitcoin.com studio. Senator, I do want to get your thoughts. We had Senator Mark Wayne Mullen on last week. I know that there are going to be some changes potentially to Senate rules because Chuck Schumer completely messed this up. We still have over 150 of President Trump's nominees that are in paralysis, that are frozen. Senator, what is going to be the plan come September to unfreeze and to move President Trump's necessary nominees? Because here's the way that I view it and the audience views it. It is a disgrace and a subversion to the democratic process when you win an election, but you can't staff your government for almost an entire year. That is theft of an administration. Republicans didn't do it to Democrats. Democrats are doing it to us. But what are we doing to fight fire with fire and play smash mouth politics? Senator Rick Scott.
Well, number one, we've got to understand the Democrats. This is all Democrats' fault. They've decided to make sure Trump does not get his team in place. This has never happened before. It's only being done to Donald Trump. And so we have two choices. One, we can stay there every day, and we should stay there as many days as it takes to get this done. Number two is we got to change the rules. Some of these nominees probably don't need to have Senate confirmation. That's number one. Number two is we're going to have to shorten the time. What they are doing is not really using it to vet the nominees. They're using it just to slow things down. So we've got to say, okay, so what we're going to do is we'll still have the vote, but we're going to do these votes every 10 minutes. We're going to roll through these every 10 minutes. And we'll get them all done because it's just being used as obstruction, not to actually do their job to vet a candidate. That's what the Democrats are doing. So I'm very hopeful we'll get this fixed. Trump's got to get his team in place.
Yeah, we need to get our nominees, period. End of story. We need to get our people in place. It is an outrage that we have not been able to do it. Senator, one final question here as we proceed. What are the other big fights, spending fights, rescission packages, things that we need to know of on the Senate calendar for the remainder of this calendar year? Because unfortunately, as you know, the Senate is full of a bunch of gutless wonders that as soon as an election year kicks in, very little will happen. So we have a little bit of time left on the clock. What are the big things that we need to know about the U.S. Senate and fights looming into the fall?
Well, the big fights are going to be these. Number one is that we're going to have a budget done by the end of September. It sure doesn't look like it when we haven't passed our budget bills. So that'll be so government will be shut down if we don't then do a continuing resolution. Historically, what they do under Mitch McConnell, what the Republicans and Democrats together would do is they would say, oh, we'll talk about it for the next couple of months. We'll do it right before Christmas. And then you use right before Christmas, they come up with a bill that 4 people had decided, all right, 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats, and be a blowout spending bill. So the commitment is we're not going to do that this time, but that's historically what they're doing. So one, is government going to get shut down September 30th? 100% Democrats' fault if it happens because they will not allow us to pass the appropriation bills. That's the first thing that'll happen. Number 2, if we do, when are we actually going to pass the budget? So my goal is one, my first goal would be let's get the budget done and let's balance the budget. Okay, if that's not going to happen, then let's don't be doing this every 2 weeks. Let's just give us a continuing resolution for the next year. Because we know the Democrats are never going to work with us. Let's don't have some big blowout spending bill at Christmas.
Senator, look, I'll just say on the spending component of this, we need to cut spending. This is going to be the big fight. And the grassroots has been very patient. And I know the president agrees with this, and the president's on board. We had to do the one big, beautiful bill thing. We had to do debt ceiling. We have heard on this program, it's a running joke, 5 years of excuses as to why we can't have a throwdown spending fight. We need to have an all-out spending fight because the budget fight can apply to every single dollar on the U.S. budget. Where the big, beautiful bill, that was a reconciliation. Is that correct, Senator? The budget fight is where we can get down to every line item, Senator.
Yeah, the reconciliation bill was only mandatory spending. The budget bill is the discretionary spending. We've got to do both. And it looks like we might have another opportunity on the reconciliation, but we could take the things back under the budget process and say we're going to look at these things every year, just like you do. You don't say, oh, I'm for sure always going to spend that money. You look at every line item. So the budget process should give us the opportunity to look at every line in the budget. That's what Ron Johnson and others and I are trying to do. Let's go through every line and figure out the waste and get rid of it. Balance the budget. We have to balance the budget today.
And to President Trump's credit, we're bringing in new revenue through tariffs. That's legit. We have to cut spending. We have to get everyone in a room. We have to smoke it out here. In the way that we have to smoke out the truth in the room. I am personally very, very annoyed that we keep on hearing excuses about this massive deficits. Senator, you're on the right side of history here. We need to harshly go after the budget this fall. We'll be right back.
divide between Trump and the Federal Reserve putting us all behind the curve yet again? Can the Fed take the right action at the right time, or are we going to be looking at a potential economic slowdown? And what does all of that really mean for your savings? Well, you may want to consider diversifying with gold through the Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been viewed as a safe haven in times of economic stagnation, global uncertainty, and high inflation. Birch Gold makes it incredibly easy for you to diversify some of your savings into gold. If you have an IRA or a 401k, you can always convert that into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold, or you can just buy some gold outright and keep it in your home safe. First, though, get educated. The Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold. All you have to do to get that is text the word America to the number 989898. Again, simply text the word America to the number 989898. Consider diversifying a portion of your savings into gold. That way, if the Fed can't stay ahead of the curve for the country, at least you can stay ahead for yourself. Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. President Trump is cleaning up the nation's capital. He laid out his plans for addressing the city's crime and homelessness problems during a news conference earlier this morning. He also signed a couple of executive orders, including one that gives him control of Washington's Metropolitan Police Department.
Along with that executive order, President Trump signed the statutorily required notification letters to Mayor Bowser and to the relevant House and Senate committee leaders. The second major executive action that President Trump signed was a presidential memorandum directing the Secretary of Defense to utilize the National Guard to address the conditions we see on our streets here in D.C. It also authorized the Secretary of Defense to work with state governors to utilize their National Guard units if necessary as well.
And overnight, the president deployed FBI agents to help secure the streets of D.C. He points out that Washington, D.C. has become one of the most dangerous cities in the world. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates.
You're listening to the future of America, and the future is bright. Here is Charlie Kirk.
Welcome back, everybody. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. I want to tell you about one of our partners here. Let's see, it's My Patriot Supply. You are 9 meals away from anarchy, and if things really start to fall apart, are you prepared? It's not enough just to have weapons. How are you going to feed your family? Well, My Patriot Supply is a way that you can feed your family easily and seamlessly. Go to mypatriotsupply.com. That is mypatriotsupply.com. The summer isn't just hot, it's historic. Flash flood warnings are at a 40-year high, and it's not slowing down. Towns underwater, roads washed out. And in every crisis zone, the same scene. Crowds standing in line and waiting. Waiting for bottled water, waiting for food, waiting for someone to show up and save them. They tell you that help is on the way, but what if it's not? What if it takes days or doesn't come at all? Go to mypatriotsupply.com/Kirk. That is mypatriotsupply.com/KIRK. Wisconsin has terrible floods right now. We should pray for them. Go to mypatriotsupply.com/Kirk to find out how millions of Americans are preparing with My Patriot Supply. Go to mypatriotsupply.com/Kirk. Portions of the Charlie Kirk Show are brought to you in part by mypatriotsupply.com. Joining us now is Editor-in-Chief of Breitbart News to go over a variety of topics, but the breaking news today is the federalization of Washington, D.C. This really seemed to have been triggered by the young man working for Doge being mugged, but President Trump has been alluding to this for a couple months. He's been talking about how D.C. has become a slum, how D.C. is a third world city. Alex Barlow, your take on President Donald Trump federalizing our nation's capital.
I love it. I lived there for a while, Charlie, and we have a mechanism to help save this city, which has been overrun by Democrats and thus crime, vandalism. It is an embarrassment. It's a national disgrace. The city has a lot of potential. It is where people convene, like it or not, just by nature of the fact that it's our nation's capital. It is the city that is broadcast to the world as the most representative of the United States, like it or not. A lot of days not, but that's just the reality. And it's one of these places where if we do this right, we could have a safe, beautiful capital that the world admires. And Donald Trump has a keen eye for this stuff. He has a mechanism mechanism to change it. So why wouldn't he? This is the outside the box thinking that I love about Donald Trump, because why would he tolerate something that's second tier in America? He's a cheerleader for this country. And if you look at the way DC has gone in recent years, it's gotten more crime-addled, more dirty, and somehow more expensive at the same time. It's totally unpleasant to go there. I used to live there, and I used to love living there. It's been the center of the world for so long, really since Barack Obama. It's kind of been the center of the world. Let's go clean it up and let's get some points doing it.
Well, and look, exactly. So they're already calling him a fascist, all this blah blah blah, whatever. We don't care. This is about a nation's capital. By the way, if you go to Singapore, you go to Tokyo, you go to Seoul, South Korea, you go to any of the great Asian capitals, they wouldn't put up with what we have here at all, period, whatsoever. And why have we put up with such crime, endangerment, slum activity all throughout? And it's a combination of not just the homelessness and the drug use and the maniacs, because I was just in D.C. recently, and it was just a bunch. It was terrible. But also, it is a very violent city. Why have we put up with it for so long?
Okay, so it's a one-party town. So the Democrats run the city. So if they choose to start actually prosecuting crimes, they start trying to hold people to account and to not release all the criminals onto the streets, then what that's going to lead to is a short-term uptick in crime statistics, which is bad. That's an admission of failure. So they're never going to do that. So politically, they have to allow for all of the crime to continue, because to address it would necessitate admitting that it was bad to begin with. They're never going to do that, because the left is so political. They would rather see crime than have a short-term, hit in the polls over this issue. The other thing is the left, they love chaos. They're agents of chaos. They don't want to see a law and order society. They don't want to see our nation preserved and conserved in terms of the values you and I champion on a daily basis, Charlie. So they're not going to be the ones to take the initiative. The only chance we've got is conservatives or Republicans doing it from the perch of the presidency, to be honest with you. And any prior Republican president that we've had in my lifetime would never have been able to fight through any of the name calling and the outrage and the hand wringing that we're about to witness. But it doesn't matter. Trump's got to soldier through, and he's got to get this done.
Talk about the politics of it. How will this be received politically, where the media will call him a fascist, home rule, and all that? And also, no one's talking about the tourism angle. Hundreds of thousands of young kids visit Washington, D.C. every year on school trips, high school trips, middle school trips. We want them to see something they're proud of, and it does something to the psyche. I could say this as someone who's been to D.C. You too, Alex, numerous hundreds of times. When you get out of Reagan and you drive through, or Dulles, where you fly in, and you just see slums and you see tents, and it brings down your soul.
It really does. So I lived in the Foggy Bottom area for about 4 years or so. And my typical day, I would involve me rolling out of my apartment, running down to the Lincoln Memorial, running along the Potomac River, running through iconic Georgetown with the cobblestone streets on Prospect Avenue, which was, from the scenes from The Exorcist. I always used to doing that in the fall. It was such a blast, Charlie. By the time I left, it was Black Lives Matter time. All the stores were boarded up. Everyone was bummed out because of stupid coronavirus masks. There are riots all the time. There are people marching down the street, making all sorts of noise for no reason. There's no reason it has to be that way. It wasn't that long ago that D.C. was at least tolerable, and we can make it beautiful again. We can make D.C. great again. I mean, it's a cliche for a reason. We can absolutely do that. Trump's got the power to do it. And I'll tell you, if he succeeds, he'll get a lot of credit, because even people on the left, I think, will admit to some degree that this could be done, and the people in charge now will not address it.
We have long said here on this program, the future of MAGA and the future of this movement will go through the reclamation of our major cities. That doesn't mean we have to make New York MAGA or LA MAGA, but you must be able to have dominion and control and authority over America's greatest cities. If we want to just be an outskirt movement, look, if we want to just control the Midland, Texas, the Oklahoma cities, there's nothing wrong with that, but it's incomplete. It is incomplete, because then basically you are the master of the hinterlands, which again is not an insult, beautiful parts of the country, but we need to go into the fire. Is it time then, Alex, if we have a successful model in Washington, D.C., to replicate this in other cities? It's a little bit harder, obviously, because you have home rule designation in D.C., but is it time for us to start to roll in the tanks to Chicago? Is it time for us to sign the Insurrection Act in Los Angeles? What are we putting up with, and why? Talk about how this might be the entry point to a broad reclamation project of the third worldification to liberate New York, Chicago, Atlanta, Philadelphia, L.A., Alex
I'll talk philosophically, and then I know some lawyers are going to have to back me up on the legal side because I know how much of this could actually get done. But from my perspective, it doesn't make sense that we have the strongest, most advanced, most technologically savvy fighting forces in the world, and yet we allow for our cities to be war zones. It doesn't make sense to me. And I'm not saying that we want to have a massive military presence in our city because that'll defeat the purpose of what I'm talking about anyway, which is that I would like for our cities to be a place where culture is thriving, not where people are fearing for their lives when they walk down the block to get a sandwich. But the point is that if we have resources that are able to clean up some of these problems, maybe it's the fentanyl issue because it's connected to the illegal immigration. Maybe it's what they're doing with ICE in Los Angeles. Maybe that's the place to start. But I would look for opportunities around the edges at first, and then maybe broader from there to try to set the standard that in this country we have great, thriving cities. I'll tell you, I live a suburban life where I walk to school with my children, and I don't live near a major metropolitan center. But I'll tell you on weekends, Charlie, when you want to eat and shop, you go down to the city and you're fearful there. They got better restaurants, but you're worried about whether or not something is going to happen to you when you're in your car. If it's going to break into your car. That shouldn't be the case in this country. We should have a higher standard than that. And for Republicans, we can't just opt out. We have to be part of the solution.
And part of that is the concern of the major cities. Can you speak to those? Some people would say, Alex, and our audience, forget it. Let New York be New York. Let L.A. be L.A. Not our problem. Why is it our problem? Why is, if we are articulating the domestic MAGA doctrine, this nationalist populist project that you and I have been working on 10 years, why do the cities matter? And how do you respond to a skeptic? They're blue, they're Democrats, let it burn. How do you respond?
Yeah, so first of all, I think the premise of the city, even though I don't like some of the walkable cities, some of the green stuff, and some of the hideous architecture in a lot of our modern cities. So there's a lot of negative stuff I can say. But overall, when a lot of us think nostalgically at our favorite era of America, it wasn't just because we had great government. It's because we had great culture. And a lot of that culture does take place in the cities, and that's exported around the world. And I think that that's generally a good thing in a vacuum. And so to abandon the cities is to abandon the opportunity for us to be the cultural leaders on the earth. So I think that is a major premise. But another thing is more of a practical human populist level, which is that a lot of jobs, you need to either be in a city or be in proximity to a city. Not every job, but a lot of them do. And so to act as though we don't care is to abandon parts of our coalition, abandon a lot of MAGA voters. If you look at California, we've got a lot of horrible cities, but we've got the highest volume of MAGA voters of any state. It's not enough to win elections yet, maybe one day, but there's so many of us here who have the same values as you, who are living a peaceful suburban or rural life. So I don't think you should abandon your fellow man, because a thriving American city provides economic opportunity, provides cultural opportunity. And I just like the idea that we want to be excellent. We want to raise the bar. That should be the standard for America. We should try to be excellent in every possible way.
Yeah, and that's part of the entire federalization of Washington, D.C., because if it's also the nation's capital, and it's gotten so much worse throughout the years. And then the good people like you leave. The good people like Benny Johnson leave, and what are you left with? You're left with criminals and wokies. And criminals and wokies, they don't make a good city. They do not. It is a symbol of national decline. We need to go back to the 1990s.
Well said.
Where we had tough on crime type policy. The Democrats like Karen Bass and Brandon Johnson, and I want to talk about Mamdani and how this all ties into the next segment. They're going to respond just by weaponized name calling, obvious subversion of this. But I hope it is a contrast for anybody listening. It should be unacceptable if you cannot walk your great cities at night. Unacceptable, period. You can walk the streets of Tokyo at night. You can walk the streets of Seoul, South Korea. You can walk the streets of Singapore. You can walk the streets of Kuala Lumpur. But why can you not walk the streets of Washington, D.C.? Because our leaders chose it. 30 seconds, Alex. Please.
Yeah, I love your point that it's a symbol of national decline. Are we a society with high standards who believes in excellence? or are we not? And it is obviously a symbol that things are going the wrong direction. One of my favorite refrains is, how's it going? Or how we doing? When we experiment with things, are we feeling better about things after we've done them for a few years? And if the answer is no, then why not run in the other direction? You got to be a highly motivated person to try to solve these problems. They're hard problems, and a lot of the people there don't want them solved, unfortunately. But that's no reason to stop. We got to keep trying. We got to make our cities excellent again.
Stay right there. Alex Marlow, editor-in-chief of Breitbart News. By the time the show ends, another American farm will be shut down, not because they stopped working hard, but because a lot of grocery store meat doesn't come from them anymore. Over 85% of grass-fed beef sold in American stores is imported. And with summer in full swing, there's nothing better than good food shared with your friends and family. Go to GoodRanchers.com. If you subscribe to any Good Ranchers box, you'll get your pick of free meat for life. That includes Wagyu burgers, hot dogs, bacon, or chicken wings in every box for the lifetime of for your subscription. And if you use my exclusive code Kirk at checkout, you get $40 off your first box. Go to GoodRanchers.com. Use my promo code KIRK to get your free meat for life plus $40 off. Oh my goodness, they're chicken nuggets. Erica just said, Charlie, can you get more of those chicken nuggets from GoodRanchers.com? We have boxes of these gluten-free, seed oil-free, tasty chicken nuggets that our kids devour. Not to mention the other day, we enjoyed some of their Wagyu burgers, better than anything I could find at some of these other grocery stores. Go to GoodRanchers.com. Use promo code KIRK to get free meat for life plus $40 off. GoodRanchers.com, promo code Kirk. Be right back.
Patriots love him. Leftists hate him. Nobody ignores him. It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
Welcome back, everybody. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. More with Alex Marlow in just a second. I want to remind you guys to please subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. That is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. We had an amazing summer event at our Student Action Summit. We also have America Fest coming up this December. And we have our campus tour, which is going to be a hot tour. That's going to be as hot as a pistol. I'll tell you what, this fall is going to be very hot. It's going to be amazing. We are going all across the country. We're going to have, by the way, can we get the CNN package on us? Do we have that loaded up, guys? Do we have that CNN package? If not, we could play it at another time. The CNN package is so good, where they have a whole thing on, Charlie Kirk is, do we have it? Well, I don't see it in the cut sheet. Maybe I got to look deeper here. We do not have enough time. We'll play it at another time. Actually, let's play it right after the break. It's just too good. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. Stay right there. Welcome back, everybody. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. I want to tell you guys about Patriot Mobile. You have a lot of choices for cell phone service, with new ones popping up all the time. But here's the truth. There's only one that stands boldly in the gap. Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Stuck in a contract or owe money on your phones? No worries. Patriot Mobile has a contract buyout program. Patriot Mobile at patriotmobile.com/Charlie or call 972-PATRIOT. Use promo code Charlie for a free month of service. Switch to Patriot Mobile. Make the switch away from woke wireless to Patriot Mobile. If you're worried about coverage, don't be. Patriot Mobile uses all 3 major U.S. networks. If you're stuck in a contract or owe money on your phone, don't worry. Patriot Mobile has a contract buyout program. Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie for a free month of service. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Alex Marlow, editor-in-chief of Breitbart.com. Breitbart News is with us. Let's play this. This is George Will on Bill Maher talking about blue cities and how he hopes that Mamdani wins in New York. You see, this is an old, archaic, relic way of thinking about politics. Oh, once we hit rock bottom, people will realize it. There's some truth to that on the national scale, like Biden gave us Trump. There's actually the opposite data to show that in cities. They just get bluer and more dysfunctional because the decent people leave. Play cut 313.
And on the other side, you have the guy running in New York, Mamdani, right? Okay, who's like a straight-up communist. I mean, he is. He talks about, the things that communists say. I mean, he wants free grocery stores, free buses.
I want him to win.
You want him to win?
Yeah. I think every 20 years or so.
Wait.
We need every 20 years or so, we need a conspicuous, confined experiment with socialism so we can crack it up again.
This is a failed way of thinking. If that's the case, people would have learned their lesson in Chicago. Nope, the suburbs of Chicago became bluer. They would have learned their lessons in Philadelphia. They would have learned their lessons in L.A. They would have learned their lessons in San Francisco or Portland or Seattle or L.A. None of that is true. Some people, like George Will, he just loves losing. It's a cope. It's always tempting, but then you get good people who flee. Alex Marlow. Alex, you are muted, so I don't know if that's on your end or my end.
It's mine. I'm sorry, Charlie. My first take is, what's George Will doing? Like, well, why is he out there? I had enough of George Will when I came into this business 17 years ago. It just, Mark gets all these great guests. Like, why George Will? I guess, I don't know, maybe he got what he wanted for because everyone's playing this clip.
I will say one thing about George Will, though, before we go.
Yeah.
He hasn't aged a day. I got to tell you, like, it's actually pretty remarkable. Keep going.
He looks like he's in his late 70s now. He looked like he was in his late 70s 40 years ago also. So he does have that strange look. No, it's he doesn't know what he's talking about. And I don't know why. I don't think anyone's listening to him, but it's an interesting thought exercise with Mamdani in particular, because the nature of the rest of the field is that it feels like Andrew Cuomo is just such a uniquely horrible candidate. And this is what disturbs me about this whole race, is that Curtis Sliwa seems like a nice guy. He runs every time, he doesn't win. And then Eric Adams seemed like he actually was amenable to coming around to a lot of what Trump is doing, and he's polling at literally nothing. Like, he's getting almost nothing in the polls, which is very disturbing to me. So, Charlie, do you have this mapped out in your head? Because this is one that gets confusing to me by the day. We all know Mamdani is he's a charlatan. He is a fake. He's not who he says he is. He's a avowed communist. I mean, these are C's the means of production. This is true communism. He's got those strange toilet bowl white teeth, which you never get that in a communist society. You can only get that in a capitalist society. So he's a very strange person overall. But Cuomo, you see what he's going to do? He wants to now kick the rich people out of the rent-controlled houses. But the problem is everyone's broke in New York anyway because it's too expensive. And that's not a good idea. He's getting all these terrible ideas. So who's going to run the place?
Well, a bunch of bureaucrats will end up running the city. And look, the point is this. There was a guy named Coleman Hughes. Is that right, Blake?
Yeah.
Coleman Hughes from Detroit. His stated political idea. His mission was to drive the good people out of Detroit so that he hung on to power. This is what George Will doesn't understand, is that there are some people that will govern. They will govern in a way. Coleman Young, not Coleman Hughes. Thank you, Blake. Coleman Young. I was close. Coleman Hughes is a writer. Coleman Young, that's why I got it confused. Coleman Young was the mayor of Detroit, and his stated goal, well, not stated, but his whole idea, it would get revealed later, was that basically make it so unpleasant, but I hold on to power. I will rule over the ashes. I will be the mayor over a destroyed city. I will be a mayor over Dresden after the bombing. It will be a terrible place to live, but I'm in charge. I'm the mayor. And that's what Mamdani will do. He'll make it so unpleasant. He'll make it so awful of a place to live. And then he'll end up being the king. Some people want to be the king of the ashes, and that is Mamdani. Alex, we have to go. Great job. See you later. Breitbart News, Alex Marlow. God bless you guys. See you tomorrow.
Come for me, they can come for you.
I think it's a shame. I think it's a disgrace.
When former White House advisor Peter Navarro stood on principle, he never imagined it would land him behind bars.
They demanded that I break the law.
But he refused to betray Donald Trump or the Constitution and paid the price as a political prisoner. Locked inside a Miami federal prison, Peter found two lifelines, postcards of hope to his fiancée Bonnie Pixie Brenner, and a hidden multi-million-dollar prison scandal he's now exposing. Went to prison so you won't have to. Peter and Pixie share a riveting prison diary, a heartfelt love story, and a shocking look at injustice in America's prison system. Stand with Peter. Scan the QR code now or go to Amazon.com to order your copy.
I went to prison so you won't have to.
And former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is King.
За волности нашу и вашу. За волности нашу и вашу. For our freedom and yours. This is our sacred mission. This is our sacred duty. And so standing here in Poland, I feel the weight of my ancestors on this soil. My family has carried the stories of this land from Lejajsk and Rzeszów all the way back to America, and now we return here. There is no people in this world that is more close to my heart than the Polish people. And I will always be fiercely proud of my Polish heritage. Together, the Polish people, the American people, and all people.
Over the weekend, more than 100 federal agents were deployed across D.C. in a massive anti-carjacking operation. Trump also suggesting trying young teenagers as young as 14 as adults.
I thought it was very respectful that the president of Russia is coming to our country as opposed to us going to his country or even a third-party place. But I think we'll have constructive conversations. Then after that, the next meeting will be with Zelensky and Putin, or Zelensky and Putin and me. I'll be there if they need.
President Trump preparing for a historic and high-stakes summit with Vladimir Putin, inviting the Russian president to U.S. soil for the first time in nearly 10 years.
I think my instinct really tells me that we have a shot at it. We have a shot at it. Look, it's got to be solved.
The president has already suggested any deal would involve, quote, swapping of territories, something Volodymyr Zelensky has made clear he will not do, saying Ukrainians will not give their land to the occupier.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily here live, Washington, D.C. Today is August 11th, 2025, Anno Domini. Human Events Daily is back. Incredible trip to Poland. Had the opportunity to attend the inauguration of the great new populist nationalist president, Karol Nawrocki, there in Warsaw. And of course, we also got to see the news that Karol Nawrocki, the president of Poland, will soon be visiting the U.S. president here coming up in September. But here's something that's interesting that was breaking while we were over in Poland. President Trump made a series of statements gearing up towards and really building towards what we saw today in the White House. The liberation of Washington, D.C., and what President Trump announced this morning, the federalization of the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department. Now, this is being done under invoking the Home Rule Act of Washington, D.C. And of course, he has all and full constitutional authority to do this. It's certainly something that is within his legal remit. And more to the point, it's something that needs to be done because of the outrageous street violence in Washington, D.C. Look, I don't need to go to these statistics, although I would point out that one of the commanders of the D.C. police force was just fired for cooking the books or juking the stats. That's what they were doing. Crime in Washington, D.C. is out of control. And I don't have to go to some, random source of statistics and all this to know. I know this because I take my kids here, all right? Because I've been here for all this time. Tanya and I, when we go down to Washington, D.C., we know you stay within a very strict corridor. You don't step out of that. And you certainly don't go out for too long after night with little kids. Because after that falls, absolute chaos. And you see the stories again and again. A guy being shot and killed while defending his girlfriend. Carjackings all over the place. In many cases, fatal. All right. This is nuts. It's completely insane. And so thank God President Trump is now coming in. And he's also, by the way, going to be bringing in the National Guard to be able to go in and clean up the streets. Bravo, President Trump. Thank God. Clean it up, not only in terms of the crime, but you got to get the drugs off the street, too. The drug dealers, the people who are walking around. The whole city smells like drugs all the time. Even in the tourist areas, you can't take children anywhere, right? It smells disgusting. It smells awful. It's clearly something that's not, as they say, it's just not reflective of what our national capital should be. And I was in Poland last week. I was in the Polish national capital. Guess what? Their murder rate, less than 1 per 100,000. Less than 1. In Washington, D.C., it's 41. So murder rate is 60 times lower in Warsaw, which is a city that has a larger, I believe, has a larger population than Washington, D.C. It's certainly much bigger geographically. And so why is this? It's very simple. Because they take the laws seriously. And because if you break the law in Poland, if you break the law in Warsaw, you're going to go away. They're not going to let you right back out on the street. Now, Washington, D.C. has lost its ability and lost its privilege of self-rule. And honestly, when I hear President Trump say, we want to take a look at New York and Baltimore and Detroit and Chicago and Philadelphia and Los Angeles, I say, thank God. Thank God we have a president who actually wants to fix the problems of the public lawlessness in this country. We need law and order all across the United States of America, and we need it now. The citizens of the United States are in your debt for this, President Trump. God bless you. You're right back, Jack Posobiec.
Stand in our way, and our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, Jack Posobiec, here we are back. Human Events Daily, Washington, D.C. We are back in Washington, D.C. It's been a while. It's gone for 10 days. My gosh, it felt great to be out of here. Folks, every day, gold and silver are in the news, and they're in the news right now with President Trump announcing that gold will be excluded from the tariffs. Now, we know that they're testing the all-time highs with the uncertainty of war, inflation, interest rates, and of course, the tariffs, which are putting precious metals and so much more to literally the limit. Folks, today, when the tariff news came in, and this is directly from President Trump himself. He posted it on Truth Social. Gold will not be tariffed. Now, people always ask me, they say, how can I get involved in the gold sector? And the answer is simple. The answer is Allegiance Gold. Whether you're a collector looking for the best pricing in the precious metal space or you're looking to protect your future, doesn't matter. If it's $5,000 or even $5 million, now is the time to act. Just go to protectwithposo.com and get started. Allegiance Gold has the top ratings in the industry. I've been partnered with them for years. When you go to protectwithposo.com or call 844-577-POSO, you can move part of your 401k, IRA, or savings into real physical gold and silver, and you may qualify for up to $5,000 in free silver. And with the way the market is looking, that free silver could be worth a lot more by the time it arrives securely at your doorstep. Call 844-577-POSO or visit protectwithposo.com. That's 844-577-7676 or protectwithposo.com. It's smart, secure, and simple. Call 844-577-7676. All right, I want to go now because President Trump, in addition to all of his incredible announcements about Washington, D.C., he also said something that's really going to set up and preview what's going to happen this Friday in Alaska. Let's play that.
Russia's tough because they just keep on fighting. They beat Hitler, so did we, and they beat Napoleon. You know, they've been doing this for a long time. I asked a question to a very, very smart man that some people like and some people don't like. Viktor Orban, right, from Hungary, the head of Hungary, and he's in that same area and knows the two countries very well. I said, this was before Biden didn't do anything to get us out of it. He could have gotten us out of that. It would have never happened. I said, so can Russia be beaten by Ukraine? He looked at me like, what a stupid question. He said, Russia's a massive country, and they win their country, and they win their life through wars. They fight wars. That's what they do. He said, China beats you with trade. Russia beats you with war.
All right, Jack Posobiec. Now, of course, you know that we had an interview with Prime Minister Orban asking about this as well as other things just a couple of months ago. President Trump also talking about meeting with Viktor Orban, discussing these questions. Now, the bilateral meeting, it all comes to a head this Friday on U.S. soil, but far, far, far up in the snowy north. Though it's not that snowy right now. It's summertime. Alaska. Vladimir Putin, Donald Trump. Mike Benz joins us now to break down this historic summit, which, and by the way, I've checked, folks, this will be the very first time a Russian leader, even going back to imperial times, has ever set foot in Alaska, and the first time that Putin has been to the United States since 2015. Let's bring him in. What's up, Mike Benz? Are you not hearing me?
Sorry, I just lost the audio.
All right, guys, let's stand by on Mike for a minute. I'll just have the producers double check with him, run that audio test. We did a test during the break, and it seemed like it was okay, but we'll double check that right now. Folks, what we're seeing is that President Trump has run an end around on all of this. President Trump is bypassing the globalists. He's bypassing the Europeans. He's bypassing all of the neoliberals. He's bypassing the entire establishment. In fact, he's even bypassing BRICS. He's saying, you know what? This is going to come down. What have we said here on Human Events Daily since day one? Since day one, I have told you on this program that the only way that this will end is when we see direct talks between the leaders of the United States and the leaders of Russia. None of this other stuff. We're going to send this over and this package and this is going to get done and that's going to get done. I said, no, you've got to cut out the entire rest and go for the one-on-one summit. Now it's happening in absolutely stunning fashion. President Trump set to sit down with Vladimir Putin this Friday in Alaska. And then the Russians are putting out some information saying that Trump himself might be traveling to Russia for the next in a series of meetings. All right, I think we have Mike Benz back.
Yeah, hey, how you doing, Jack?
Hey, there we go. So, Benz, walk us through this move. And it's such a brilliant masterstroke here because President Trump is skipping all over, I think, the steps that were actually obstacles to the peace process and saying, you know what, I'm going to deal with this one myself.
Well, the biggest obstacles to the peace process are right here in Washington, D.C., which is why I think it's fitting to have this in the most remote part of the United States, as well as quite adjacent to Kamchatka in Russia. This is, famously the place that Sarah Palin said she could look out her back door and see Russia. So it's almost like
Sarah Palin totally vindicated, by the way.
Yes.
Sarah Palin has been totally vindicated.
But Trump's great opponents in trying to strike peace have not been Putin, or I would argue even Zelensky, but rather the phalanx of blob corps, a sort of army corps from the blob who are on both sides of the Atlantic, from the legacy DC internationalist mafia together with the transatlantic side of the NATO cabal, who have tried to sabotage the peace process at every turn. If it was, folks remember, right before the previous round of peace talks with Russia and Ukraine, Mike Pompeo traveled over to Ukraine, gave a speech about the need to unsettle the peace process by attacking Putin, and the very next day, the largest attack on Russia's territory was set off by Ukraine, which scuttled the peace process. So you have this core of folks who make their living off of war with Russia, off of seizing assets from Eurasia, who do not want peace, certainly do not want peace under the terms that Trump, I think, would be willing, which include giving up land in Ukraine. The fact is that land in Ukraine that Russia has seized has been under a coup government for 11 years. It was the Obama administration's toppling, the overthrow of the democratically elected government of Ukraine in 2014 that caused eastern Ukraine, which is majority Russian ethnic, to break away. What would we do in the United States in that situation if a foreign government toppled our own and then one side of our country broke away and did not respect the new coup government? That was what happened here. And so Ukraine sort of ceased to become Ukraine after the 2014 Maidan coup. It became a NATO-owned western half and a Russia affinity eastern half. So the seizing of this land, which frankly is not even all that great a territorial dominion, is something that I think Putin is bent on. He does not want to give up land for peace now that he controls that land. And what good is giving that back anyway? As soon as a Democrat gets in power, or as soon as a Nikki Haley Republican gets in power, they're going to try to seize that land. They're going to use that land to build NATO missiles on. We know that Ukraine is still ostensibly on a path to NATO accession. NATO has made no promises that it would not fold Ukraine into NATO. In fact, they're moving ahead with it. And even if they did promise it, who in the right mind would believe it after all of the lies that NATO has told about stopping expansion? So with that all said, I think that the only path to peace is through Ukraine giving up land that it frankly should not have taken through a 2014 coup and left the entire eastern state helpless. I mean, the eastern Ukrainians were being murdered by American military muscle that was being thrown from 2014 to 2022 at the Ukrainian military in order to seize that back. So Trump needs to conduct these negotiations in peace, in tranquility, and in Alaska.
And it's so symbolic. Alaska, of course, originally discovered by the Russians, as a matter of fact, all the way back in the 1700s. And I've always said that America is a country that was founded amongst empires. So the Russian Empire was on the continent of North America, as well as the Spanish. Everyone knows the British. The French were here all the way up through the French. what eventually became the Louisiana Purchase. And so you just see empire after empire. The Dutch, even had, many holdings in New York City. And so the fact that you're having it in this place where, and of course, by the way, the Russian Orthodox Church, most of the natives up in Alaska are, in fact, Russian Orthodox. And so this is something where a lot of people will be asking, why are they doing it up there? But it makes a lot of sense for a number of reasons. Also, which we're coming up on a break here real quick. Also, which because there is that ICC warrant out for Putin regarding the Ukraine war. But the United States, of course, famously does not uphold ICC warrants, does not enforce them. And so, of course, this is a country that he actually can travel to without having to worry about any of the legal framework that the ICC would run into. That, of course, prevented him from attending some of the BRIC summits like the one in Brazil recently. Jack Posobiec, Mike Benz, right back. Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice.
They talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, he's done a great job.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we are back. Human Events Daily on with Mike Benz. We're talking about the significance of the Trump-Putin meeting that is widely expected to take place on Friday. It's been announced that it'll take place on Friday. I think likely that it will take place in Anchorage, though, of course, it could take place as well on a military base. There certainly are plenty up there in the Anchorage region or others. But you're just going to need that much infrastructure for media and two heads of state, the two largest nuclear powers in the world, to hold a meeting like this. Certainly, by the way, puts Alaska on the map once again. The history of the U.S. and Russia in Alaska. You talk about the U.S. and Russia having a strong competition, by the way, in the north, in the Northern Sea, going across the Arctic, which is going to be one of the seminal competitive flashpoints coming up over the next century. And in fact, it's something that puts natural resources, I would even say, on the map as well. Looking at things like Pebble Mine, that Russia, of course, exploits the resources of Siberia directly across the strait. But of course, America does not, and largely leaves many of those natural resources behind, and because of regulations. Mike Benz, walk us through some of the ideas that we've been hearing for, we haven't gotten quite a full readout of what the offers are going to be when it comes to the negotiations here. Russia, I think, of course, pushing for all 4 of the contested oblasts. J.D. Vance saying yesterday that, they'd be looking for basically a ceasefire along the line of contact, which would not include the entirety of all 4 of the oblasts. And I think there's a new phrase that's been going around talking this idea of de facto recognition of Russian control of these areas, which is not quite the same thing as complete acceptance of this. And it is similar in many ways to Kosovo as well. Mike, the floor is yours.
Well, what they want to do is they want to freeze the losses what NATO wants is to freeze the losses, to stop losing territory, to stop losing men and young people, old people, imported people, so that after a fair amount of time and rebuilding of Ukraine and rearming of Ukraine, they can seize those oblasts and seize Crimea at a time when the growth rate of Ukraine and Europe and a favorable administration in the U.S. would be able to win this war in a way that they cannot presently. This is why I always refer to this as what NATO is offering is a peacefire. It's a peace deal, ceasefire, but the emphasis is on fire. If you listen to Mike Pompeo's speech, for example, right before Ukraine launched its latest, deadliest attack on Russian territory, and Pompeo was asked, when do you think this war could end? And Pompeo made the argument that it'll never end, that even in a scenario of peace, Russia will still be the devil, Russia will still be the great menace to European security. And so even with a peace deal, we have to keep fighting the war. And of course, this is because what NATO wants is to keep seizing the assets. They want to seize the $75 trillion worth of natural resources in Russia. And Ukraine is a stop along that journey, but it's a very pivotal stop because of its geostrategic location. But I think what Russia wants is an agreement that Ukraine will not join NATO. What Russia wants is keeping at least large swaths of the territory that it has acquired militarily. Certainly that will include Crimea. The idea that Russia could lose its only warm water port, I think would be disastrous for Russia to give up. And I think they feel they have no need to give it up. Of course, the counterweight to this is NATO is building its biggest ever NATO base right on the Black Sea in Romania after what appeared to be a total coup of the Romanian government, annulling the first round election, indicting the populist candidate, Kenan Georgescu, who won that election, and then appearing to sabotage that entire election process through the courts, the same way the Brazil courts have been co-opted in that manner. But I think that NATO hopes that it can build up that military base in Romania, and it can fund this new European army that Germany and France are spearheading. I think they've already allocated billions of dollars to this new kind of European army concept, together with Mike, renewed.
I'm looking at the clock and I realize I only have you for 2 more minutes. Just zoom out. Can we zoom out for a little bit here and say the U.S. and Russia meeting a larger strategic agreement between the two of them, this hope that President Trump has spoken of pivoting Russia perhaps against China, breaking up the BRICS bloc. How much of a threat is this to the transatlantic access?
Well, it's an enormous one. Much of that transatlantic axis is now allied with China, and they don't want, I think, a Russia-China conflict. Obviously, Russia has been driven into China's arms because of all of this. The sanctions policy that the Obama administration led against Russian oil and gas in any trade between Europe and Russia since 2014, when the Obama State Department threw a hissy fit that Russia simply backed the faction of Ukraine that Obama isolated in a coup. But effectively, we blew up the Nord Stream pipeline, so Russia is now reconnecting all of its gas through the Power of Siberia 2 pipeline to China. So China is getting bargain basement discount prices on Russian gas that could have been cheap gas for Europeans. But the fact is there is a significant amount of benefit to an American-Russian partnership. In fact, even the Obama-Hillary Clinton folks knew this coming into 2014 when Obama campaigned in 2012 on saying that the 1980s called. They want their foreign policy back when Mitt Romney accused Obama of being soft on Russia. You had Hillary Clinton doing business with Russia through Uranium One.
It's going to be absolutely historic. Mike Benz, where can people follow you, brother?
Follow me on X at Mike Benz Cyber, also on YouTube and Rumble.
Make sure you're following him, folks. All eyes are on Russia. All eyes on Alaska. The Northern Summit approaches, and folks, the North remembers. It's all about ending the killing. That's how you connect the line between Russia, Ukraine, Alaska, and this new announcement for American cities. Right back, Jack Posobiec, Human Events, Real America's Voice.
Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys that be getting Pulitzers.
All right, Jack Posobiec, here we are back live, Human Events Daily, Washington, D.C. Folks, it's very simple. It's time to make cities great again. We talk about society and we talk about civilization. We talk about Western civilization. And there's an incredible amount of rural areas in the United States. I love them. I love small town America, but there's something about cities. The purpose of civilization is to create cities. Cities are an expression of your civilization. And I'm not talking about our cities as the way they are. I'm talking about our cities as the way they were. What is history if not the history of cities? Moscow, Rome, London, Washington, D.C. Today, Hollywood, Silicon Valley, Palo Alto, if you want the actual city name. Cities are the backbone of your economic powerhouses and your power bases for every country. New York City. Everyone knows this. This is how it works. And you need, of course, all of the other areas as well for your country to be able to run. But if your cities are in a state of collapse, if your cities are in a state of disarray, then your country is in disarray. And so I talked about a tactical retreat physically. When I say, we used to say get out of cities, I meant that in terms of the context was 2020, and the context was cities where George Soros DAs were running rampant, crime all over the streets, violence kicking off everywhere. And so I said, yeah, get out of the cities. However, it's now time for phase 2. And phase 2 is we take back our cities, make cities great again. I want to bring on now Kenny Cody, because Kenny wrote an op-ed this weekend all about this. And in fact, it presaged the announcement from President Trump this morning. Kenny, how are you?
I'm great, Jack. How are you doing, brother?
So tell us about this op-ed. Obviously, you were focusing on D.C. itself, but walk us through the mechanisms and the circumstances that led to this announcement earlier today.
Well, of course, the assaults of a federal official, Big Balls, as people know him as on social media and through mainstream media, getting assaulted. I think that's kind of what preempted this maneuver today and the announcement today of federal law enforcement taking over the D.C. police departments. But this is something that's been a long time coming. With the increasing violence that's been going on in our nation's capital, and remember, this is where all great American monuments, the example of American excellence existed in Washington, D.C. When foreign diplomats come here, when big business want to come here and invest within our states and our cities and throughout the rest of the country, they come to D.C. and they want to see American excellence. They want to see American tradition. And the erosion of the last 20 to 25 years from D.C. being a symbol of American greatness to now it being a city of lawlessness and crime and murder and assault. I mean, we've seen more federal staffers that have been assaulted and killed within the last few months, more than about any other time throughout American history, because of the lawlessness. It isn't a associated targeted attack oftentimes. It's just the amount of crime per square mile that D.C. deals with on a regular basis. And it's been existent more in the last 6 months than probably any other time over the last 4 years besides 2020. Trump saw this going on. Trump continues to see the lawlessness not only in D.C., but in cities like Detroit, Chicago, Los Angeles, Memphis, and other cities where violence is skyrocketing, and a precedent has to be set. This is how lawlessness is going to be eradicated. This is how lawlessness needs to be treated, and we need to make an example of Washington, D.C., make it a symbol of American greatness again. And if that's not going to happen, then these kind of maneuvers need to be done throughout America. There needs to be federal law enforcement, the National Guard, and other avenues used to establish law, safety, and sanity within our cities, because if Democratic leadership in these cities and progressive leadership in these cities continue to advocate for defunding the police and a lack of a priority of social justice over human life continues to happen, the same thing that's happening in D.C. today needs to be happening in our other cities tomorrow.
And look, you talk about Washington, D.C. And by the way, so President Trump has the ability to invoke the Home Rule Act for Washington, D.C. So, of course, he can go and directly federalize the Metropolitan Police Force, and in which completely legal, it's been on the books for 50 years. And then you go back even to the Constitution itself. Washington, D.C. has always been a federal district. However, when you talk about the federal government's ability to fight crime in other big cities, people say, oh, you can't do this. Excuse me. Presidents from Lincoln to Eisenhower to Nixon to Johnson all understood that the federal government has a role when crime gets out of control. When crime, that should be your bumper sticker. When crime gets out of control, the federal government has a role. We have laws from the Insurrection Act to the Organized Crime Control Act, law after law after law that are currently on the books, national emergency laws that the president has at his disposal, as well, by the way, as his ability to come in and say, if a city does not comply with these requirements, a series of new requirements, for example, then you can cut off all federal funding to that city. So there's so many ways that the president can do this. And I say this as someone who, grew up in the Philadelphia area, not far from Baltimore, not far from New York. And I've seen how these once great cities have descended into absolute abject chaos. Washington, D.C. as well. This entire, and you can name the city and they're all in the same situation. St. Louis, Birmingham, Chicago, Detroit, etc. It's a joke. It's a national crisis, and it absolutely has to be dealt with.
Well, 100%. And I mean, look at New York City. The new mayor, well, not the new mayor yet, unfortunately, but Zohran Mamdani is literally advocating on defunding the police. He can go back and say, well, I didn't mean that this way. I've changed since then, whatever. But the current progressive leadership in these cities is exactly what's eroding American society. It's eroding America's once great city basis. We have got to set a precedent. And hopefully the success from this, because I know for a fact because the D.C. Police Union came out today and said, I'm glad this is happening because of the lack of leadership that this city has within its own boundaries. Now, when you have police unions coming out and saying that, I don't want to hear anything about fascism or anything else about the federal takeover when the D.C. Police Union is literally saying, please come help us, our own leadership cannot. And that's the same thing that needs to happen in other cities. There is a lack of leadership because of that priority of social justice over human life. Now they're advocating. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, and to that point, Kenny, I want to play SOT 1 right now, guys.
Fight back until you knock the hell out of them, because it's the only language they understand. But they fought back against law enforcement last night, and they're not going to be fighting back long, because I've instructed them and told them whatever happens, they love to spit in the face of the police as the police are standing up there in uniform. They're standing and they're screaming at them an inch away from their face, and then they start spitting in their face. And I said, you tell them, you spit and we hit, and they can hit real hard. It's a disgusting thing. I've watched that for years, for 3-4 years. I've watched them. The police are standing, and they're told, don't do anything under any such, and you can see they want to get at it. And they're standing there, and people are spitting in their face, and they're not allowed to do anything. But now they are allowed to do whatever the hell they want.
I love it. You spit, we hit. When the looting starts, the shooting starts. That's how crime gets out of control. So the police have to get in. The police have to get in before that takes place. Kenny, this is something, man, and I remember, looking back in history, Frank Rizzo, the great Frank Rizzo of Washington, of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, his spirit is now looking down on Washington, D.C. You got to crack down on these thugs.
Oh, without a doubt. And that's the entire point. It's just like what we just said, Trump says that the police have been disenfranchised for so long, and they have been. I mean, these progressive cities literally put the police departments on the lowest spectrum of priority, the lowest spectrum of respect as they can establish. And when that happens, citizens don't respect their police departments anymore. Like in Los Angeles, when petty crimes are being allowed to walk freely, like you're allowed to go and rob a convenience store without any sort of penalty because it's the same as a traffic violation. I mean, those are the kinds of policies that progressive cities and progressive governance is making police departments not be respected at all. Like they are thought of so low on the totem pole, like they're from England with just such a low priority. They're not respected. They're such on the low end of the term, like they're traffic cops or something, and they need to be respected. The spit and get hit priority and the spit and get hit statement is so important there, because that's exactly the kind of backlash.
There's a new sheriff in town, folks, and his name is President Donald John Trump. Right back, Jack Posobiec, Kenny Cody, Human Events, Real America's Daily.
Going to be removing homeless encampments from all over our parks, our beautiful, beautiful parks, which now a lot of people can't walk on. They're very dirty, we got a lot of problems. But we've already started that. We're moving the encampments away, trying to take care of people. Some of those people, we don't know how they even got there. Some of those people are from different countries, different parts of the world. Nobody knows who they are. They have no idea, but they're there. We're getting rid of the people from underpasses and public spaces from all over the city. There are many places that they can go, and we're going to help them as much as you can help. But they'll not be allowed to turn our capital into a wasteland for the world to see. The murder rate in Washington today is higher than that of Bogota, Colombia, Mexico City, some of the places that you hear about as being the worst places on earth, much higher. This is much higher. The number of car thefts has doubled over the past 5 years, and the number of carjackings has more than tripled. Our capital city has been overtaken by violent gangs and bloodthirsty criminals, roving mobs of wild youth, drugged-out maniacs and homeless people. And we're not going to let it happen anymore. We're not going to take it.
Oh man, I almost want, guys, I never do this. We have to do it. I'm sorry, guys. We have to do it. Play that last shot of Trump again. You got to play that last clip again. It was just so good.
The murder rate in Washington today is higher than that of Bogota, Colombia, Mexico City, some of the places that you hear about as being the worst places on earth. Much higher. This is much higher. The number of car thefts has doubled over the past 5 years, and the number of carjackings has more than tripled. Our capital city has been overtaken by violent gangs and bloodthirsty criminals, roving mobs of wild youth, drugged-out maniacs and homeless people. And we're not going to let it happen anymore. We're not going to take it.
You can hear it in his voice there. The drugged-out maniacs, the homeless people. That's President Trump focusing on the main quest. The main quest is very simple. It's really simple. It's 4 little words. Make America great again. We are positively taking steps to make America great again by removing the illegals from this country and cleaning up our cities. We are going to fix the home front. Cities are the beating heart of our culture. Cities are where ideas collide. Cities are where commerce and community and innovation and societies write their legacies. That is the point of cities. What do we have now? We have decadence, degradation. You look like the Weimar Republic out there, Weimerica. No. America deserves better. Our kids deserve better. I don't want to have to be smelling weed anytime I take my kids anywhere in a city or a national park. It's all got to be done. Kenny Cody, I want to get Kenny back in here because, Kenny, the MAGA movement was born on a golden escalator on Fifth Avenue 10 years ago. President Trump, of course, he is Mr. New York. He worked with Rudy Giuliani to clean up New York City. And you can tell this, and that's why I played the clip twice. This one is personal to him.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is. I think when somebody has worked in real estate and worked in cleaning up New York City for most of his life, I think he has lived in D.C. long enough now in his second term to see something has to change. And he's taken over control of a federal district and its police force to clean up our streets. He's cleaning up America by deporting illegal immigrants and giving jobs back to Americans. And when companies, when foreign diplomats, when a lot of other people come into this country and go to D.C. and they look and see the homeless, they look and see crime, they have to be scared for their lives, and they travel in Ubers and taxis throughout the city. If they want to go and see a monument, they have to go at a specific hour. That shouldn't be how things work anymore. And it shouldn't be how things work in any single metropolitan city in the United States. In Chicago, LA, Memphis, or any other city that has history, should be an example of American greatness. We should not have to look over our shoulder to make sure we're not going to get mugged.
Don't bury the lead, brother. Don't bury the lead. Memphis, Tennessee. Tell me a little bit about Memphis, Tennessee, about what sort of the public view of Memphis is and how it actually is right now.
I mean, I think the public view of Memphis is it was once the city of Elvis Presley. It was once the city of Graceland. It was once the city where country music and jazz musicians went to thrive and where it was born. But now it is a city full of gun crime, progressive leadership that has a higher murder rate than about any other city in America. And that's exactly what has happened in the city of Memphis, is exactly what's happened in so many other metropolitan areas in the United States. And I think that's if you took Memphis out of Tennessee and you took Memphis, we would be one of the highest ranked states in terms of gun death, in terms of violent crime. We'd be one of the safest states in the country because of its leadership and the gun violence that happens there solely because of the progressive leadership. They have some of the highest gun restrictions city-wise that there is in the country. But because Tennessee has cities that succeed like Nashville, like Knoxville, like Chattanooga, that doesn't have high crime rates at all, but because we have Memphis, we're ranked among the highest in terms of crime statistics because of one city. But that's exactly what has happened in every city in America. American greatness, Tennessee greatness, state by state greatness is being cast to the side because of progressive leadership and Marxist priority of social justice over actually protecting human life and American greatness on the home front, like you just said. And if things like this,
I feel the same way.
Clean up are prioritized.
I feel the same way coming from the Philadelphia area. You know, every 4th of July, people will play, you know, videos or, you know, old John Adams miniseries clips from, you know, the signing of the Declaration of Independence. And that's sort of like the Philadelphia, or even if you watch Rocky, you kind of have this vision of Philadelphia. But then you go and look at Philly on like the actual 4th of July weekend, and it's shootings, it's drive-bys, it's a dump. Philadelphia has become an absolute dump. It's a place where I certainly don't spend a lot of time with my kids. I've taken them in and I'm taking them out right away because that's how it's become. And I don't want it to be like that. And I'm telling you, man, I just got back from Poland. I just got back from Warsaw, which is a huge city. And you know what's great about that is they don't take it at 1.8 million. All right. About 2 million people who live in Warsaw. That is a world city by any standard. Certainly by Western standards, by Chinese standards, it's nowhere near that large. I think Shanghai is like 25 million. It's completely insane. But by the way, even Shanghai, as big as it is, and even Tokyo, it's like 30 million, as big as they are, guess what? They don't have the crime problems. And why don't they have the crime problems? It's because they enforce the law. Last minute to you, Kenny Cody.
Man, that's something that needs to be prioritized. In making America great again, it's about image. It's about saving the American people, giving them those opportunities that were not there before. And the first thing comes in deporting illegal immigrants and imprisoning criminals that are trashing our cities, that are killing our people, that are taking opportunity away from hardworking Americans. And President Trump is doing that and setting that precedent today by federalizing D.C. And it needs to happen to set the precedent for the rest of the country.
Yeah, by the way, so I just pulled it up. So Warsaw is bigger than Philadelphia, bigger than Phoenix. It would be the 5th largest city in the United States if it was over here. And yet less than one murder, one homicide per 100,000. That's the murder rate in Warsaw, 60 times lower than that of Washington, D.C. Kenny Cody, where can people go to follow you and track this new op-ed that you just put out?
It's pinned on my Twitter profile at KDCodyTN. You can follow me on Truth Social at the same username and find all my articles archived at humanevents.com.
Folks, President Trump, and you could hear from his voice up there at the podium today in the White House. Main quest, stay main quest. We are fixing the homeland. You fix the cities, you fix the homeland, you get the illegals out, you get the criminals out, you get the drugs out, and you clean the place up. You make Fortress America to literally be that shining city on the hill. And you know something? The city needs a little bit of work. So President Trump, thank you for your work to make cities great again. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission to lay ashore.
America's Voice Live.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gurley.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is, by definition, a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
Rav's own Ben Berquam.
Right up over this hill, the Yellow Cartel. I see him.
Live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Does feel good, doesn't it?
America's Voice Live starts now.
Welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gurley. Today is Monday, the 11th of August. Let's get to the day's top stories. As always, thank you for spending time with us here on RAV. We truly appreciate your patronage every day. The issue of crime and homelessness in our nation's capital has been an issue for quite some time. Earlier today, President Trump announced his plans to reestablish law and order by deploying the National Guard and taking control of the D.C. police by federal edict. I'll give you more details on that coming up also. I'll bring on a whistleblower from Project Veritas to give us some inside details on how the raid at Mar-a-Lago was an orchestrated event that was meant to undermine Donald Trump and to undermine America as a whole. More on that today. And then later, Mexican authorities recently carried out what is possibly the largest drug seizure in history. 2.7 tons of narcotics seized before coming to the U.S. to a party near you. I'll give you all the details and updates today, but first I'd like to circle back to the federalization of our nation's capital. Earlier today, President Trump held a press conference where he announced his plan to handle the crime and homelessness in Washington, D.C. The president said that he is deploying the National Guard, as well as invoking an act that would give him control of the D.C. Police Department. Listen to this.
I'm announcing a historic action to rescue our nation's capital from crime, bloodshed, bedlam, and squalor, and worse. This is Liberation Day in D.C., and we're going to take our capital back. We're taking it back. Under the authorities vested in me as the President of the United States, I'm officially invoking Section 740 of the District of Columbia Home Rule Act. You know what that is? And placing the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department under direct federal control, and you'll be meeting the people that will be directly involved with that. Very good people, but they're tough, and they know what's happening, and they've done it before. In addition, I'm deploying the National Guard to help reestablish law, order, and public safety in Washington, D.C., and they're going to be allowed to do their job properly.
That's right. President Trump cleaning up America in order to have a better and stronger reflection on the world and ensuring that other countries respect us. And there was more. Listen.
It's a very, very strong reflection of our country. And when they see a bad city, you know, my father always used to tell me, I had a wonderful father, very smart, and he used to say, son, when you walk into a restaurant and you see a dirty front door, don't go in, because if the front door is dirty, the kitchen's dirty also. Same thing with the Capitol. If our capital's dirty, our whole country is dirty, and they don't respect us.
And I can see that Washington, D.C. is, in effect, the front door to the United States of America. President Trump making great strides for peace, both domestically and worldwide as well. Yeah, coming up on Friday, there's a meeting set to take place between President Trump and Russian dictator Vladimir Putin, where the two will be continuing the conversation on how to end the ongoing war in Ukraine. This is also cleaning up the world. The war is costing 5,000 people their lives on a weekly basis on average, more than 20,000 a month. And despite several attempts at forging peace, President Trump has not been able to deliver, at least not yet. However, the president has made it clear, not by words but by actions, that his administration will travel to the four corners of the earth to get people to lay down their arms and come to the table of peace. So, say whatever you want about President Trump. He's a bully. He writes mean tweets. Or the left's favorite, he's Hitler. He's a Nazi. But the facts speak for themselves. Unlike the Nazis, he's setting the world on a path to peace, not global conflict. In just 7 months, He has brokered peace deals that have reshaped the world, brought stability to regions torn apart by decades of conflict, and laid the foundation for prosperity that will echo for generations. I'll be the umpteenth person to say this, but he deserves the Nobel Peace Prize, even if you now think it's just a left-wing virtue signal at this point, and maybe it is. We'll get back to that. First, let's talk about what global stability really means. A peaceful world isn't just a nice idea. It's the bedrock of sustainable growth. When nations aren't at each other's throats, they can trade, innovate, and thrive. Businesses flourish, families prosper, and hope replaces fear. President Trump gets this. He's not chasing headlines or photo ops. He's chasing results. He is transactional, and that's okay. Boy, has he delivered. In 7 months, he's notched up a string of peace deals that would make any diplomat green with envy. Let's run through them, because this is a resume of peace like no other we've ever seen. The latest deal happening Friday, when after almost 40 years of war, Armenia and Azerbaijan signed a peace deal at the White House, the latest victory for peace in just 200 days of Donald Trump's second term. It's a truly remarkable accomplishment, one that would earn almost anyone the Nobel Peace Prize. But of course, that would mean that politics, backroom politics, would need to be set aside for an honest evaluation. Here's a portion of that agreement signing. Watch for yourself.
States, the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, and the Prime Minister of the Republic of Armenia will now sign the joint declaration on the outcomes of the Trump Route for International Peace and Prosperity Summit.
That's really
They will
beautiful.
sign 3 copies in English. The President of the United States signs as a witness to the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan and the Prime Minister of the Republic of Armenia, affirming their path to peace, stability, and prosperity. We kindly ask that all guests remain seated for the signing of the documents.
Now, not only did they end decades of hostility, but they also created the Trump Route for International Peace and Prosperity. It's a trade route, a transit corridor through Armenia connecting Azerbaijan to its Nakhchivan enclave. You see, this isn't just a ceasefire, friends. It's a roadmap for economic cooperation, with the United States leading the charge to develop infrastructure, energy, and trade. Then there's Cambodia and Thailand. Border clashes had these Southeast Asian neighbors on edge, threatening regional instability. Trump stepped in and, with his unmatched deal-making skills, brokered a ceasefire that stopped the fighting cold. Cambodia's Deputy Prime Minister, Sun Chanthol, so impressed, he announced his country's plan to nominate Trump for the Nobel Prize. That's another nation in his corner, recognizing the man who turned conflict into cooperation. One of the other significant interventions by the president, of course, negotiating an end to the war between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo. They had been at war for 30 years. These are consequential accomplishments that should be applauded, and they are here. But they're dismissed by the legacy media and largely ignored at places like the New York Times, Washington Post, and elsewhere, including MSNBC and CNN. That's truly sad. It is, and it's an embarrassment. Those folks call themselves journalists. You would think that by stopping wars all over the planet, President Trump would be celebrated. But too many just ignore these accomplishments, huge accomplishments. And by the way, there are more you probably haven't even heard of. Did you know the White House intervened to stop fighting between Serbia and Kosovo and stopped an escalation in the violence there? How about Egypt and Ethiopia? You probably never even heard about those deals being put together. And you know why? They aren't sexy enough to lead NBC Nightly News. Now when they can try to smear the president with something about his friendship with Jeffrey Epstein, a long-dead pedophile who, by the way, never stopped any wars, but probably could have with the pictures he had in his possession. But there's a lot more work to be done. Other wars to be stopped. President Trump's push to end wars also includes the ongoing crisis in Gaza, says J.D. Vance. Here he is from yesterday.
Fundamentally, what we're trying to accomplish for America's perspective is, number one, we want to make this so that Hamas cannot kill innocent people, Israelis, Americans, or anybody else. Number two, we want the hostages to come home. And number three, the president's been very clear that you do have a humanitarian crisis there, where you have a lot of innocent people who are really struggling, and we want to make sure that the people of Gaza are able to get food, able to get medicine, and so forth. And so we're trying to accomplish all three of those things. And what the president has said is he wants to be, again, the president of peace. He is encouraging through every diplomatic method possible a rapid end to the conflict. The hostages get to come home. The people of Gaza get a free flow of humanitarian aid. That's what we're working towards, and we're going to keep on working with our allies in the region to make that happen.
To make that happen. And for those in Europe that are honest and willing to look critically at what this White House has done, they can see quite clearly that President Trump is setting the tone for a world at peace. That is, if he can now get Russia and Ukraine to find terms they can accept and stop the slow grinding war machine. NATO Secretary Mark Rutte said Trump's leadership on stopping the war in Ukraine has been critical to the success so far and the opportunity that is at hand. Here he is.
I think it is very good that President Trump will test him, and we'll see how far he can get on Friday, starting this process. He basically broke the deadlock, President Trump, in February, starting the dialogue with Putin. I think that was crucial. We had a great NATO summit under his leadership, committing to 5% defense spending, so that is a clear signal to our main threat, which is Russia, that we are serious. And then he opened the floodgates 3 weeks ago of American lethal weapons to be delivered into Ukraine, coordinated by NATO, and of course the secondary sanctions. He started them with putting them on India, which is one of the biggest buyers of Russian oil and gas.
And so much more to cover on this topic, but we're going to take a detour to Washington, D.C. And the reason for that is because right now we have the city police officers and the Mayor Muriel Bowser responding now to Donald Trump's move to take over and federalize the D.C. Police Department and clean up that city. Let's dip in and listen.
Regarding the efforts around the city for how we will allocate resources. What I will say is this: our relationship with our federal partners is not new. We do this on a daily basis. We are very, very, very much in tune to having federal law enforcement officers working with us on our capital area regional task force. Our federal partners work with us, especially on some of our warrant executions. They work very, very closely with us with our Violent Crime Suppression Division. And it is my intent and my police department's intent to continue those efforts. What you will see is an enhanced presence. The second thing that's really important to me, and I'm speaking directly to our community, is that we have a relationship with our community that is very important to us, our community members. And so having our Metropolitan Police Department working alongside of our federal partners who have come into the city to really help us assess and deal with the crime, that some of the crime spikes that we have, we will work alongside them, but intentionally, we want to make sure that our community understands that we are there. We're going to be boots on the ground. If you see something, again, say something. We value those relationships. Our community members, and I want to say thank you for all the work that you've done with the Metropolitan Police Department up to this point. Those relationships are very, very important to us, and we want to continue to build upon that and continue to enhance that. I'll turn it back over to Mayor Bowser now.
Okay, we'll take a few questions, and I'm joined by members of my public safety team, including Deputy Mayor Appiah and Chief John Donnelly. Yes, please identify yourself.
Mayor Bowser, Campbell Robertson with New York Times. Do you think this was inevitable, or do you think there are things that the city could have done or the city council to prevent the mistake from coming?
This is I don't know. I can't answer that question, and I think that's a question that you're familiar with the rhetoric about the city and how long it goes back. And we also know that we're not experiencing a spike in crime, but a decrease in crime. Yep.
Mayor Tom Sherwood, WAM's Radio. You and the chief are talking about partnerships, the federal partners who are coming in. The president is talking about a takeover of the city's police department. where does the chief fit in with Terry Cole, who's the new federal commissioner of the D.C. Police Department?
Nothing about our organizational chart has changed, and nothing in the executive order would indicate otherwise. So the chief of police reports through the deputy mayor to the mayor of the District of Columbia, and the two people I think that were identified in the presser report to Attorney General Bondi. The executive order makes clear that all requests for MPD services, the president delegates to Attorney General Bondi.
So Terry Cole?
I don't recall the names. Yes.
The Metropolitan Police Department? Where does he fit in that?
That's a question for the Attorney General, I think. Yep.
Mayor, to what extent are you planning to cooperate in this new framework, or is the city planning anything to prevent this from happening, including any legal efforts?
Well, I think all legal, I think you probably saw the Attorney General for the district, Brian Schwab's statement about reviewing all legal matters, and I think those matters are under review. The plain language, however, of the Home Rule Charter indicates that there is a declared emergency. It allows the president, it authorizes the president to make those requests. And it says the mayor shall comply with those requests. So, yeah.
With DC News now, are there any concerns that, with this rhetoric, that we have MPD, the National Guard, possible other law enforcement agencies on the ground, that there will be confusion about who's in charge, who these officers answer to, and how people should respond if approached by any of these people?
Well, we should note, and we have been advised, and we will continue to make this clear that this is needed in our city, that all law enforcement be identifiable by a uniform, a badge, a jacket, so that people know that they are law enforcement. And the chief, in her coordination with the kind of the command on the federal side, will make clear kind of how the protocols for response. And if there's any additional information we need to get out to the public, we will. But the main point is this: everybody should follow the law, the police and the community. And that's the case now. It was the case last week, and it was the case the week before that. So nothing has changed about that. Yep.
USA, would you be able to respond to a statement that came out from the D.C. Police Union? They've come out saying that they stand with the president and that they have also said that crime is spiraling out of control. They're also calling for the president to go even further and repeal some of the legislation that D.C. Council passed.
I'm afraid I haven't seen that statement yet, so I don't want to comment on it. We have, worked very closely with the D.C. Police Union. Some issues they've advanced, I've totally agreed with. Others I haven't. One thing that we are squarely supportive of is making sure that our department can recruit more officers and get to a number that I think we need. We've worked cooperatively with them on recruitment and retention activities, on some other changes to the law that were very objectionable to the union and our members, and we will continue to do that. Yeah.
Peace and blessings, man. So, in what way, if any, does this change your strategy in terms of your relationship with the president? You've been pretty cooperative, pretty diplomatic, but he's saying one thing about crime, you're stating facts, and he's still infringing on your role as mayor. So, as far as your relationship and your strategy, are you what do you intend to do as far as, engaging with them?
Well, we engage with all officials that impact the district, and that includes the president. So I don't expect that would change from our part.
But as far as, if I may follow up.
Sure.
Are you going to go what some might consider a bit harder in pushing back against what he's trying to do? Will your tenor change or intensify?
My tenor will be appropriate for what I think is important for the district. And what's important for the district is that we can take care of our citizens. And if people are concerned about a president's ability to have the MPD police department be responsive to the Department of Justice, the time to address that is when we're talking about statehood for DC. If people are concerned about the president being able to move the National Guard into our city, the time to do that would have been when the Congress had a bill that it could have given control of the DC National Guard to DC. So there are things that when a city is not a state and not fully autonomous and doesn't have senators, that the federal government can do. Yeah.
From the Boston Globe.
Yeah.
Just to follow on his question, you at times in President Trump's first term were more complicated.
And there's the mayor of D.C. once again calling for statehood. There's certain things that can't be done. Calling for statehood. That was the takeaway from that last comment right there. Look. I'm going to tell you something here, and then after the break, I'm going to bring in my good friend, Lieutenant Colonel Alan West. In 2023, Washington, D.C., ranked among the very highest in the United States for violent crime, particularly homicides. In fact, they were tied with Detroit to be in third place behind New Orleans and St. Louis. The violent crime rate was incredibly high and placed D.C. in the top 10 for violent crimes. This is 2023, 18 months ago. They claim now that D.C. is the 50th most violent city in America. Just the most remarkable turn of events and turnaround. No, I don't believe it. No, I don't think there's been some remarkable drop of violent crime. What I believe is most likely is there's been a failure to report violent crimes. We've seen Uber drivers murdered in the streets, Jewish people murdered in the streets. Do I think D.C. is suddenly this remarkably safe place? No, I'm sorry, I do not. We'll talk to Lieutenant Colonel Alan West. As I mentioned earlier, crime and homelessness running rampant there. Donald Trump's taking over for a reason. We'll have that next on America's Voice Live. So I'm reading through the reported crime trends of Washington, D.C. 2023 through halfway through this year of 2025. In 2023, Washington was rated as the third most violent, maybe the fourth most violent city in America, depending on who you looked at, behind St. Louis and New Orleans. That's it. Murder, assault, and all of the above. D.C. had 274 homicides in 2023, a rate of 38.9, 39 per 100,000, a remarkable deal. Violent crime was at 10.47, also among the very highest in the United States, driven by a spike in homicides, up 39% from 2022. But all of a sudden they say in 2025, miraculously, D.C. ranks 50th for violent crime. It's just a miracle. It's just a miracle. Joining me now, Lieutenant Colonel Alan West. The only miracle here, Colonel, would be fudging the numbers. There's no way I believe that they've fallen from 3rd to 50th in less than 18 months' time. I'm sorry, that's BS. And what Donald Trump is doing is the right thing. I spent a lot of time in D.C. I'll be back there next week. There's a fair amount of crime. Look, we see Uber drivers get murdered by teenagers. We see Jewish folks get gunned down for being Jewish outside, gatherings. We see all sorts of violence in the streets. We saw the Doge kid just get pummeled, almost beaten to death, and it goes on and on and on. The idea that somehow D.C. has fallen from 3rd to 50th, and I'm sorry. Color me a skeptic today, sir. Nice to see you. Your thoughts?
It's good to be with you. I'm right there with you as a skeptic. If I'm correct, D.C. has already had 100 homicides in this year, so they're on path to definitely make it to 200 again. So I find it hard to believe that they would be the 50th most violent city. And I go up to D.C. quite often as well, and I have known some women who have gone up there on Capitol Hill lobbying time, and they've been followed back into their hotel rooms, not hotel rooms, but into their hotel lobbies by homeless individuals. This is a failure of leadership. When you looked at Muriel Bowser and you looked at, the D.C. City Council up there, they are passing laws that are enabling criminals to have the advantage over legal law-abiding citizens. And when you talk about everything dropping as far as crime, that does not appear to be the case when you talk to a victim of the crime. And I found it very interesting that you had the police chief in that briefing talk about spikes in their crime, but yet you had Muriel Bowser come back and say there have not been any spikes. So obviously she and the police chief are not on the same sheet of music.
They're certainly not. Now, we're about 7.5 months into the year. They've had 100 homicides in D.C. They had 190 in 2024. They did have a worse year in 23, but I'm going to come back to the fact that I believe they're cooking the books because you're on par to have 190 homicides again this year. That doesn't drop you anywhere out of the top 10. Keeps you right in the top 10. Look, I agree with Donald Trump on this. Look, Washington, D.C. should be a postcard for America. Mm-hmm. It should be not just the monuments and the museums and the historical places and the Capitol and the White House. You shouldn't have homeless people camped on the streets, which I've seen there every time I'm there. You shouldn't have prostitutes walking down the street 2 blocks from the Capitol and the White House, which I've seen there. Clean up your act, and I'm okay with this. Clean it up. Give the homeless people a chance to find a way to get on their feet elsewhere and take the criminals and put them where they belong, which is where? In jail. I think America will agree with this.
No, America will be fine with that, as well as the people that are visiting our nation's capital will be fine with that. They don't want to come to our nation's capital and worry about being the victim of some violent crime. And again, when you look at some of the policies, the laws that have been passed by this city council, these young teenagers that are going out carjacking and things of this nature, they need to be treated like the criminals that they are. They should not be allowed to, be able to go right back out onto the streets. This whole thing about no cash bail, that needs to be revoked. But when you look, Steve, this is the consistency of the issue. When you look at all of these major cities across the United States of America, they're controlled by the leftists, the progressive socialists, what have you. New York City is going to fall into that trap also once they elect Zohran Mamdani. We need to take a lesson. People need to start understanding it's about the leadership. It's about the people that you are electing to be in charge of your major, large urban population centers.
That's right. So I think America will be pleased to clean up the capital city. I think that D.C. has often, in fact, almost my entire life, Colonel, has been in the top 5 for violent crime and homicide and drug dealing, and the list goes on. Top 5. It's about time we cleaned up our act. I don't think anybody should be satisfied with it being top 5. I'll let you get the last word here.
Well, the last word is Marion Barry. Too simple name. I think if everybody remembers, if you have a mayor that is out there doing drugs and hanging out with prostitutes, what the heck do you think you're going to get? I had to do it. I had to go there, just like you went there about J.D. Pritzker being kind of large last week.
Well, he is. He's not kind of large. He's immense. Anyhow, I greatly appreciate it. Marion Barry. And by the way, they reelected him after all that, which is just, there you go, a little American history. Colonel, God bless you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. God be with you. We're truth tellers, Steve.
Yeah, absolutely, my friend. Do enjoy him. All right, the continued divide between Trump and the Federal Reserve, is it putting us behind the curve again? Can the Fed take the right action at the right time, or are we going to be looking at a potential economic slowdown? And what would that mean for you and your family and your savings? Consider diversifying with gold through Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold's been viewed as a safe haven in times of economic stagnation, global uncertainty, and, of course, high inflation. Birch Gold makes it incredibly easy for you to diversify some of your savings into gold. If you have an IRA or old 401k, you can convert that into a tax-sheltered IRA and physical gold, or just buy some gold to keep in your safe. That's always a good idea. First, get educated. Birch Gold will send you a free information kit on gold. Text America to the number 989898. Again, that's Text America, 989898. Consider diversifying a portion of your savings into gold. That way, if the Fed can't stay ahead of the curve for the country, at least you can stay ahead of the curve for yourself. Good idea. Up after the break, I'll talk about the raid on President Trump's Mar-a-Lago home and how the details around this event might have been orchestrated by those close to the previous president. More on that after the break. flash. One of the most shocking heel turns in regard to President Trump's circle had to do with the sudden shift from former Attorney General Bill Barr. We all remember the raid on Mar-a-Lago and how it was reported that President Trump had carelessly left classified documents scattered around his property, and Barr was at the center of it, being the first to come out and defend the raid. While most of President Trump's base knew something was fishy about the raid, it was Project Veritas who broke the story and provided much-needed background on how the raid on Mar-a-Lago was orchestrated and an event meant to undermine a political comeback from then upcoming presidential candidate President Trump. And now part 3 of this report has been teased and is expected to drop in just a little while. Joining me now to discuss, investigative journalist and whistleblower for Project Veritas, Patricia Lalise. Patricia, good to have you here. All right. It's very telling. Give me the 30,000-foot view. What is your belief? What was the true purpose behind the raid on Mar-a-Lago? A lot of speculation there. Some think that maybe they were trying to find evidence of Crossfire Hurricane that got away from them. They wanted to get rid of that. They wanted to undermine President Trump, certainly. But what is your belief? What was the true motivating factor here?
Well, my believing based when what I saw, it is political motivation. They're trying to find something against Trump, and that's what I heard from Bill Barr and from another people. So I don't believe it was an honest thing.
So, bring Bill Barr into this conversation. He was the Attorney General. He left after January the 6th, just before Trump completed his first term. He turned tail, or it was at the end of December. And late in his administration, Bill Barr left, is the point. And there were questions raised. Who was Bill Barr really working for? Donald Trump, himself, somebody else? Your thoughts?
Well, I would like to be careful about what I say here about this, because I'm working with Project Veritas for a few months now, and they definitely release at some point who is Bill Barr is working with, but I can guarantee he never worked in the behalf of American people.
Working for himself, working for others. I mean, we're seeing this all unfold now, obviously. We've seen the dots are being connected. Hillary Clinton bought the Steele dossier. Fusion GPS, yes, along with Christopher Steele, built this whole idea. Barack Obama was briefed on it July 2016. They knew what was going on. They decided to ignore it. They just expected Hillary to win. But when she didn't, they decided to rededicate, to repurpose that entire narrative, that fairy tale. And on the 9th of December, 2016, crafted a plan to go after the president that included everything that happened between that day and the raid on Mar-a-Lago. Now, in the end, Mar-a-Lago didn't prove to be anything significant, yes, except a stain on America, right?
Yeah, it's more about like shame someone, you know, like have your house raised. It's not nice. So, of course, was like all the news and everything they can build against him was like more a reputation attack.
So was that it? Just to smear his reputation? I mean, they did that every step of the way. The raid on Mar-a-Lago, though, I mean, those that Chicken Noodle News and MSNBC and the rest, you know, reported breathlessly on it day after day, week after week. Oh, the raid on Mar-a-Lago. Yeah. It was another big nothing, right?
It was nothing. I think, like, Bill Barr, he's always planning and make sure Trump won't win again. Because he don't want a Trump win, and he worked with people who doesn't have the same interesting of Trump winning. So they worked together to build all this against him because they thought will be a good shot.
Yeah. You know, it's weird to me, Patricia, sitting here thinking about this. If memory serves, just before the 2024 election, Bill Barr was on the record saying he would vote for Donald Trump because he had no alternative. So here's a guy that worked against Donald, at least he said it in public, whether it was true or not, I couldn't tell you. Worked against Donald Trump, it seems, behind the scenes potentially, made the comments about the raid being proper out in public, and then said he would vote for Donald Trump because he had no alternative. Does Bill Barr have a moral compass?
No. Bill Barr is just interested in how much money he's making and about the power he's holding. He's not a person who has like any kind of real or honest interesting. He's just there for the money and the work and the power.
Money and power. Sounds like a common problem in the city of Washington, D.C.
Is that what it is? A common problem, D.C.
Yeah. So tell us, Patricia, where can we see the next drop, part 3 of your ongoing series? I told you just before we came on, I've been watching this, been following this. You're doing good work. When's the next part drop?
This week, for sure.
We got a time on that? No, just this week. That's right.
Just this week. I don't have a time. Sorry.
That's fine. Do they just follow you on Project Veritas on the social media platforms?
Yes. So everyone who want to follow that amazing story, I think, it's not nice, but it's necessary to expose. Please go to Project Veritas and follow them. They are doing like amazing work. They're working this case for at least 5 months right now. So it's a lot of things, and a lot of things will come up.
All right. Well, we appreciate you coming in and sharing some of your thoughts. We'll keep an eye on all of it. I think that, and I said this just a couple of weeks ago, I think there are 2 people that should certainly lawyer up. Bill Barr is one of them. Merrick Garland's another one, both former attorney generals that have some real problems here with everything that's coming out. Patricia, thank you for being here.
Let's see if they go to do something. But thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll talk again. After the break, Mexican authorities carried out what is possibly the largest drug raid and seizure in history. 2.7 tons of narcotics taken before entering the U.S. Details straight ahead. We've been following the story of these narcotics being seized before they came into the United States. President Trump's efforts to seal the border seeing great success. Border crossings dropping by a wide margin. The 6 months President Trump has been in office for the second time. Another factor in this equation has to do with stopping drugs from coming into the country as well. And just recently, the Mexican National Guard intercepted a tractor trailer containing over 2.7 tons of narcotics, canine dogs, X-ray units, Mexican National Guard, 222 bags of cocaine, 122 containers of methamphetamines with other substances not yet identified, but probably fentanyl, you know. The enhancement of national security and stricter measures when it comes to cracking down on narcotics comes amidst the tariff rates imposed by President Trump as well, making it so that even the Mexican authorities collaborate with President Trump's efforts. Join me now to discuss is RAV's border correspondent Oscar El Blue Ramirez. Oscar, nice to see you. This is no small confiscation. This is massive, isn't it?
Yes, it's the most historic one that it has been done, possibly in 16 years or 20 years in the state of Baja California. See behind me, you will see actually where it was the entrance to the Mexican customs, where because of the Trump tariff, because of the threat of a tariff of Trump into the Mexican, Mexican government and the Mexican current administration, they have been pressured more to do more meticulous inspections. And also they had put National Guard officials before arriving to the United States Customs, X-ray machines, and also canine dogs. That was the particular meticulous inspection that stopped this tractor trailer from entering the United States of America with 2.7 tons of narcotics, Steve, trying to enter into the United States. What was prevented by Mexican National Guardsmen. And this, just to add, Steve, this avenue, it is a hot zone. Not too far away from here, there's two houses that have been recently discovered that they are narco tunnel houses, that they have been completely sealed and completely closed in collaboration with American authorities and the Mexican authorities, Steve.
All right, so I had been reading that you were going to go into to look at some tunnels that the cartels have been involved with, big tunnels. You and Ben Berquam, you know, your partner in crime in some of this, and two of the guys that have put yourselves right on the front line time and time again. But something that's been called off. What happened? I thought you were going to have access to see some of these tunnels. It's a big story. We've seen them before, but apparently this was pretty elaborate. What happened? What changed?
Well, it's the situation with the authorities that you're trying to let us in to see if we can get access into one of them. The most recently that it was discovered not too far away from this particular location, and it was connected underneath to our warehouse in Otay Mesa. It was found particularly first by American authorities. They sounded the whistle to the Mexican authorities for them later on to be sealed at halfway into the tunnels, into a tunnel house. That it was where it was discovered on this side. So we're trying to get that access. It's just difficult to get the access with the Mexican authorities. You have to be just consistent in asking them if they're going to give you access. They already told us that they were going to give us in the next incoming day. So let's just wait for that, Steve, for us to show to the American public how these tunnels are being made to cross, illegal substances and also illegal migrants into the United States of America.
Yeah, let's talk about this, though. Let's talk about the fact that they have reduced the number of people crossing the border dramatically. I mean, that's happened, right? And with that, you get big busts like this on the border. My understanding is the number of fentanyl deaths in America has actually declined this year. I'm looking into that. But you have to think that maybe there is a cause and effect here. If less drugs make it over the border, whether it's hundreds of sacks of cocaine or methamphetamines or fentanyl, whatever it is, if it doesn't make it into the country, people are safer, aren't they?
Yes, and we were there on the closing campaign of the current president, Claudia Sheinbaum, and one of the things that she said was that she wanted to collaborate with the United States of America so they can prevent deaths inside of the United States of America to the youth. That tells you the large, consequence of this travel of this methamphetamines, these fentanyls into the United States territory. So it is causing a large effect, Steve, but also it's saving a lot of lives. The most important thing, Steve, that I look at this is that the American government is pushing the Mexican government to fight the corruption, to fight the cartels, and to ultimately, crack down and level down the level, of extreme violence that Mexico is living with. Consistent extortion and consistent kidnapping. This has also decreased as the Mexican government is combating the cartels, cracking down laboratories and cracking down these huge tons of trafficking of drugs inside of this particular commercial line, Steve.
Yeah, and you got to tip your hat The other part of the equation, of course, is Donald Trump discussing the possibility of the U.S. military getting involved to take on the cartels. I'll give you the last word on that because that would also be a game changer, Oscar.
Well, I have to be honest with that, Steve. It goes against the Constitution of Mexico for letting a foreign military to enter the country of Mexico. I don't think that is going to be possible, but I will say this. By the American authorities pressuring this way, the Mexican government is cracking down, and they need to pressure a little bit more so they can be affected, in a way with the threat of a tariff and ultimately, exposing the corruption and exposing the dirty politicians that they're involved in and they are in cahoots with the organized crime and the cartel. That will push the Mexican government more to crack down and to just dismantle the cartels, and that is what needs to be done.
Right. All right, greatly appreciate it, Oscar. We'll keep an eye on everything going on down there. Thank you for the update as always. Be careful, my friend.
Thank you so much, Steve, for the invitation. It's always an honor.
Always. Now, I realize there are many choices when it comes to who you choose for your cell phone service. New ones are popping up all the time, but here's the truth. There's only one that stands boldly in the gap for every American that believes that freedom is worth fighting for. That's Patriot Mobile. For more than 12 years, Patriot Mobile has been on the front lines fighting for our God-given rights and freedoms, while also providing exceptional nationwide cell phone service with access to all three of the main networks. Pretty important. So don't just take my word for it. Ask the hundreds of thousands of Americans who've made the switch and are now supporting causes they believe in simply by joining Patriot Mobile. That's right, you can make a difference. Switching is easier than ever. Activate in minutes from the comfort of your own home. Keep your number, keep your phone, or go ahead and upgrade. Patriot Mobile's all U.S.-based support team standing by to take care of you. Call 972-PATRIOT today or go to patriotmobile.com/RAV. Use promo code RAV for a free month of service. That's patriotmobile.com/RAV or call 972-PATRIOT and make the switch today. After the break, we'll have a story that reminds us of how wonderful America is, plus the question of the day and your answers, of course. Do you support President Trump's decision to crack down on crime and homelessness in D.C.? Why or why not? know what makes America wonderful? We do it every day, just to give you a smile on your face. At least that's the hope. Today's story comes to us from Venice, Florida, where an off-duty lifeguard answered the call to action. Landon Lacey is a protagonist in our story and was enjoying some time off at Venice Beach until he noticed someone running frantically toward the ocean equipped with flotation devices. Moments later, a notification popped up in his phone warning of a water rescue in process. Now, without hesitation, Lacey charged in. After swimming over 150 yards, he learned that there were two swimmers trapped in a rip current. He first came upon a woman who he was able to guide back to shore, but she was frantic as she told Lacey that her husband was still out there struggling. Lacey went back in, was able to also guide the man back to dry land, and Venice Fire Rescue evaluated and stabilized both of them after that horrible ordeal. Landon Lacey stepped up in a big way, and his willingness to step in to help others is indicative of what makes America wonderful. Good job, Lambo. All right, do you support President Trump's decision to crack down on crime and homelessness in D.C.? Why or why not? Diane Simon, yes, needs to be done. Lisa Latea, yep. If the mayor won't do it, it's time the federal government did. Hopefully this is just the start. Teresa Ann has this. I support President Trump 1,000%. Wilma Savage, absolutely. Bubby Sims has it, by the way. You can find him at Bubby Sims if you want to look him up. All part of taking our country back. Richard Ross watched the press briefing. Couldn't believe he took control of the police force. Needed to be done and support 100%. Historical actions in this briefing. Waiting on the further meltdown of the left on this and their take on it. Don't worry, it's coming. Make sure you follow me on social media. On X, Truth, Getter, YouTube, all those places, so you can get involved with the question of the day, and we can put your answers right up here every day. We do it every day. And I start the programming here on Real America's Voice every day at 6 a.m. You should join me. It's the Steve Gruber Show. We'll have hot coffee and hot conversation for you. You won't want to miss it. Then back for America's Voice Live. Until then.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
All right, everyone, it's 4 o'clock, Monday at 4 o'clock, and on Wall Street, the markets are closed. And by the way, I'm about a block and a half from that Wall Street location right here as we speak. Take a look at the markets. A little bit of a tough day. They were worse earlier in the day. Some of these markets were a little bit worse. They bounced a little bit, maybe on the news that Trump may be delaying some of that China tariff. Not really sure. A little bit of bounce at the end of the day. About 250 lower in the Dow, about 90 lower in the NASDAQ. Oil up a touch, not much, 25 cents. That's not a bad thing. Gold had a tough day, $86 per ounce lower, still $3,400 an ounce. That's a big number. Crypto is a really interesting day the last, I would say, 24 hours. It jumped up to 120,000 over the weekend from about 116,005 on Friday last we saw you. Went up to 122,000 during the trading day today, and now backed off almost 3,000, 4,000, so 118.5, still a very strong Bitcoin market, Ethereum strong as well across the board. The crypto market continues its upward trend, bucking any sort of Wall Street trends. All right, our first guest, let's bring in the Congresswoman from the great state of Georgia, who has had Fox News's Mark Levin call her, and I'm quoting here, I hate to do this because it's tough to do. Levin called her an absolute lunatic with an IQ of a snail, and went on to call her Marjorie Traitor Green. Marjorie Traitor Green. Well, we can't have that, so let's bring in Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's here to respond to Levin's lunacy. Welcome, Congresswoman. I'll just jump right into this. So Mark Levin, you two have been going back and forth a little bit. Let's show the folks what he had said about you. It's kind of nasty. I don't know why he's continuing this fight, but I did notice, MTG, when he posted that comment about you, the comments were massively in support of you. The folks who read that comment said, you know what? Marjorie Taylor Greene's been MAGA a long time before you ever came along, Mark Levin. You're new to the MAGA game. And so we chatted over the weekend. I wanted to just bring you in to respond to Levin. What do you think's going on here?
Well, isn't it extraordinary what happens when, ever since I've called for AIPAC to be registered under federal law as a foreign agent, basically to register themselves as a foreign lobbyist, which is what they are. AIPAC lobbies on behalf of Israel. They even take members of Congress on their freshman year on a full expenses paid trip to Israel for several weeks, where they're completely immersed in all of the policies there in Israel. And they're also immersed in all of the financial demands that Israel makes of America and America's military. And ever since I've said that, and I've also used the G word, Eric, I did call it a genocide in Gaza. Mark Levin has lost his mind and has gone on raving lunatic rants about me on social media and on his radio show, even to the point, if you read his comments right there, he is calling a woman who professes to be a Christian, he calls her a bigot. And then someone nicely says, you know, MTG 2028, and he says prison. The man is calling for me to go to prison. Mark Levin is calling for me to go to prison. I mean, this is the level it goes to, and it truly exposes who Mark Levin is. He's a psychopath. He's out of control, and it's shocking that Fox News allows him to continue this way over a sitting member of Congress, but even more so, talking to regular people in his comments, calling them morons, calling Christians bigots, and calling for me to go to prison. And I think this exposes exactly who he is. Never forget, this is Mark Levin that wanted America to drop nuclear bombs on Iran on behalf of Israel. He wants us to bomb and attack Gaza. I think Israel's doing a quite their own job doing that by themselves. But this is Mark Levin. This is exactly who he is, and he exposed himself. And I have to thank everyone that commented there. They would not tolerate it. And people are not tolerating it, Eric. They're sick and tired of the foreign aid. They're sick and tired of funding foreign countries for everything. And they're sick and tired of the foreign wars, but not Mark Levin. Mark Levin wants America's military to bomb every country on the planet if Israel wants it to. And then Mark Levin loses his mind and attacks anybody that speaks up. People like myself, an elected member of Congress, calls me every name in the book, insults me, insults my district, and just continues to carry on like the extreme lunatic that he is.
So, MTG, what do you think Donald Trump, President Trump, thinks when he must see this, right? He must see, this kind of like online feud going on between a Fox host, Mark Levin, and a seated member of Congress who he respects greatly, obviously respects you very, very much so, MAGA since day one. What do you think goes through his mind? What do you know? Has he contacted you?
We haven't talked about it. And actually, I don't know that President Trump does see this. I think he's very busy all day. So I don't think he's spending his time scrolling everybody's social media feed. So he may not even know how vile it really is. And I would even go further. Laura Loomer is another one that has relentlessly attacked me. Many other America First Republicans like Matt Gaetz and many other members of Congress. As a matter of fact, the only people she attacks are Republicans. And Laura Loomer touts herself as, basically testing everyone for loyalty. But the truth about Laura Loomer is she scrapes up information and then she twists it and manipulates her stories to basically be the same manuscripted information like MSNBC does. And so she's like an attack dog. But she's been attacking me because I'm calling for AIPAC to be registered as a foreign agent and foreign lobbyist. And, she's come out of the woodwork on that as well. So you find out who these people are. You find out which country they're loyal to the minute you start saying something about it, and they truly expose themselves. And it's shocking. These are not the kind of people that should have the president's ear. They're dangerous, especially when they're calling for nuclear bombs to be dropped and America's military and sanctions and all type of government action. But yet these are people that could never win an election themselves. Laura Loomer, she lost 2 congressional races. Mark Levin wouldn't dare run because he would likely lose. And so it's really interesting to see these people just use basically their platforms as a bully puppet and just go straight to name calling and lying about the people that they seem to be the enemy at the moment.
Do you think because of the nature they're Jewish, they defend Israel, that they're, I would say, overstepping the MAGA boundaries by calling you out for some of the things that you say you believe in? In other words, I'm trying to figure out why there's a rift here. I mean, aren't we all supposed to be supporting President Trump? Shouldn't we all be supporting America first? In other words, and I will agree with you personally. I'm against all foreign wars. I'm tired of funding foreign wars as well. I'm married to a Jewish woman, and I'm still saying I think we got to stop funding Israel and stop funding Ukraine and everywhere else, Taiwan, wherever else it may be. So is this affinity for Israel kind of changing their dynamic of what MAGA really is?
I don't think it's about Jewish people, Eric, because there's many Jewish people I talk to that just said say the same thing you just said, which is we need to stop funding Israel, but we also need to stop funding Egypt and Jordan and all these other foreign countries that we fund every single year on an annual basis to the tune of over $70 billion annually. And I just posted up that chart, I think it was yesterday, showing all the top countries that we fund and the ridiculous amount of money that is spent, and it's outrageous. And I think what we see is when it comes to like Mark Levin and Laura Loomer and others like them, they're not America first. They're truly Israel first. And they say they support the president, but they don't support the president if they're going to continue to attack his greatest supporters, especially members of Congress, because we support the president. We fought for him. We campaigned with him for years. And we know Mark Levin was a big never Trumper in the beginning. That's well documented, his nasty statements. He attacked President Trump the same way he's attacking me in the beginning, and he did not support him. He only bent the knee to support him because President Trump, it was obvious, was going to win the election in 2016, which he did. And that's how people like Mark Levin, who are neocons, who are establishment Republicans, that's how they came around to support President Trump. And so the truth is out there. People look for it. And I really think it's a shame, though, that when it comes down to the tone-deaf attitude of people like Mark Levin and many others in Washington that don't understand that $37 trillion is a really big deal to the American people. The American people have real problems and are absolutely done fighting foreign wars for foreign countries and funding foreign causes and funding foreign aid, especially when our government refuses to help us.
MTG, I got about a minute or so. The floor is yours. Camera's yours, guys. Control and take her full. You want to send a message to Mark Levin, be my guest? What's on your mind? What do you want to tell Mark?
Well, I think what he needs to understand is that name calling, absolutely losing control of himself to the point he can't spell, and attacking an elected member of Congress who serves. I serve my district. I'm America First. I won't apologize for that. I'm not going to ever vote to fund Israel or fund foreign countries or fund the Ukraine war. I never have. And that's too bad. And my district supports that. And we really want to fix the problems here in America, especially those plaguing the younger generations. The younger generations are the future. Mark Levin is not America's future. It's our younger generations, especially those in their 20s and 30s and the upcoming kids that are still in school. I'm fighting for them unapologetically. And we want to save America for them. And that's exactly what I'm going to proudly continue to do, no matter how much Mark Levin wants to put me in prison, no matter how many Christians he calls bigots and how many people he calls morons. So too bad Fox News has him as their host on Sundays. Hopefully they realize that's a really bad choice.
MTG, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Congresswoman, thank you so much for joining us, and I'm sure this will continue. I've known Mark Levin a long time, asked him to come on and see if he wanted to respond, not together, obviously, and he said that he wasn't allowed to. Fox wouldn't let him. So we'll leave it at that. Marjorie Taylor Greene, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Eric.
All right, folks. You're welcome. You're very welcome. Folks, if you're stressed about back taxes, maybe you missed the April 15th deadline, or your books are a complete mess, don't wait. The IRS is cracking down. Penalties can add up and add up fast. Get this, 5% per month, up to 25% just for not filing. But there's help. Tax Network USA can help take the burden off your shoulders and stop the spiral before it gets worse. They've helped thousands of Americans. Whether you're an employee, a small business owner, or haven't filed in years. How about this? Maybe your books are a mess. No problem. They've seen it all, and they know exactly how to clean it up with direct access to powerful IRS programs and expert negotiators on your side. Tax Network USA knows how to win. You'll get a free consultation, and if you qualify, they may even be able to reduce or eliminate completely what you owe. More importantly, they'll help you protect you from wage garnishments or bank levies. So don't wait for the next IRS letter. Call 800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAV to talk to a real tax expert at Tax Network USA. Take the pressure off. Let Tax Network USA handle your issues. Mad Dog, do we have that video or we don't have that video? Will we have the video later?
I got the slate.
Got the slate. Put the slate up. I'll just leave it at this. We'll try and get the video for you later. It's coming. They told me not to do it. I'm doing it anyway. All right, folks, look where I am. I'm on Wall Street, Lower Manhattan. I'm going to tell you about that later in the show. Let's bring in a good friend of mine, former Congressman Devin Nunes. Devin, really good to have you, my friend. How are things? There was a law. Let's talk a little bit about this. There was a lawsuit that you brought against Rachel Maddow and MSNBC. It was recently dismissed. Tell us a little bit about what's going on, what that was about. We can get into a little bit deeper into Truth Social and what's going on there. Really exciting stuff, by the way.
Yeah, thanks. So that was, it's the old case of New York Times v. Sullivan, which holds public figures, which I guess I'm still a public figure in the court's eyes, to a different standard than normal people. And so it really puts, public officials and, and people that are well known, it puts them in a really bad spot against the fake news media. So we're currently looking at what we can do next. Clearly, I think the Supreme Court needs to look at this decision of New York Times v. Sullivan. It should be thrown out. I mean, I think all Americans should be treated the same. There shouldn't be different laws for different people based on, if they served in public office or if they run a public company like I do.
Yeah. So a very interesting concept, because I've been doing this, the public figure thing for about 20 years. And there is a different standard that in fact, you can say things about me online and I can't see you back for it's the same Chinese wall, I guess, a firewall going in both directions. But President Trump may be changing the game a little bit. He went after ABC and won. He went after CBS and won. Maybe a couple of times won. So maybe it is becoming a little bit different. So are you suggesting that, public figures can't make statements that they know are false and then they can be sued?
Yeah, I think what needs to happen, what you see President Trump has been doing, he's had a war with the fake news longer than me and you, I think, Eric. But what he's doing now is, he's bringing these suits and, these quite a few of them, and he hasn't hesitated to do it. And what's happening is I think the media has become very concerned about, wanting to litigate this. And so they're actually settling with him before it gets to the second or third leg in the process. Similar to, by the way, what Fox News did when they settled with, I think it was Dominion Voting Systems or something, for $800 million. They didn't want to go through the court process either. And what it seems to me like is there's almost a double standard from my perspective, that if you're seen as center right or on the right, you're just treated differently in many of these courts. A lot of the times when I brought these cases, which clearly defamatory, clearly reckless, clearly, all the things that the fake news said about me over the years. But what happens is it's the jurisdictions that become a problem, in that these blue states have made it almost impossible, where many of these media companies are at, whether it be California or New York. It's made it, or even Washington, D.C. for that matter, it's made it very, very difficult for people to get, I think, a fair shake and a fair trial. So anyway, it's going to be all of these cases. This is a long battle. Everybody's entrenched, and I think we want what's best for everybody, and that is that can we just have some truth, and I don't mean Truth Social, can just people that are so-called press, can they just not defame people anymore? That's what we're trying to get to. And, as it happens every day to conservatives, or like in our case here at Trump Media Group, it happens to our company on a daily basis by these fake news organizations.
It's amazing how the hypocrisy of it. The left is treated completely differently than folks on the right. You're conservative, you're held to this ridiculously higher standard than the folks on the left. About it. From the way they speak, the rhetoric, the heightened rhetoric, just from top to bottom, if you're conservative, you have different set of rules than if you're not. Very quickly, Devin, about a minute or so, tell us the latest on Truth Plus. I know it's a push to get into the TV world and whatnot. How's it going?
Yeah, look, Real America's Voice has been from the beginning. So you can actually go to Truth Plus right now. You can go download it. It's available on your phone. If you have a Truth Social account, it's very, very easy. But even if you don't have a Truth Social account, you can go to Truth Plus at the different app stores, including Roku, et cetera, put it on your TV, put it on your phone, put it on your tablet, and you can get Real America's Voice anywhere in the world at any time. And I think the best thing that we have with this new technology, Eric, is we have 7-day playback. Some of our users have called it Truth Social time travel. So if you miss Bowling Show from earlier in the week, you can go back to last week and see his show. If you want to see the interview that maybe you did with someone, you can actually just go back and find that, and it takes just seconds. So it's cutting edge technology. It's very, very fast. And we're giving a home to places like Real America's Voice that were not allowed for so many years on all your kind of typical cable channels. And, and all this. So number one, it's free. There's a free version of it. So I would like for people to go try it out because it's a free version. But secondly, for only $10 a month, and you get the first month free, you're supporting conservative causes. You're supporting things like Great American News, PureFlix, family-friendly type of content that we continue to add and grow to every day. So we added Great America Family, which many people know that was started by the founder of Hallmark. Hallmark went woke. They started Great America Family. These are the types of companies that we're trying to prop up at Truth Plus. So we've got a nice lineup, and the lineup's going to continue to improve over time. But most importantly, Real America's Voice has been a great partner to us, and I can't ask for anything more. Rob Sig and the whole team there, there's been nobody to work with. In fact, if we wouldn't have had, I think, you guys helping us work through this technology and help build out this technology the last couple of years, we wouldn't be where we are today. But we're very proud of it. And yeah, just please go and download the Truth Plus app today and try it out.
Well, Devin, I speak for myself and Rav. We appreciate you, and we appreciate the awesome placement of Rav and the Bowling Show. Fantastic. Appreciate your time. Devin Nunes, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, folks, watch this.
I started with the 5-5-5 challenge, but since I started, my feet don't hurt, my ankles are so much better, and just little things. My eyelids are so saggy, and I can see my eyeballs again. This morning was the first time that he got up and said, I feel really great. I have energy this morning, and I slept last night. There's no love handles anymore.
It is really easy to adopt a perspective that has some expectation for good things.
Well, folks, we often think of health as a personal journey, but my next guest says it impacts more than just our body. For more information, let's bring in the founder of Energize Health, John Jubilee. John, welcome back, my friend. How does renewing your health actually renew the relationships around you?
Well, Eric, we don't really think about it, right, until we make that transformation. And so just like you just heard this couple, share their powerful story, when you can interact with your children, with your grandchildren, it changes our life because our relationships are impacted. And, I like to share my mom as an example. My mom is in her 80s, and Eric, she has 49 grandchildren and great-grandchildren, 49. And my mom still gets on the floor and plays with them. So think about the difference of relationship, what those children, what the grandchildren, the great-grandchildren, what they're going to remember about their Nana was she got on the floor, she played with them, she went on cross-country trips with them, she had experience with them. That's how it impacts our relationships, because when we have the energy, the vitality, the health to still get up and down on the floor, to still go on cross-country trips, with your adult grandchildren, that is having impact at the relational level.
John, everyone's talking about my555challenge.com. That's where you go. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so Eric, this is something that Chelsea and I do. And guys, my wife is so fun. That girl can make science entertaining. But we'll spend 5 days with you, not the whole day, but just about 45 minutes a day. Come and join us. We ask you to make a little investment in yourself. It's $5 for the 5 days. And by the way, if you don't know what your health metrics are, if you haven't had a really thorough checkup in a while, how would you like to get one for just $99? So if you click the upgrade to the VIP, we will FedEx you a medical grade bioimpedance device. It'll measure 12 health markers, and you get a free consultation for $99, guys. Like, you can't get that at a doctor's office, but we will be happy to provide that for you, where you'll know how much is my intracellular hydration. Ladies, you should be 55. Men, you should be 60. If you're not, you're probably a raisin instead of a grape. So we always ask people a fun question: what's the difference between a raisin and a grape? It's just our hydration level. But if you're dehydrated at the cellular level, you for sure have inflammation. Your organs are shriveled up like raisins. We have a scientific, we've literally filed a patent of the intracellular hydration, of how to transform your body from the inside out. And it optimizes all your organs. And when your organs are optimized, your pancreas, your thyroid, your brain, your heart, your kidneys, your lungs, everything functions the way it should. So we encourage you, come join us for one of these simple challenges. Hit your upgrade button to the VIP for $99. We'll FedEx you out your device so that during our 5-day challenge together, we can go over your bioimpedance device measurements, and you'll get a one-on-one health consultation with one of our health experts at Energize Health.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Again, it's my555challenge.com, my555challenge.com. John Jubilee, thank you so much.
Thank you, Eric.
We'll see you soon. All right, folks, we'll be back. 2.5 minutes. All right, well, they already set it up in the run-up to the 2024 election when they could see that President Trump was closing in on his second stint in the White House. They already said that if Trump wins, he'll come after his enemies. What they don't realize, that these people are just the president's enemies, but they are enemies of America as well. The left hates one man so much, Donald Trump, they're willing to throw a flame to the whole damn movement, the whole thing. Everyone MAGA. But now that they're being found out, they just can't take it. Watch.
And do you see this as evidence that he is now weaponizing the Justice Department?
Well, of course he is. He's on a political revenge tour. Look, in America, if you disagree with a prosecution or a civil lawsuit that's been brought against you, then you mount a defense against it.
So we all know the truth. Letitia James went above and beyond to try and take down Donald Trump. Pretty obvious, right? That was her entire campaign. In fact, she ran on that. Listen.
You should not be afraid, not be fearful of Donald Trump. We should take him down. We should sue him all the way to bankruptcy. We should investigate his business interests. We should investigate his business holdings. We should investigate whether or not why he was once in debt and now in a position to purchase all of this property. We can do that because I've been trained to do that, and I will do that at the same time knowing the Office of Attorney General and its powers and its responsibilities and its duties.
Well, it was her entire goal. Letitia was intent on taking down Donald Trump, and she clearly didn't care if that meant stretching the truth and even stretching the law. Lawfare, in fact. And now she's being investigated. Sorry, Raskin, but this isn't a Trump revenge tour. This is America. An American revenge tour, so to speak. This is for all of us, and it's finally happening. When I say that Letitia James had an irrational, aggressive target on President Trump's back, I'm not kidding.
What is fueling my soul right now is Trump. Will you sue him for us? Oh, we're going to definitely sue him. We're going to be a real pain in the ass. I look forward to going into the Office of Attorney General every day, suing him, and then going home. I know my name personally.
So when Letitia James was finally in office, the communist propaganda news network, CNN, revealed in those, reveled, I'm so sorry, in Letitia living up to those promises. She promised to take Trump down. She promised to run on it. She promised that was going to be her sole focus as Attorney General of New York. Didn't CNN like that?
NBC News has exclusively learned that the newly elected incoming New York Attorney General plans to launch some sweeping investigations into President Trump, into his family. Letitia James tells NBC News, quote, "We will use every area of the law to investigate President Trump and his business transactions and that of his family as well." She plans to look into the following: Donald Trump's real estate holdings in New York, that June 2016 Trump Tower meeting with a Russian official, any government subsidies that Donald Trump received, whether he's in violation of the Emoluments Clause, the Trump Foundation.
Look how much glee and happiness in reporting that. It's unbelievable. Well, ironically, but not surprisingly, as she was intent on taking down President Trump, looking for crimes that weren't there, she was allegedly carrying out crimes of her own. Letitia James is already in hot water for mortgage fraud, big time. And she must be shaking in her boots right now because Attorney General Pam Bondi has appointed none other than Ed Martin as a special prosecutor to examine the claims of mortgage fraud involving not just Letitia James, but also Adam Shifty Schiff. And who is Ed Martin, by the way? Well, this just might be the best part, folks. Tom Tillis blocked Ed Martin from becoming U.S. Attorney for D.C. because Martin supported January 6ers who were being treated as political prisoners. Martin is now working in the DOJ as Weaponization Working Group Director, Associate Deputy AG, and pardon attorney. As we know, Judge Jeanine Pirro is now the U.S. Attorney for D.C., and Senator Tillis is quitting the Senate because he couldn't take the heat. He couldn't get elected dog catcher right now in North Carolina. In fact, win, win, win. But wait, there's more. The Department of Justice has filed a subpoena ordering Letitia James to testify about her civil fraud investigation into President Trump. A reminder of that case. Letitia James won a ridiculous civil case based on lies against Trump in 2023 before he returned to office that accused him of overvaluing his properties in order to take out loans with favorable terms. That, of course, is total BS, and he's currently appealing against the judgment. But now, as the president has said, the hunters are becoming the hunted, and mainstream media is in total meltdown.
He has repeatedly made clear that he sees the Justice Department as essentially his lawyers. And that is how he's using them.
But clearly, the Trump administration fighting back legally with the Justice Department as its tool against its enemies.
Now, we know that James is a big adversary of Trump, and we know that Trump has a history of going after people who have gone against him.
Wow, total hypocrisy. Are these people actually joking? For 4 years, well, maybe even almost a decade, we've watched him use lies and deception to come after President Trump and nearly everyone in his network and sphere. Oh, and also anyone who supports the president, voted for the president, or has ever tweeted President Trump's name. Are you kidding us? Are you kidding us, mainstream media? Spare us your crocodile tears. Look, if Letitia James lied and committed fraud, then there must be retribution. By the way, regardless of what she said and did to President Trump, the endless lawfare, that only adds irony to it. And makes it glaringly obvious that when she said no one is above the law, she was referring to herself. And I couldn't agree with you more, Letitia James. A little poem for the day. Roses are red, violets are blue. No one is above the law, even when you think the rules don't apply to you. We'll be back 2.5 minutes. All right, stop me if you're shocked here, folks, but apparently our friend Jazzy Jasmine Crockett's staff absolutely hates her. This is probably the least surprising thing you'll hear all week. To everyone except Crockett herself, instead of taking any level of accountability, she threw her total staff under the bus, her whole team, and basically called them all racist liars, too. You know, like the rest of us in MAGA land. Listen to Jazzy Jasmine Crockett.
Are you a no-show boss from hell who terrorizes staffers?
Oh, my goodness. Listen, I know that I have arrived, honey. That is the way that I see this, because as Beyonce says, if they're not talking about you, then obviously you must not be doing anything. You know what? This is just more slander, more nonsense, more lies. And honestly, I don't think that the New York Post would probably be the first ones to be able to figure out if I was a boss from hell. You and I were joking before we got on camera about all of the scrutiny that comes with being not only woman, but being young and being a Black woman. Yeah, there's a lot of scrutiny that comes my way, and it comes my way from all different angles.
Yeah, there's only one problem with that, Jazzy Jasmine Crockett. It was the New York Post, and they quoted sources. They didn't name the sources, but they quoted sources who work for you. They're not making it up. It wasn't an opinion piece. Stop it. Stop blaming everything. It's not because you're a woman or Black. It's because you're nasty. I said it. Nancy Pelosi and the radical Democrats refuse to let certain things go. One losing issue that the party of the freaks and weirdos simply will not drop is that gender-affirming care. Remember that thing that worked so poorly for them in 2024? And gender-affirming care for a group that they call trans kids. Here's Pelosi doubling down. Good luck with this, Nance.
How is your office responding to the pauses in gender-affirming care here in California?
Well, that is something that I'm working for at the national level, and we have, are hoping that we can have gender-affirming care for our trans kids.
You know, I'm not sure why they didn't learn their lesson in 2024. And you have even liberals and Democrats saying, you know, we went too far. And now they're going to see what happens. The pendulum slowly moves and moves over to Trump MAGA world. And then all of a sudden it starts creeping back. It's called a slow creep. Sometimes it's of communism, and this time it's of gender wokeness. And the whole woke brigade, I think they're not dead. I think they're just lying in wait for their next opening. And Nancy Pelosi, good luck with that. Another lying Democrat, Kathy Hochul, governor of New York, the state I'm in right now, really thinks anyone is going to believe that her or she and her colleagues always play by the rules. Now, listen to the shameless governor of New York blatantly lie through her teeth on national television. Watch.
If this is how they're going to play the game, we're going to fight fire with fire. I didn't want to take on this fight. I've always followed the rules. Democrats always follow the rules. But when they're willing to do this to subvert our democracy, shame on us if we don't stand.
See this? They use the heightened rhetoric, fire, this is our play, fire, and they always talk about it. They're the one they accuse us of being. They're the ones at the party of violence, the weirdos. CNN, really a strange place. Instead of booking guests who want to discuss hard-hitting and real American topics, they continue to book the same 5 or 6 Democrats just to inflate their egos. Check this out. This clip from Dana Bash and her sit-down with, you know that guy, Mr. Millionaires and Billionaires, Bernie Sanders.
Something that I'm sure you have seen, a Gallup poll. Did you see this Gallup poll?
Yep.
And what the Gallup poll found was that you are one of the most widely admired Americans, and I believe you're only second to the Pope.
You want me to declare my candidacy for Pope?
I don't think that you're eligible for a lot of reasons.
Then I won't do that.
What poll is that where Bernie Sanders comes in second to the Pope and all of Americans? I'm not really sure. Another CNN poll, perhaps, as accurate as they have been over the last 4 years. As Stacey Abrams does whenever and whatever she can to cling on to her dwindling relevancy, she's apparently relying on her old book of jabs and tricks. She's back to calling Trump a dictator. Why not? Everyone else is on the left. There's nothing to support her claim, but listen to this garbage.
Among the many other vile things that Donald Trump has been called, including tyrant, liar, scam artist, he is also an aspiring dictator, supported and guided like a puppet by a cabal of tech billionaires, Christian nationalists, and xenophobes who all have his ear and understand government a lot better than he does.
I mean, who is paying Stacey Abrams to stay relevant? What's her gig? What's her job? I mean, she lost the election for governor. Who wants her? Was it governor or senator? I don't know, whatever. It didn't matter. She got smoked. Doesn't matter. Why is she still around even? She's hanging around way too long. Speaking of asses, Karen Bass has gone off the deep end. The Los Angeles mayor clearly has no clue who elected her and who she is supposed to be working for, because all she seems to care about is illegal immigrants. Well, here's the latest.
In the past several weeks, we've seen the chaos and cruelty of immigration raids in this city. We have seen how they have impacted families. I am frankly worried about those families and if they're still hanging together, especially economically. And talking to families that have impacted, when one breadwinner, one wage earner is gone and disappears, to survive in our city economically, you need 2, 3, and 4 wage earners to keep housing, to keep food on the table, to keep clothes on your kids. When that is taken away from you, that just doesn't destabilize a family. That destabilizes a neighborhood, it destabilizes businesses, it destabilizes a community, but we are not going to allow this administration to destabilize our great city.
I mean, what we could do right now, right here, you can compare California, the state of California, the state of Florida, two major economies, two of the biggest states in the country with the biggest cities in the country. Or in California, they have the highest revenue base and they have a budget deficit, a massive budget deficit under Gavin Newsom and Mayor Karen Bass in Los Angeles. And then you take Florida, where you have Governor Ron DeSantis, who has a smaller tax base and a $2 to $3 billion surplus every single year, to the point he's actually talking, the state already has no income tax in the state of Florida. He's actually talking about no property tax either. It's incredible. Two states, similar size, California's bigger, similar tax bases, and one is handled properly and one is handled improperly, and it all comes down to how you handle illegal immigration. If you continue to feed these people, the millions, the tens of millions of people who don't put anything into the system, feed them food, shelter, assistance, everything. If you continue to do that, you're going to go bankrupt, and that's what's happening in California. Take Florida, on the other hand. DeSantis doing things right. More fear-mongering from the Democrats. This next clip comes from Nashville, Tennessee, where the city's Metro Council president is telling the world that ICE is arresting people simply for, quote, being brown. Now, Nashville, Tennessee, you'd be surprised, very, very liberal city, not the people, the mayor and his council. Watch.
Every day we still have people who are going missing. Because if it was about doing things the right way, then they wouldn't be snatching people after court. Because if you are going to work sites, then it wasn't about them being lazy. Because if it was about picking up criminals, then you wouldn't be picking up mothers, children, even U.S. citizens for just being brown.
You know, it's such BS when these folks say that you're picking people up because they're brown or they're black or they're minority or as she points out, because they're lazy. It's none of the above. They're picking them up because they broke the law. They broke the law coming here. They're illegal. They can't be here. They shouldn't be here. That's why they're getting picked up, not because they're lazy. There are a lot of illegals who are working fields and working very hard. They're working in many places all over the country, in hospitals, in hotels and motels, in restaurants, in landscaping and fields. They work very hard, but they can't do it. It's illegal. Come across the border, do it legally, either asylum or do it complete, file for citizenship, and wide open. Welcome. You're not going to get bounced. You're not going to get picked up at a job site. One more. Delusional Jamie Raskin will do about anything to make himself and his colleagues sound more reasonable. He rolled out his trademarked very fine people line right before lying about who really cares about the truth here in America. Listen to Raskin.
They're trying to completely rewrite the history of January 6th, rewrite the history of the 2020 election, rewrite the history of the Civil War. You know, there are very fine people on both sides when there's an anti-Semitic riot in Charlottesville. It is the progressives who are standing up for history, who are standing up for facts, who are standing up for the truth.
Yeah. Jamie Raskin's right up there with Adam Shifty Schiff. All right, folks, before I head to break, let's take a look at it. You have the graphic? Matt Doug put it up. The Edge. You guys called in on the voicemail line with some really interesting ideas. I haven't told you exactly what it is, but it's hot. It's coming. Like it or not, it's coming. Let me know. 888-601-0032 if you want to call. Leave us a voicemail, what you think of it. So far, we'll make a guess. Make a guess. We're going to play some of those voicemails when we come back. 2.5 minutes. All right, Mad Dog, talk to me. Talk to me, Mad Dog. Mad Dog, we got some voicemails, don't we?
Yes, sir. We have a prediction
what
for
do you
the
think? Wait, hold on. Wait, before you do that one, why do you think I'm here in Lower Manhattan in New York?
It has to do something about the edge, of course.
Very, very good. Okay, play one of the voicemails.
Hey, Eric, this is John Pioro from Phoenix, Arizona. Hey, I got a couple ideas what that thing is you're doing. It is either bowling's Bonanza Bus Booyah Tour Across America, or it is bowling's Hot Stock Picks of the Day. See ya!
Well, let me tell you something, John Piero. Not bad guesses, not right, but not bad guesses. I can't reveal yet. It's getting closer. Matt, I'll get another voicemail for us.
Yep, here's another one.
Eric, after analyzing your personality, I can't help but believe that you don't have some type of musical interest, but you've never said anything on the air. At first I thought you were a drummer, but then I thought, well, maybe he's a guitar player. So if you're doing something like that, let us know. I'd be very interested. Thank you, sir.
Well, let me tell you something, my friend. It's not, I love music. Obviously, I love all genres of music, every single genre, hard rock, classic rock, grunge rock, just hip hop. I love it. I don't like jazz. For whatever reason, I just never could get into the jazz thing. It's just one of those things. It's weird. This is not about music necessarily. It may have some music to it. Ooh, did I just give a hint away? Damn, I hope not. And if I were musically inclined, which I am clearly not, it would be guitar. There's no question. Ted Nugent's my idol for a reason. Like, the guy can play guitar like nobody's business. Another one, Mad Dog.
Hi, big fan. I was just wondering, how do you really feel about this Sydney Sweeney ad? Like, I know there's a lot of controversy about it, but a lot of people from the left are saying how it's all, you know, Nazi propaganda, but I personally don't think that, but I just wanted to get your opinion.
So how I really feel about this is if it makes the left crazy because they're lunatics and trying to read into everything, saying this Sydney Sweeney ad because she says my jeans are blue, that's somehow a dog whistle to Nazism. You lefties are nuts. So all the power to you, all the more, keep doing it, make them crazy. And no, I'm not going to say purple hair or blue hair because the lady last week got really mad at me. She said I'm conservative and I have purple hair. I'm not going to say the blue hairs, but if you make those people nuts, do more of it by all means. No, Sydney Sweeney, beautiful girl, just selling some jeans for American Eagle, I think it is. Mad Dog, do we have more?
Hey, Eric. Jim Miller from Florida. I love your show, dude. Keep up the good work, man. You're doing a fine job. Don't get discouraged, man. Hang in there, brother. I know you're a fighter like the rest of us Republicans. God bless. Take care, brother.
Mad Dog, why do you think he thinks I'm discouraged? I'm not. What do you think that's all about, dog?
I'm not too sure.
All right, then just play another one then.
Eric, I'm Dave from New York. Great show. Love that you have a show and you bring a lot of energy to it. I do want to ask you a question. You always mention and seem to be upset when President Trump comes in and does a speech or an event or whatever. And I know that ruins your whole show for the day. But it seems like you'd get better ratings, so I'm confused about that. And I'm not trying to insult you, but I'm curious as to what the case is. Thanks very much.
So this is a really good question. I love this voicemail for a couple of reasons. It allowed me to say a couple of things. Yes, number one, I've noticed that President Trump does love the 4 o'clock hour. For whatever reason, he schedules a lot of these state issues. He'll do executive order signings at 4 o'clock. He'll have dignitaries from around the world come in the Oval Office, and they'll do it at 4 o'clock. Sometimes it's the East Room, but between 3 and 4, and if he starts at 3, he's sometimes a little late. It blows out the whole show. I love doing this for you guys. I love bringing this. And the other side of that is, and which you may not realize, there's a whole team of folks putting this show together. We have a group of people in West Palm Beach, Florida. We have a group of people in New York, all putting editorial, pulling clips, writing. These folks work really hard. Our producers put a lot of time and effort into the show, and I just hate to see the time and effort wasted. We can't play the same thing tomorrow, generally, sometimes, but we can't use most of the stuff we put together as day of stuff, because tomorrow, this news cycle is so wacky. Tomorrow, there's a whole nother hour worth of stuff. I could fill 3 hours. If they give me 3 hours, I do 3 hours. So when I get blown out for Trump, yeah, of course I'm going to step aside. I want to hear what Trump has to say, too. It just gets a little bit disappointing when we lose it. We got time for one more, Mad Dog. See if we can squeeze it in.
Hi, Eric. I just wanted to say I appreciate what you said about Rush Limbaugh today. I thought it was important. And the other thing is that the other important thing I wanted to say was I do appreciate the fact that you are listening to all these messages. I don't think many guys, by the time they got their own show on television, would even bother with us. And from a spiritual aspect, I feel it's very important. Thank you, sir.
That's a really good question. Thank you. And I do it because this show is all about you. It's not about me. It's about bringing you information. Yeah, we get together and we try and figure out what you want to hear, what's important. We have a lot to say, but we also want to hear what you think about it. Please keep them coming, 888-601-0032. I'm going to make way right now for the Bannon War Room. It's coming up next in 5 seconds. We'll be back to you.
One of the things that we have seen over and over from the president, from his team, Stephen Miller saying it's like Baghdad in Ethiopia. They seem to hold their harshest criticism sometimes for cities that are majority black and brown. Do you see that, and what do you think that means?
I think that I have been dealing kind of with this issue for a number of years. It's kind of easy fodder on the campaign trail. But now we're talking about governing, and my job is to focus on making sure our city is running well, and people enjoy a great quality of life. And I think we're doing a really good job. We do need the federal government's help, as I mentioned, because they have an outsized influence on our criminal justice system. We need more prosecutors. We need more judges. There are other ways to help. Even we want to rebuild our jail, and there are ways that the feds can help with that. But also just doing their part, cutting the grass, fixing the fountains, making sure that federal law enforcement is doing all of the policing that they can do. And I just have to say thank you to MPS, FBI, ATF, who've always worked cooperatively with us, and we expect that they will again.
I should note that the most violent moment in recent history in D.C. was January 6th. And it was an attack on the United States Capitol by a lot of people who were doing it in the name of Donald Trump. And it included the people who were hurt, included members of law enforcement.
My message to residents is this. We know that access to our democracy is tenuous. That is why you have heard me and many Washingtonians before me advocate for full statehood for the District of Columbia. We are American citizens. Our families go to war. We pay taxes and we uphold the responsibilities of citizenship. And while this action today is unsettling and unprecedented, I can't say that given some of the rhetoric of the past, that we're totally surprised. I can say to DC residents that we will continue to operate our government in a way that makes you proud. We will balance our budgets. We will deploy our services. Our kids are going to start school on August 25th, and we will work with the federal government to do the things that they should do for our city.
There was a lot of deception from the president there. So here's a reality check. There is no doubt that D.C. has for decades been a high crime city. It is among the U.S. cities with the highest homicide rates, though there are a bunch of other big cities that are worse. And D.C. did indeed have a big crime spike in 2023, which is the year the president kept citing. But contrary to what the president said today, even in 2023, D.C. did not have an all-time high in murder. It was way worse during the crack crisis of the 80s and early 90s. And more pressingly, Dana, the president was just flat wrong when he said it's getting worse now, not getting better. Crime in D.C., including murder, has fallen sharply since that 2023 spike. It fell in 2024. It's fallen further in 2025. So let's look at some of this data. In 2023, D.C. had its most murders in more than 2 decades, 274. Of course, that's terrible. But it then plunged to 187 murders last year, and it's been falling again so far this year. Through July, according to figures compiled by crime data expert Jeff Asher, D.C. had 34% fewer murders than it did through the same period in that year, 2023. Now, how about violent crime more broadly? Well, that's also down sharply in the last year and a half. In fact, per Jeff Asher, D.C.'s officially reported violent crime rate in 2024 was the second lowest since 1966, so lower than every year of Trump's first administration. It's about a third of what it was in those bad old days, the early 1990s. And you heard from the president and his team about carjackings. Well, indeed a problem in D.C., but what do the numbers say? Again, a big spike in 2023, down since. Asher noted the 16 carjackings reported in July were the fewest reported in any month in more than 5 years in D.C., down more than 87% from the same month in 2023. So look, we know crime is an issue in D.C. We've lived there. We know that every violent crime is a shame, a tragedy, of course, not excusing any of them. But this isn't an ongoing crime spike like President Trump suggested. And he said it's rising even in the text of the executive order. I went through it. The first section says crime is rising in the Capitol. That is just not true.
As our home rule charter is also clear, and the president's executive order restates. Chief Pamela Smith is the chief of the Metropolitan Police Department, and its 3,100 members work under her direction. The Home Rule Charter requires the mayor to provide the services of MPD during special conditions of an emergency, and we will follow the law. Though there's a question about the subjectivity of that declaration. In fact, the chief has already provided a high-level liaison and point of contact with the federal government and made those initial contacts. The executive order is also clear that the president has delegated his authority to make requests of us to Attorney General Pam Bondi. I have reached out to Attorney General Bondi and hope to schedule a meeting soon.
In the briefing, they gave us a packet of information to show us some of the arrests that were made over the weekend as this starting to ramp up or increase in federal law enforcement took place. And they were fairly low-level criminals. It was somebody with possession or a DUI at one point. And there were only 5 of them, I believe, listed in this packet. So it's unclear, he's talking about this major escalation in violent crime, but that is not quite clear from the packet of information they gave us here.
We've been making these cuts since last year, and now he's carrying through with them. There's no reason to believe he won't go further. What do you say to the president about his threats to bring the military, not just in regard to the military?
We don't, I think I speak for all Americans, we don't believe it's legal to use the American military against American citizens on American soil. I'm not a lawyer, and but I think that's a fairly widely held fact. And so, but we've seen them move, I think, the active military into California. So it's a question. We've seen active military on the borders of D.C. some years ago, and we don't believe that our military should be used against American citizens.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
You're in the War Room. It's Natalie Winters hosting today, Monday, August 11th, in the year of our Lord 2025. I'm not coming at you from D.C. Interesting timing with everything that's going down there. I am on actually the West Coast. I am in Washington. I just spoke at the Yakima County GOP Lincoln Day dinner. Wonderful group of very, very fight-ready patriots. A lot of War Room posse. Always an honor to have the chance to speak to you guys. But we've got a packed show. We've got Eric Prince, John Lott, John Miano, the latest with all things H-1B visas. But I think we learned one thing today, and that's when the left says that they're all about tolerance. I think that actually just means tolerating crime. I learned a new phrase from that CNN cold open, a low-level criminal. Apparently CNN is okay with that. They don't think that murder rates spiking on top of really historic highs, maybe there's a dip by 1%, that therefore that means there's not a crime problem in Washington, D.C. Although I guess maybe if that's the way that they spin their data, then it's not that hard to see why they approved or approve of the COVID vaccines and everything sort of in that realm. I would humbly tell President Trump that if we're going to start arresting criminals in D.C., you should probably start with Congress, maybe go for the lobbyists too. But I think what you're seeing is a transformation of the idea of, criminal justice reform that we typically hear coming from the mouths of the George Soros acolytes, the Open Society Foundation weirdos, that basically is just a Trojan horse to destroy your communities with more, DEI hires for committing crimes. But in this case, you're actually seeing criminal justice, crime, actually law and order being used to protect the American people, especially in our nation's capital, of which I am a resident of. And I can tell you it is as bad as you see it on social media. I think just last weekend, there were marauding bands of like hundreds of, feral gang youth shooting at police, just horrible stuff. So President Trump is stepping up. So obviously the media is apoplectic over it. Muriel Bowser, too. I think we've got Eric Prince up, who really, I think, has a real well-documented track record in terms of cleaning up messes abroad and here at home. I'm curious your just general reaction to President Trump's wonderful press conference this morning.
I liked his example that his father gave, that if you go to a restaurant and you see a dirty floor, avoid the restaurant because the kitchen's probably dirty too. The president has a right to be concerned about the federal city and what it means for the rest of America. If this is our seat of government, to have that much criminal activity and feral behavior and gangs running through the streets, or just like happened to the guy from Doge last week who saw a girl getting carjacked, he tried to intervene, and a bunch of these punks beat him bloody. Enough. That's got to stop. And, this is the Democrat dream of the defund the police, of kneecapping police so much, and the criminal justice system to allow the kind of recurring, unaccountable criminal behavior which compounds and ends up destroying. The only reason D.C. hasn't collapsed like other cities that have runaway crime is just the amount of federal spending that keeps showering cash on the city. But when you have congressmen who have been carjacked just out to get sushi, as happened also in the last year, and just the amount of marauding behavior, the president is right to intervene and to stop it. And, it's the limousine liberals that hang out in the northwest side of D.C. They're the ones that are not suffering as much as the people in southeast D.C., in the poor areas that have to live with that kind of crime. It's always the poorest folks that suffer the most. And remember, Washington, D.C. reelected Marion Barry after he was caught on camera smoking crack with hookers, and they reelected him back into the city council. So this is a city that has long teetered on criminal chaos and a very different idea of what is clean and orderly and just. And I think Trump is right to do it. Now, deploying the National Guard, good deterrent effect, but what we really need to do is to lock up the worst of the worst. And if you take away the very small percent of the population that is doing crimes again and again and again, that is what will have the bigger effect. Look, the Guard is a good visual deterrence, and it may keep crime from happening out of certain areas. But the real problem is you have to lock up that bottom 1%. And again, this is also the compounding problem of what's happened with inner city families, where the federal government has taken over for fathers. And so now you have multi-generations of youth that have been raised with no father figure, no discipline figure, and it is compounded feral behavior. And I feel bad for the kids, but I really feel bad for the society that is having to deal with that rampant criminal behavior.
Eric, if you can hang with us through the break, I want to drill down on what you think this sort of plan or boots on the ground should look like coming from the National Guard, DC police, and all that. More on Posse. Make sure you stick around. And in the meantime, you can be checking out birchgold.com/Bannon or texting Bannon to 989898 to get your free copy of the ultimate guide for gold in the Trump era. We know President Trump does not trust the experts, doesn't even trust a lot of the DC police force. I think they've had their hands shackled by just woke ideology and very progressive policies that are, I don't know what they're guided by. Having spent some time here in Washington, I think it's quite demonic and just evil what these people are motivated by. They worship death, and that's what you're seeing on full display. We'll be right back after the short break.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored.
And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
and so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Back in the War Room, we're still joined by Eric Prince. Eric, I'd love if you could sort of drill down. I know you have a lot of experience, boots on the ground operations in other countries, third world countries, but DC, I don't know if it's all that different. Your thoughts on how this plan, when it's implemented, I guess it's being implemented right now, but if you were advising the president, what would you suggest?
Really effective prosecution. I'm so glad that Jeanine Pirro is the the federal prosecutor for DC. She is a very tough on crime, throw the book at him kind of a person, and we need that. Look, I've been helping out in Haiti a bit the last few months, and Haiti sadly is suffering from the worst of a defund the police collapse of any kind of law enforcement country, and it's 12 million people that are largely been governed by gangs over the last few years, compounding to where they control 90% of the capital city, and they have taken a turn, and law enforcement-wise, to put serious people in the positions of responsibility and are taking the country back from crime. President Trump is right to do that in D.C. It is our nation's capital, and to have that kind of runaway crime, and it's just getting much better. The fact is they've even removed a police commissioner for falsifying records, right? Those statistics are kept by the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department. And, there's lies, damn lies, and statistics. I think there's some funny math going on with them hiding the facts because any actual observer that goes to D.C. knows the crime, the robbery, the nonsense is much worse than it's been in decades.
And Eric, I'm curious, there's some discussion about potentially doing programs like this in other cities, Los Angeles, Chicago, New York. I myself, having been born and raised in LA, would definitely put that as number one on the list. But do you think that this is a nationally replicable plan that President Trump could pursue?
I am a big proponent of separation of powers. And I think that cities that have Republican governors, let's say failing cities with Republican governors, those governors need to do a much better job of making that a state issue and taking back some of these what have become urban crime centers to take it away from the ease and control of the left. Chicago, under J.B. Pritzker, that's going to continue to be a disaster. But other cities that have runaway crime with Republican governors, they need to do a better job cleaning it up. I'm not in favor of a federalization of law enforcement in cities, even in California, where those voters have to deal with those kind of problems. D.C. is a very unique case because it is the federal government. It is the seat of the federal government. It is the nation's, should be the welcome mat for all visitors and all diplomats and all people of goodwill that are coming to do business with America and the United States government. They deserve, and the citizens of America demand, that we have a safe city to operate in, that you don't have to worry about being mugged, murdered, or worse when you visit our federal city.
Eric, thank you so much for joining us. I know the audience really respects your opinions on all things related to securing the homeland against, enemies and threats, foreign and domestic. If people want to follow you, stay up to date with everything you're working on, you're a very busy man, where can they go to do that?
I'm on X at Real Eric D. Prince.
Thank you so much for joining us.
You bet, Natalie.
Honored to be joined now by the one and only John Lott. I was a high school debater, and I remember citing a lot of your studies and debate rounds, so an honor to have you on War Room. I'm curious to get your thoughts.
I'm flattered.
You do great work. Huge fan. But you've really been, I think, the number one, stat data researcher pushing back against legacy narratives, the idea that, crime is a myth in our Republican heads. You even see it today, CNN talking about something that is a low-level criminal. I would love to get some clarification on what the heck that means. But could you sort of walk us through what the data shows us about the state of affairs when it comes to criminality in D.C.?
Right. Well, we have different types of data on crime. What people mostly rely on are the data that's reported to reported to police. That's what the FBI data is based on. But the Bureau of Justice Statistics, which is another part of the Department of Justice, has something called the National Crime Victimization Survey, where they survey about 240,000 people each year. And the reason why they do that is we've known for many decades that not all crimes are reported to police, and that gap varies systematically over time based primarily on whether people think the criminals are going to be arrested or convicted. Now, normally over time, those two numbers, the total number of crimes and the ones that are reported to police, have tended to move up and down together. Unfortunately, basically since COVID, that hasn't been the case. And there are multiple reasons for that. One is there's been nationally a drop in arrest rates. You also have parts of the country where 5 years ago or 6 years ago, if you'd called up the police to report a crime or 911, they would send out a police car. Now there are parts of the country when you call up, they'll ask you, is the criminal still there? And people will usually say, no, he's already left. And then they'll say, well, you can come down to the police station and wait in line and fill out a police report. And the problem is that there are some people who otherwise would have had their crimes reported. Now that you make it more difficult, more time consuming for them to do it, say, it's just not worth it because they're less likely to go and catch the criminal to begin with. I mean, back in 2022, the arrest rate for violent crime for cities with more than 1 million people, there are 9 such cities in the United States, had fallen to 20%. And, when it gets to be something like that, people ask, is it really worth it? And for property crimes, it was even much less. And that's 20% of reported crimes. If you look at the percentage of total crimes, you're talking about only about 8% are reported to police.
And I'm curious, I was sent over one of your pieces. You were talking about how I think, the attack on the Doge engineer is kind of emblematic, I think, of the status quo in D.C. But you were talking about how, quote, Trump's move for FBI agents and the National Guard will increase arrest rates and simply the threat of arrest will reduce the crime rate. I'm curious your thoughts on what exactly the mechanisms are of the plan that President Trump has put forth are going to be the largest drivers you think of potentially bringing either the arrest rates up or the murder, choose your crime, that number down. Is it a function of, having the National Guard there? Is it really the arrests that'll be making the largest impact?
Well, I think it's a function of many things. Look, the bottom line is this. It's not rocket science. If you want to reduce crime, you have to make it risky for criminals to commit crime. They haven't been prosecuting a large percentage of the violent criminals in Washington, D.C. Those have been decisions by the U.S. Attorney during the Biden administration, as well as decisions that the district itself makes, particularly with regard to juveniles. And Pirro today was saying that she wanted to have the laws changed so that the U.S. Attorney, could go after these juvenile criminals that were committing crimes right now, because they would often be given very light sentences. So, look, here's the bottom line. If you want to deter it, you can make it risky in many ways. You can have higher arrest rates, higher conviction rates, longer prison sentences. You can also make it so that the victims themselves are able to go and protect themselves and defend themselves from crime. I mean, you only have about 1% of the adult population in Washington, D.C. that has a concealed carry permit. And there are all sorts of places where you're banned from being able to go and carry. So there's a good chance that even a lot of that 1% aren't going around carrying because it's just not practical given the number of gun-free zones that exist there. So, the fact that a victim might be able to go and defend themselves in a carjacking can also make it riskier for criminals to commit crimes. And if my research convinces me of anything, there are basically two groups of people who benefit the most from being able to go and have guns. They're women and elderly people who are relatively weaker physically. I was chief economist for the U.S. Sentencing Commission. I must have read over 1,000 trial transcripts. And these criminals, they may be stupid in some sense, but they're not that dumb. If they see somebody who's weaker, an easier target, that's the person that they go after. And so, having a woman by herself is often a very attractive target for these guys because they feel the strength advantages that they have. They don't have to worry about anything that she might do. If you give her a gun or allow her to be able to have a gun for protection, that can often make a big difference. I mean, it's a great equalizer in that case. And the other group of people who benefit the most are the people who are the most likely victims of violent crime. And that's basically poor blacks who live in high crime urban areas. And there's a lot of those who live in Washington, D.C.
John, if you can hang with us through the break, I just got a few more questions for you, but I appreciate you joining. Like I said, I'm your number one fan when it comes to data and research. You do the work that I think the media intentionally doesn't want us to see. So thank you. And Warren Posse, make sure you're hanging with us and make sure you're checking out birchgold.com/Bannon, texting Bannon to 989898 to get the ultimate guide for gold in the Trump era. If Trump can make DC safe, I think gold has always been a hedge. There are a lot of things that can be done. Make sure you give the Gold guys a call.
host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Welcome back to the War Room. Obviously, another part of President Trump's plan to make D.C. safe again is that they're going to deport and just get out of the country a lot of these illegal aliens that I think are in and around the DMV area. John, I wanted to sort of dive down that rabbit hole with you too. I know you've done a lot of research into the crime rates of illegal aliens, much to the dismay and outrage. I was going to say of, the libertarian right, but frankly, it's their corporate paymasters who want to open borders and cheap labor that probably don't like you very much. But your response to sort of the media's apoplexy over the link that President Trump is making between crime rates, plummeting or at least sizably going down if you fix the illegal alien problem in D.C.
Right. Well, I mean, this is something nationally. During the Biden administration, if you look at total crimes, they increased very dramatically. In fact, during the first 3 years of his administration, which is all we have the official numbers for right now from the Bureau of Justice Statistics, there was over a 50% increase in violent crime. That's the largest increase over any 3-year period that we've ever recorded over the 51 years that they've had this data out. In fact, it's more than twice as large as the largest previously measured increase. And, so it wasn't people's imagination that crime was going up. And, it's hard to ignore the fact that that coincided with the open borders and this huge influx of many, many millions of illegal aliens coming across, illegal aliens who weren't being checked for criminal records. You look at it now, and my guess is, though we don't have the numbers, that we've been seeing a drop in violent crime. We've been seeing, at the same time, the border's been closed, and Trump is going out and deporting illegal aliens who have criminal records. But it's even the criminal aliens that he hasn't caught yet, he has an effect on, because they know that if they get arrested, they'll be deported. And so one way to kind of keep off the police's radar is not to be committing crime right now. And so I think even for the ones he hasn't been able to catch yet, there's been this reduction in crime that's occurred. But you just have to look at the numbers put out by the Biden administration. About a month and a half before the election, the deputy director for ICE put out a report saying that of the 7.4 million so-called non-detained individuals that had been released into the country, 663,000 of them had criminal records. Now, the problem is that many countries, like Venezuela, for example, would not provide information on the criminal records of their citizens that were here illegally. So that's an underestimate for that. Plus, the vast majority of these so-called non-detained individuals were ones who voluntarily turned themselves in at the border. And those are not the one. I mean, it's amazing you still have as high of a crime rate even with those as you do. But those aren't the ones that you should be most concerned about. We have like 2 million gotaways during the Biden administration, people that we saw coming across the border that we didn't catch. And then we have untold millions more that we didn't even get to see coming across the border because Biden had pulled off 76% of the border agents who normally would be guarding the border and instead used them to go and process the illegal aliens that they had let in. And about a third of the passive monitoring equipment, the cameras and other things that we had along the border were broken, and the Biden administration had refused to fix it. And so you have a situation where there was large parts of the border where there was no eyes on it. So we have no idea, and presumably the cartels figured out where those were. And so we have no idea how many more millions, but it's those people that you would imagine their criminal background is a lot higher than the 9%, which is an underestimate even then, of these so-called non-detained individuals.
John Law, you do such wonderful work. I know the audience is going to want to read all of your writings. Where can they go to do that and stay up to date with everything you're working on?
Sure. Well, they go to our website at crimeresearch.org, crimeresearch.org. And they can also go to my Twitter account. It's my name, John R. Lott, Jr.
Thank you, sir, so much for joining us, and thank you for the work you do.
Thank you for being there.
Of course. It's crazy. It's almost like Democrats and their allies in the media don't want to gather the data that would make it that much more difficult for them to try to lie to us. I think you see that with the origins of COVID, the COVID vaccine, everything going on at the border. And frankly, this is a perfect segue into our next topic, all things H-1B visas. That honestly might be one of the largest scams and lies perpetuated on the American people that guts and goes to the core of what it means to be an American, the value of your citizenship, the idea that your government shouldn't have some perverse or reverse social contract with you whereby they are pursuing policies that are going to disadvantage you from jobs and livelihood and depress your wages. So a bunch of foreigners that don't speak English with degrees from fake universities can take you and your children's futures away from you. I think it should be that simple. But as we've learned, it's not, apparently. An interesting, being euphemistic there, decision coming out of President Trump's DOJ with regard to the addition of spouses of H-1B migrants with regard to them receiving work permits. We're joined by John Miano, who has kind of forced this issue. You guys, just like John Lott, I guess the Johns do really, really good work on issues that I know this audience is extremely passionate about. But can you sort of explain or contextualize this article for us, the scope of the problem and what it really is?
Okay, let me get started with H-1B. It's interesting you talk about the statistics issue because we have the same problem in H-1B in that the government refuses to collect the statistics that would tell us what's going on because they know the data is so bad that that they don't want it to get out, so they just don't collect it. You do a FOIA request to DHS to get the nature of H-1B, and you get a response that says, "Oh, we don't have that. We don't have that data." But for the people who aren't familiar, the H-1B visa program is something Congress designed to replace Americans with cheap foreign workers. You got to get that in mind. Congress designed this program to replace Americans with cheap foreign workers. They made it explicitly legal to replace Americans, and then they created a wage system to allow employers to pay extremely low wages. And lobbyists use the gaslighting that this is for highly skilled workers where there's shortages. But in reality, there's no skill requirement whatsoever in the H-1B program except for fashion models. And there's no shortage requirement. There had been a shortage requirement in in the predecessor H-2 visa, and there had been a requirement that that H-1B would not, that these workers would not negatively affect Americans. But Congress got rid of both of those when they created the H-1B program. And H-1B is nearly perfect for replacing Americans with cheap foreign workers. The only flaw is that there are limits on the number of visas. For years, industry has sought increases in the numbers and ways to eliminate the limits and ways to circumvent the limits. And so one of them they've come up with is to allow the spouses of H-1B workers to work. And so that way you would get a twofer. And the Barack Obama administration allowed certain H-1B workers to be able to work have their spouses work as well to get that process started. And the regulations say that we'll consider expanding it to other classes of aliens as well. And what you're seeing is part of an even larger problem of the executive under Obama and Biden claiming that they have the authority to authorize alien employment. So not only does Congress create these visa programs, we now have the executive creating them. So the big ones we had like DACA, this H-1, H-4 work program. We had Biden's parole program, which has been subjecting communities across the country to saturation with migrants. And so the big question is, does the executive have the authority to create these employment programs? And the reason why these employment programs are important is because they determine who can stay in the country. Because if Congress can say, if you say you can work, then you have the means to stay in the country. And one illustration is we have something called deferred action, where the executive doesn't prosecute you for deportation. Okay, well, they don't prosecute, but then through the administrative state, they create elections that they give you a work permit. So you're not even going to leave on your own. It's effectively become an immigration program. So now we have these things.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying,
so now we have
the timing of the case perfectly for the Trump administration, to be in office, but they don't really have your back, is what I'm gathering.
That's what's happened. So now we have the question whether the executive has the authority to create these work programs on its own has come before the Supreme Court at least 5 times previously over the past 10 years. We had several DACA cases. We had one on the optional practical training program, which is the largest alien employment program in the country, yet it was created over a dinner party with lobbyists through the executive. And the Supreme Court has punted every time. So the next one has finally come up, which is over these H-4 spouses, whether the government can give spouses this work permits, again, without the approval of Congress. And this calls into question the larger issue of whether they can create all these programs at all, which would seem to be perfectly aligned with Omega, who we've been told is against H-1B, against replacing Americans, against DACA, against these Biden parole programs. And so it comes to the Supreme Court, and the Trump administration's response sounds just like Barack Obama. In fact, I think most of the text comes directly from Barack Obama. They've basically said that they support all the giving spouses of H-1B workers employment. And meanwhile, American graduates can't find jobs, and Trump's giving more jobs to foreign workers. So we kind of have this problem with Trump in that he's sort of like the NFL rusher who does 200 yards per game, which we really celebrate his great accomplishments, but then he fumbles the football in the end zone to end up losing the game, which is going on here. And particularly troubling is how the response from the Trump administration really reeks of contempt for average working Americans. I mean, it's really disgraceful. I mean, that Donald Trump could put something like this on paper, which tells us that either that Trump does not have control of his Justice Department, or he does not have control of DHS.
John, if you can hang with us through the break, I want to drill down who you think is sort of lobbying or pitching on behalf of this program, the nefarious elements with inside DOJ, the Trump admin. I think the audience would probably put our money on, big business, all these corporations that have tried to basically make American citizenship mean absolutely nothing. It's disgraceful. My blood is boiling about this stupid program, and it has been for a very long time. We'll be right back.
host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Welcome back to the War Room. We're still joined by John Miano, who's really been leading the fight on the H-1B visa front for years now. And I'm just curious, your expertise in this field, where does that lead you to think that a lot of the opposition, even within the Trump administration, within the DOJ, is coming to gutting this program? Is it big business? Is it lobbyists? Is it an ideological thing?
I think it's, well, two things. If you notice that in the last election, I think everyone knew that the election was not going to be as close as it was, that Donald Trump was going to soundly defeat the woman who couldn't answer any questions. And so what we saw was the people in Silicon Valley who normally had lined up with Democrats were jumped up and were lining up behind Donald Trump. And so I think that those people have now gotten his ear, while in comparison in 2016, Donald Trump was campaigning with Americans who'd been replaced by H-1B workers. And then so suddenly in December of last year, Donald Trump announces that he supports H-1B visas. And so we have Donald Trump saying that he supports replacing Americans with foreign workers, and everyone was in great shock. The second piece is the deep state within the agencies. So, for example, I told you about just described the power to create all these work programs. The deep state in DHS doesn't want to give up that power. They want to retain it. And so it's those two forces that I think are major at work. And I would also, I could maybe throw a third one, in that I don't think that our side really has much access to this current administration. In 2016, there were people in the Trump White House who I could call, and they would actually answer my telephone, and I could, describe these problems to them. Now in the current 2024 Trump administration, we have absolutely no access to what's going on. There's no one who will listen to me or take my call in the current administration.
John, there's a lot of details that I'm sure the audience is going to want to go through. How can people follow you, stay up to date with everything you guys are working on, and check out what you guys are doing?
I have two major locations. One is the Center for Immigration Studies, CIS.org, and that's where I have my written stuff. And I have two recent articles there that explain how Congress made it legal to replace Americans with foreign workers, and another article on how Congress made it legal to pay H-1B workers extremely low wages. And then for the legal stuff, that takes place at fairus.org, Federation for American Immigration Reform. They're leading the litigation fight. I'm divided between different groups in the fight here.
John, thank you so much for joining us and the work that you do. We'll have you back on to give us hopefully a good update.
Hopefully the Supreme Court will take this case and put an end to this screw of American workers that's been going on for decades.
Indeed. Thank you, sir. And Warren Posse, I want to flag kind of a bombshell story for you guys, talking about how they want to replace you and your jobs with I guess in this case, it's not illegal alien labor, it's legal immigrant labor. And yes, that's right, Media Matters. We're going to use the R word, replace. But over the weekend, I found out that the United Nations has been secretly working on a new artificial intelligence tool to help speed up, they say speed up, streamline refugee admissions processing into a lot of countries, including Western countries. The tool, they say, is going to help, reverse backlogs in these cases. They're going to look for deficiencies in the current technology. But this is obviously a 5-alarm fire. Sound the alarm, because this is going to give the UN the authority basically to have an on and off button, a switch, toggle it on, toggle it off with regard to control controlling refugee flows into countries. They can essentially prioritize through AI vetting refugees based off of race or demography or religion or political beliefs. So we're definitely going to keep tracking this story. The program is just being rolled out. It's still in its infancy. But this is something that I think is extremely, extremely concerning. Also, we got all the UN and WEF bureaucrats as we speak working on the global plastics, the global pollution treaty, which is, I guess, pandemic treaty 2.0, the way that they're going to try to reverse everything that President Trump is trying to do with regard to strengthening American energy and strengthening the American economy by doing the former and instead making us subject to a supranational globalist hellhole regulation black hole that apparently you can't even consume anything plastic or produce it or use fossil fuels, you know, the whole list. So we are watching that one closely as well, too. If you want to stay up to date, you can also read these articles written out on my Substack. That's nataliegwinters.substack.com, or you can go to my Twitter to read the pieces. And lastly, you've got to make sure you're checking out HometitleLock.com. That's promo code Steve. You can check out the $1 Million Triple X Protection 14-day free trial. We love Natalie Dominguez and the team over there, so make sure you're giving HometitleLock.com a checkout or a call. Mike Lindell, you join us now. You always are embroiled in some form of a lawsuit. Lawfare, take your pick. I hear you're mulling over maybe expanding that. Can you hit us with that and the latest on all things MyPillow?
Absolutely. We all know MyPillow gets attacked every day, and my Lindell Recovery Network by the Attorney General of Minnesota being attacked. But now, just today, old suck Lindell TV and said it contains false information. He literally covered up the network, everybody. So Natalie, I think, it all comes down to, if I just walked off the course and said, you know what, it's okay. I don't want to secure our elections. We don't need to go to paper ballots, hand counting. I changed my mind. I think all this would go away, but it's not going to happen. I'm going to keep fighting until our elections are secure. They've been deemed critical infrastructure. Everything comes from our elections, and the president and I are very much in line with getting there and getting there fast. So, but anyway, there'll be a lot of news. There'll be a lot of news coming out about that on Facebook. But anyway, there'll be a lot of news. There'll be a lot of news coming out about that on Facebook. But in the meantime, we've got the great special. We all give you the win-win-win for MyPillow. 2 free shipping, and War Room now has its own site, mypillow.com/War Room. You get employee pricing and free shipping. You can't beat these 2 sales that collided. So go to mypillow.com/War Room. There you see the sales. You guys have hit the bathroom towels, the big bath sheets. You see the sales. You guys have hit the bathroom towels, the big bath sheets, the bathrooms. Promo code War Room. Promo code War Room.
Thank you, guys.
Who has taken me on this road to that prison is a friggin' Democrat and a Trump hater.
When former White House advisor Peter Navarro stood on principle, he never imagined it would land him behind bars.
They demanded that I break the law.
But he refused to betray Donald Trump or the Constitution and paid the price as a political prisoner. Locked inside a Miami federal prison, Peter found 2 lifelines, postcards of hope to his fiancée Bonnie Pixie Brenner, and a hidden multi-million-dollar prison scandal he's now exposing. went to prison so you won't have to. Peter and Pixie share a riveting prison diary, a heartfelt love story, and a shocking look at injustice in America's prison system. Stand with Peter. Scan the QR code now or go to Amazon.com to order your copy.
I went to prison so
Good evening, America. Welcome to the Monday edition of Just the News, No Noise. I'm your host, John Solomon, reporting to you, as always, from the nation's capital here in Washington, D.C., where it was a historic day. And it's going to be a historic day all through the night. And let me explain. First, we've got the decision by President Trump over the weekend to federalize law enforcement in Washington, D.C. The streets here have been unsafe for years. People are afraid to go out after 6 or 7 o'clock at night in Washington, D.C. Donald Trump wants to do something about that. Last week, we showed you the statistics. Washington, D.C., way more unsafe than any other major capital city in any other country in the world. That's a shame. President Trump taking the lead today to take the city back. And tonight, we're going to start to take you to new places in the weaponization investigation. For the last few months, we've been helping you understand just how much involved the FBI and the CIA was in helping Hillary Clinton and the Democrats create a false narrative against Donald Trump, weaponizing the intelligence tools of this country to intervene in 3 consecutive elections. We've given you the evidence. More is to come, but you have a pretty good sense of who did what and when and why they did it and why it's a corruption of the system. Starting tonight at 8:30, mark your time on your watch, we're going to start to tell you how the news media got enlisted to be the co-conspirator in setting these false stories. We're going to tell you who the FBI thought was leaking classified information. They had really good evidence, including whistleblowers who came out and fingered the exact whistleblowers. You're going to get to see that starting tonight. And for the next 3 or 4 days, you'll see how the CIA and the FBI worked the news media to create that false narrative. We're going to do that over at justthenews.com. So mark your time, check your app, make sure you look for the news alert around 8:30 tonight. Every night this week around 8:30, we're going to drop a new segment of the story. And by the time we're done, I think you'll know who the leakers were and also how the media became a complicit and duped part of this false narrative setting in America. With that, let me bring in my amazing co-host, Amanda Head, who's tracking some other headlines. She's in California this week. Amanda, what's on your radar?
Indeed, John. In fact, I think that these drops every night. We should call this Transparency Week, courtesy of John Solomon and his reporting team. John, I know that the American people, feel such a debt of gratitude to you for continuing to put this information out there. So I'm looking forward to putting all of that out there. But President Trump today in the briefing room, John, in absolute President Trump fashion, taking over and delivering a ton of news. He was also accompanied by other members of his cabinet and also D.C. USA Jeanine Pirro, who made it very clear that she is going to be no nonsense when it comes to her approach for federalizing Washington, D.C. I loved the analogy that President Trump made from the podium. He said, you would never go to a restaurant if it had a dirty door, because if the front of the business, if the front of the house is dirty, the kitchen is too. And he made that comparison to Washington, D.C. If you come to the nation's capital and it's dirty and crime-ridden with homelessness abounding, empty storefronts, then that is a reflection on the rest of the country. And I thought that was just such an apt comparison. So I'm looking forward to seeing what happened. You've got, D.C. Police Union president endorsing this idea, saying that our officers have been under pressure. They have been stretched thin for a very, very long time. So D.C., I have a feeling in a few months, maybe going into the fall, is going to look very, very different compared to what it has been. Because, as we were discussing before we came to air, especially for, petite women like me, but everybody in general, it's just not a safe place to go once the sun goes down. And you don't even know where these pockets of crime are. It could be anywhere in the city. So I'm looking very forward to seeing that eradicated. And I know a lot of folks who live in D.C., work in D.C., or travel to D.C. are as well.
Yeah. No doubt about it. By the way, that police union endorsement was a complete surprise to President Trump and the White House. They did not know that was going to happen. A pleasant surprise for them, but it tells you how suppressed the frustrations of law enforcement have been in D.C. They just want to do their job. They know they can make the city safer, but the city council and its policies have kept them, handcuffed them from keeping us safe. And we just see that crime every night. Gangs of hooligans running around, attacking people, carjacking people, killing people. It's unacceptable. We're keeping a close eye, Amanda, on one story down in Texas, a mass shooting at a Target in Texas. Looks like the suspect's in custody, history of mental illness. Our prayers and thoughts are with the families and victims and everybody traumatized by that. We'll be watching that throughout the night. Hopefully give you an update before the show is over. If this big takeover of D.C. is going to happen, and I think it's going to happen, Congress is going to have to help the president. And we're very lucky to be joined at the top of the show by a man who has injected lots of common sense since he got to Washington, D.C. He's a congressman for the great state of Missouri, a great friend of this show, a great friend of truth and oversight in America, Congressman Eric Burlison. Congressman, good to have you on the show.
Great to be on, John. Good to see you and Amanda.
You as well, sir. Good to see you. We love all the work you're doing. I'd like to just get your reaction to the process that started today. Today's the police department, but I suspect by Labor Day that the takeover of Washington, D.C. by the federal government will be much larger. Your thoughts on what you're seeing and hearing and how Congress may be able to help?
Yeah, it's long overdue. Anybody that lives in the D.C. area understands that this is necessary. Look, whenever I first got elected, I will never forget walking at night on the Capitol Mall and seeing a gang of young individuals on motorcycles riding their motorcycles across the Capitol lawn, evading law enforcement. It was crazy. Crazy. In our nation's capital that we have gangs doing things like that. In that first year, I heard about 2 or 3 members of Congress that were either carjacked or mugged. We had one senator's staff who was stabbed in the head right near the Capitol. And then, of course, just recently you had the event where the intern of Ron Estes was murdered. And then, of course, you have the Doge employee that was nearly beaten to death. And so these are all anecdotes, but look, at the end of the day, anybody that lives in the D.C. area understands that it's not safe. It's which is really sad because we're the greatest country on the face of the earth, and we should have the safe. It should reflect, our nation's capital should reflect that we're the greatest country on the earth.
Yeah, exactly.
Congressman, in today's day and age, everything in politics has become politicized, including and possibly especially law enforcement and law and order. However, in Washington, D.C., you don't have these hooligans out there saying, oh, I think that's a Republican leaving Capitol Hill. It doesn't matter. They don't discriminate. It could be a Republican. It could be a Democrat. Are you hearing from your colleagues on the other side of the aisle? I know you're in your district, but are you hearing that they are supportive of this idea as well, or does it seem like they're pushing back against it?
Well, I think that you're seeing a little bit of a pulling back on this. I think that the Democratic Party, many of them, other than the crazies like AOC and Mamdani, most Democrats have recognized that they went too far, that this defund the police effort is not logical, and it's not politically a good idea either. And so it's not good for your personal safety, especially when it's in the city that you're living in. So I think that you're seeing Democrats take a knee here, or I haven't seen them come out any of them come out publicly in favor of this. But I don't think that you'll see a lot of fighting either. This might actually be a resolution because the president has 30 days to federalize law enforcement in D.C. After that, it'll take an act of Congress and a resolution. And I think because this is, to your point, Amanda, this is a bipartisan issue. I mean, everybody likes to be safe in their person. And so I would hope that we could pass this resolution to extend the president's ability to keep this city safe.
I think a lot of people sort of forget that before 1979, it was truly a federal city. The government ran it, obviously home rule given by a Democratic Congress and the Democratic president at the time, Jimmy Carter. But it's for most of our country, it ran under the auspices of the federal government. And now it seems like it's headed back in that when we're done, I assume if the president does all of the things that would require a federal takeover, the Congress can have to figure out what to appropriate, right, for monies in terms of, we have problems with streets here. This has got to, sometimes driving in D.C. is like driving in Beirut after a Lebanon explosion. The seats are tough. You've got the crime. Is Congress ready to walk through that process and get the right funding and get this city fixed?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, to your point, what we've seen in the last few years have really not been an improvement in D.C. I can think of, for example, the traffic issue, the fact that all of these woke liberal members on the Board of Aldermen for D.C., they've really prioritized bicycle lanes as opposed to people actually driving. And as a result, it's just complicated things, and it's made it more difficult to navigate D.C. in a vehicle. Things like that, along with all of the restrictive building codes and restrictive policies when it comes to road construction. For President Trump even mentioned it, that once they take over, they can actually get things done, not the way that this bureaucracy strangles any kind of development or construction or innovation. And so we might see Washington, D.C. become beautiful again.
Yeah, what an idea.
I know, what a novel idea. Our capital city, our representation to the world, looking beautiful. Sir, I want to shift gears to something I know Congress can do, and I know that there is a will there as well, especially for Republicans. You guys just got done with the one big beautiful bill. You're now home in your districts, but you got to come back and hit the ground running with spending cuts. What are your main targets?
Yeah, to me, I think that we've left a lot on the field when it comes to reductions in the Green New Deal or the Green New scam. There's a lot of that's still in place that I think that, look, as members have realized they've made those cuts, nobody's going to lose their seat over it. There isn't a huge outcry for this. So hopefully that builds some courage. We can come back and do some more spending reductions. In that, I also think that we can find savings in the Medicare program by making it actually better for seniors. There's a way that insurance companies are able to manipulate the structure and the classification of individuals so that the insurance companies make more money and it costs the taxpayer more, but it doesn't necessarily, or it doesn't really benefit the patient at all. And so there's things like that I think that we have a responsibility to do that would actually save the taxpayer dollars while at the same time making sure that these programs are good for everybody that actually needs them.
So I want to turn to another subject that I know is close to your heart, and it isn't about scoring political points. It's about getting justice for a series of victims who were denied it, going all the way back to the Bush Justice Department of 07 and 08 when there was a chance to bring real justice to Jeffrey Epstein. Subpoenas went out from your committee last week. James Comer was on the show talking about that, the chairman. Your thoughts about what will happen in September when Congress gets back? Can we get to the bottom of how we let this monster slide without any real punishment?
Yeah, I hope so. And look, the efforts of Chairman Comer have been very admirable. I'm really proud to serve on the Oversight Committee. The committee we had a vote to subpoena these individuals, and the chairman is following through on that. We had a vote to subpoena the records, and the chairman is following through on that, which I think will, as long as there's momentum and there's progress being made, I think that's a good thing. If there isn't any progress being made and Chairman Comer is being blocked, then we've got the fallback, which is the Massey bill, that resolution. So I think one way or another, this information there's information that's going to be released, and that's a good thing, because look, the American people are sick and tired of this government holding on to all these secrets. They're sick and tired of being lied to by the intelligence community and by a deep state. That we're just like, for example, we're just now getting information about what really happened in the JFK assassination. Yeah. I hope that we don't have to wait 60, 70 years to find out what really happened when it came to Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah.
Goodness me, I hope you're right. Sir, before we let you go, I also want to ask you, because I know that Chairman Comer is also champing at the bit to question Hillary Clinton regarding Russiagate. Now, we all remember the interrogations of yore where she said at this point, at this point, what difference does it make? Do you anticipate that we're going to get some real answers for her? And even if statutes have run out, how important is it for the American people to at least hear things from her mouth and hear her either defend it, plead the fifth, or totally cave?
Yeah, I think that the Clintons have really, history will demonstrate that they are one of the worst stains on the United States. You have an individual like Bill Clinton who was very close to Epstein. It may very well be that he was involved or at least knew about some of the molestation that was occurring. Look, he was on the Lolita Express over almost 24 times. There are reports that he was at Epstein Island 20 plus times. And so somebody that's spent that much activity on the plane and at the island, it's highly likely that he knew what was going on. Then you have Hillary, who may have been involved in trying to suppress the investigations on Epstein as well, during her time as Secretary of State. And so these are things that I think the American people deserve answers for, and I hope that they don't plead the fifth. I don't think that they can deny Congress the deposition, but look, it'll be very telling if the former president of the United States has to plead the fifth, because anything that he talks about related to Jeffrey Epstein would be self-incriminating.
Yeah, that would be an extraordinary moment for history. There's no doubt about it. Congressman Eric Burlison from the great state of Missouri. We always love having you on. We always get lots of wisdom when you're on. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you.
Yeah, great to have you on. All right, folks, after the break, we'll look ahead to President Trump's meeting with Vladimir Putin on Friday. Can he get a deal done? And does Russia actually want to play ball? We'll have that with Colonel Rob Matus right after these messages. Hey folks, a new administration in Washington, D.C. has brought lots of positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. The reality is, however, that there's only so much the government can do. And if we really want to make America healthy again, that starts at home with each and every one of us, myself included. Could your health issues be caused by an invisible enemy? Fatigue, bloating, brain fog? What if parasites are the real culprit? Did you know 60 million Americans apparently have parasites? They're everywhere in our food, water, and pets, secretly invading your body and wreaking havoc on your gut, energy levels, and even your brain. And big medicine doesn't want you to think about this, because one good cleanse could change everything. Our friends at the Wellness Company have a real solution, a gold standard parasite cleanse combining ivermectin with mebendazole, 2 FDA-approved medications. It's prescription-based. Just fill out a quick medical intake and get a 3-month supply shipped to your door. Go to twc.health/justnews and use the code JUSTNEWS to save $60 plus free shipping. Go there right now.
Well, we're going to have a meeting with Vladimir Putin, and at the end of that meeting, probably in the first 2 minutes, I'll know exactly whether or not a deal can be made.
How will you know that?
Because that's what I do. I make deals.
Everybody, that was a clip from earlier today, President Trump talking about his upcoming meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin. So to talk to us about if that deal can be struck is United States Air Force veteran and host of the Rob Maness Show and founder and chairman of Gator Pack, Colonel Rob Maness. Colonel, thank you so much for being back with us.
Hi, Amanda and John. It's good to be back.
Yeah, good to have you.
Sir, history has shown us, not only in this administration, but in President Trump's first administration, when it comes to negotiating, despite the naysayers who say he's never had any, foreign policy experience, he's never had any of the experience to negotiate foreign trade deals or foreign policy deals, it seems like he's doing a bang-up job of it. Do you anticipate that he's right, that within the first 2 minutes, he's going to know which way this goes?
Oh, I think so. He's been communicating with Putin for quite some time now over the last, 10, 12 years. And Steve Witkoff's doing a great job presenting our views and presenting Ukraine's views, I'm sure. And that has resulted in this meeting, quite frankly. And nobody thought that this meeting would actually happen, quite honestly. But Donald Trump keeps proving people wrong because that's what he does. He said it. That's what I do. I do deals. He's going to know. Now, one of the things that's happening on the ground in the war, guys, is that the Russians have made some significant gains based on reporting from both sides that we're seeing in the last 12 hours or so around a town called Pavlovsk, which is a main logistical hub. And they have several towns around there that have key logistics hubs connected to that, also that are in their sights. So they've moved rather quickly on this one day, considering they moved slowly and grinded out all the days previous to this. But as I've said before, President Putin has his military objectives in mind. And I said last week that I thought he was probably close enough to where he could set up a deal. And then the next thing we heard about was Witkoff comes home and President Trump announces the meeting. So I think the president's right. He's going to know right away. And it looks like Putin is making some objectives that he's been wanting. And that'll set him up to be able to negotiate swapping land.
Yeah. That's what it seems like we're boiled down to, and it's right. You did actually predict that this would happen. He wasn't done with where the military strategy was. They want to get to a certain point to strengthen his hand, and it seems like he could be at that moment. Now, President Zelensky in Ukraine was on a different note on Sunday, saying, "I've never given up land for a deal." I mean, he has to be delusional, right? The only way he's going to get a peace deal is if he gives up some of the land, right?
I honestly don't think he's delusional. He's just staying pat on the current position, and he's got their constitution to rely back on that, John.
Right.
But once this negotiation actually happens and the president comes away from it, understanding exactly what's going on with the Russians, Mr. Zelensky, I predict, will change his tune.
Yeah, that's a good prediction, I think.
Yeah. What does Russia stand to lose if a deal is not made when it comes to their current partners and folks who could, and nations that could become future partners?
Well, and that's the challenge. They don't stand to lose a lot militarily, but their trading partners and their economic standing, which translates into their ability to continue to resource their forces and keep their forces in the field like they are doing and are able to do better than even NATO and our Western industrial base is doing. But that challenge is also a double-edged sword, guys. If we put more sanctions on China because of the Russia oil they buy, that has another effect on our economy. So the president's looking at that. I'm sure he's a lot smarter guy when it comes to trade and when it's fastened up to warfare than most people realize. And he's looking at that very closely to make sure that if he needs to, he's able to do it the right way. He's already taken some steps with India, but the China part of it is a much bigger deal, and he's going to have to take that on with the right perspective and in the right avenue.
Colonel, I want to turn to some of the things that the Ukraine-Russia war has done to military strategy in general. Obviously, we have hypersonic missiles, we have nuclear weapons, we've got stealth bombers, and we've got all these things. But it turned out cheap, inexpensive drones were an effective way against traditional warfare, and both sides have used them now to great effect. Is the U.S. military adapting to realize that that was one of the unexpected strategies that this war has proven out? And are we ready to have a war one day where drones might be one of the bigger challenges we face?
You know, John, when you all asked me that a year ago, I was skeptical because of a lot of the things that we were seeing and had heard about over our key facilities and our installations here inside the United States. I've seen some good movement forward in open source reporting that indicates that we are taking it seriously. But quite honestly, I'm very concerned about our installations, especially our strategically vital installations right here at home, because of the rules of engagement. And commanders are risk averse when it comes to kinetically taking down a drone, whether it be through electronic means or through the means of shooting it down. And that's a concern because we have some very important installations that have to be protected, not to mention protecting our families and our troops that are on the ground in those.
Yeah, good point.
Colonel, President Trump has an unconventional attitude when it comes to meeting foreign leaders, adversaries sometimes, and I think that applies here with Russian President Vladimir Putin, but he's meeting with him nonetheless. And I look at the reaction of folks. I see all these headlines on CNN and liberal news media, and President Trump's former national security advisor, John Bolton, out there naysaying the meeting, say that it's not going to produce any fruit. Why would they be saying that?
Well, it's the same old never Trumper set and outfit, Amanda. You know, the president doesn't know what he's doing. He's playing the Putin. Putin's going to take advantage of him. I don't know when they're going to figure it out, if ever, but the man is a lot smarter than they are. And it's almost as if he's done foreign and national security policy when combined with trade policy for his entire life, where these people are supposed to be the experts in it, and they keep getting it wrong. When was the last time we won a war? What about the debacle withdrawing from Afghanistan? And over again. And if he listened to them, we would never have been successful with the strikes in Iran against their nuclear facilities, because they don't know how to get the job done. He does. So I listen to what they say. I look at it, but I really discount it a lot. I mean, it's kind of like the boy that cried wolf at this point.
Yeah, no doubt. Before we let you go, Colonel, I want to ask real quickly about another dynamic that's coming into much more clear focus, and that is the top echelons of the CIA and the FBI clearly involved in manipulating political intelligence for political purposes, launching investigations, knowing that what they were investigating was a dirty trick by Hillary Clinton to make it look like Donald Trump was a Russian stooge. I think we may have crossed a Rubicon in the last decade that even pales in comparison to what we learned from Watergate. Your thoughts on the state of our intelligence agency and the politicalization of it?
This politicization of our intelligence agencies and their overtaking of the unelected parts of the executive branch of the United States government makes Watergate looks like a preschool exercise, John. That is how bad this is. We have to hold people accountable. There have to be more than just investigations. There need to be indictments and trials and hold these people accountable. And it's not just inside the CIA, although the CIA is a major culprit in this corruption and this law breaking, but the Defense Intelligence Agency, the executive branch bureaucrats in the Department of Defense, the National Security Agency, all of them are infested with partisans at the top and the middle management level, and probably at the management level just below middle management level. And we've got to get a handle on this, and that's where the personnel system has got to come into play. I know Russ Vought developed a plan to address policy-making positions that were career civil servant. That has to be a part of this, holding folks accountable, and it's got to be cleaned out And we've got to look at some reorganization and recreation of some of our intelligence capabilities and our law enforcement capabilities, because they have completely destroyed and abused them and abused Americans' rights. And I'm so glad Harmeet Dillon is in the Civil Rights Division at the Department of Justice, because I think she's going to be a key player in some of these crimes.
I think you are right. We had her on the show last week.
I think so too. Yeah, a lot of folks on the show have echoed exactly what you just said, which is unless there are perp walks, it's just going to continue happening, and we can't afford that as a country. United States Air Force veteran and host of the Rob Maness Show. Everybody go check out his show, Colonel Rob Maness. Thank you so much for being here, sir. And on the other side of this break, we have an update on a story that we brought you a few weeks ago regarding the IRS, so we're going to get to that on the other side of these commercial messages.
Hey folks, in today's world of misinformation and political spin, it's more important than ever to support organizations that put truth and values first. That's why I support and belong to AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. They're the conservative alternative to AARP, and they're working to preserve faith, family, and freedom, three things that matter to all of us. AMAC members get valuable benefits, discounts on healthcare, travel, and health insurance, exclusive online resources, and a subscription to AMAC's beautiful magazine, one of the best reads out there for an informed patriot like you and I. And all of this is available for as little as $1.20 a month with a 5-year membership. That's what I have, a 5-year membership. Join me. Join the movement today. Visit amac.us/justnews and help AMAC protect America's future. Welcome back, America. A couple of weeks ago, we had a segment highlighting that some of the folks inside the IRS who go all the way back to the Tea Party targeting scandal. Remember when the IRS wrongly went after conservative groups just because they were conservative, not because they had a nonprofit problem? Well, we have an update. There's been some impact from the great work for the Alliance for IRS Accountability. So joining us right now to give us that update, the CEO for the Alliance for IRS Accountability, Chuck Flint. Chuck, good to have you back on the show.
John, great to be with you.
All right. There's been a lot of upheaval at the IRS the last few months. I mean, I think 4 or 5, maybe 6 new leaders over the last time. But more importantly, down from the leader, maybe some changes now. Tell us what happened since the last time we had you on the show.
Well, Elizabeth Kassenberg and Holly Paz had both been placed on administrative leave. They were both involved in the Tea Party scandal. Holly Paz was accused of misleading Congress. She was closely tied to Lois Lerner, and they've been placed on leave. And there are more people at the IRS who are like this, these deep state, burrowed-in employees, John, who view the IRS as their playground to just go ahead and dish out punishment to taxpayers according to whatever personal agenda it is that they bring to work that day. And there's still a unit over there that the one woman, Holly Paz, who was placed on leave, she was the commissioner of a division, if you can believe that. Wow. And she was running a pass-through audit team over there that has been absolutely bludgeoning conservative businesses into, with fines. And it's been very disruptive. I've talked to a lot of businesses and partnerships. It's been a big problem over there.
Yeah. Important to get it fixed.
Chuck, under President Trump and with this class of Republicans in Congress, it seems like they are looking for any way to draw down the impact of the IRS on the American people. They've talked about how rescissions are going to be a tool in their tool belt they're going to be wielding back and forth. Is the IRS untouchable, though, when it comes to rescissions? Is there a way to claw back funding and claw back their resources such that they're not going after everybody willy-nilly and using it as their own weapon of politicization?
I don't think that the IRS is untouchable at all. And you've seen Secretary Besson highlight, and now that he's the acting commissioner, he's spoken a lot about modernization. And the reason that that's so important is that the IRS can actually do more with less, and they can focus on serving taxpayers rather than harassing them. There was actually a report that came out talking about these taxpayer assistance centers and kiosks that they have, where they're self-service kiosks for the taxpayers, and they're just not operable. And this is what we're getting back to once again. The IRS needs to focus more on serving the taxpayer rather than just audits and enforcement and quite frankly, harassment. So to answer your question, yes, and they've downsized the workforce by some reports at the IRS, perhaps 25%. They're headed in the right direction, and we feel very confident about where they're going.
Yeah. What are some other places, Chuck, that we can make some improvements? I mean, when you call the IRS, it's like going to the DMV. Nobody wants to have a conversation. We've spent billions of dollars trying to get better computer systems, better customer service, but I think the impression of the American people is it's only gotten worse. What are some other ideas that you've been working on to try to find a more customer-friendly, more common-sense IRS for the future?
Well, John, it all starts with the morale and the attitude that they have. I know that sounds kind of cliche, but it's so deep-seated and deep-rooted over there that before you can go ahead and start making these changes, you have to change and fix the culture, the mindset over there. And that's what we're very focused on. And that's why I bring up the pass-through audit team over there that's been going after conservative businesses and partnerships, and they have employees that have made very politically charged comments. That's where it has to start. And then you can begin to peel back some of the other layers. Secretary Besson has mentioned the modernization aspect of it. That is so crucial to the IRS because they run some of the oldest information technology systems in the federal government. They date back to the 1960s. And it's not that this hasn't been a focus of the agency. It's just that they haven't had anybody that has wanted to get it done because they've had, frankly, other agendas. And, agendas that have not been well suited to helping conservatives.
Yeah.
Chuck, I flew into Burbank on Friday morning, and as a lot of airplanes do when they're coming into Burbank or LAX, they do a round swoop and they come from the west side. And so that actually put me right above the Pacific Palisades and the destruction that is still there. Shouldn't the IRS be spending time, auditing the $100 to $150 million that was donated that those folks haven't seen a dime of?
Amanda, it's a great point, and that scandal is only growing. FireAid raised $100 million through a series of concerts, and they promised direct relief to people, thousands of people who lost their homes out there, some of whom I know. And those people have not seen a dime of that money. It's disappeared into a web of about 160 nonprofits. A lot of these seem like, kind of like liberal pet causes. You've got the California Climate Corps, which trains climate activists. You've got the California Native Vote Project, which got money. They claim that California is stolen land and they're a social justice mission. When you look at these groups, you have to say to yourself, what in the world do they know about disaster relief and helping people? And, without kind of going overboard, but I'm a former prosecutor, and I look at this, and it looks a heck of a lot like money laundering. You've got FireAid. FireAid gave the money to the Annenberg Foundation, and then the Annenberg Foundation went ahead and distributed it to 160 plus groups. And the victims say that they haven't received a dime of that money. How do you lose $100 million? And so is there a role for the IRS? The answer is yes. They should go in and look at these groups, and if they haven't lived up to their charitable mission for which they were incorporated, well, frankly, they should strip their tax-exempt status.
Yeah. Now, the tools are there. They just need to exercise them. Real quick check before we go. TIG did today. The Inspector General for Taxpayer Protection found these self-service kiosks that the IRS put out there. I guess they didn't work, right? We deployed these.
They don't work, John, and some of them haven't worked for 463 days.
It's crazy.
And isn't that is the most amazing thing? And going back to your question again about ways to improve the IRS and things we're working on, we actually highlighted that issue a couple of months ago. And then the Inspector General followed up on that in a report now saying that the program lacked proper oversight, but that those kiosks, are critical for helping these taxpayers because they go into these, what they call taxpayer assistance centers, and they can, it makes the process more streamlined. They can either deal with an official or they can go and they can use one of these kiosks and that's connected to irs.gov. And so anyway, it is a method by which they can go ahead and improve the taxpayer experience. They haven't done it. And it's very disappointing to see that, but I have a feeling that it's probably going to be cleaned up.
Well, the fact that TIGTA investigated is exactly why Americans should be watching all the great work you're doing at Alliance for IRS Accountability. You're actually finding things that need to be fixed. Chuck Flint, great to have you on the show today. Thanks for joining us.
Sure. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Great conversation. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, one of my favorites, Dr. Peter McCullough. He had it all right during COVID-19. He's going to be here to discuss the latest about what HHS Secretary RFK Jr. has done on mRNA vaccines. If you thought the idea of Robert Kennedy did last week sounded familiar, it was. Dr. McCullough said it on the show a long time ago. We'll have him next, right after these messages.
Welcome back, everybody. A big splash in the MAHA movement. Last week, HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. pulled the plug on 22 federal contracts for mRNA vaccines. Everything from COVID to the flu. It's, by the way, going to save American taxpayers about $500 million. And, of course, there are a lot of concerns surrounding mRNA vaccine technology. So here to talk about all of that with us is world-renowned doctor. He's also the chief scientific officer at the Wellness Company, and he is the author of Vaccines, Mythology, Ideology, and Reality, our good friend, Dr. Peter McCullough. Dr. McCullough, great to see you.
Thank you.
Sir, we all know about the spike proteins. There are a lot of folks who got vaccinated who are concerned about it and have been asking about how they can get rid of it if that's even possible. You guys have an answer, the ultimate spike detox. Tell us about it.
This has been a big advance, the ultimate spike detox, which is a combination of critical natural ingredients to help the body, get rid of the spike protein. I just finished with a patient who's had a very nice reduction in the spike protein antibody levels. We can directly measure spike protein in the blood in research patients out to 3.2 years after the shots. It needs to be cleared. Everybody should be looking at the ultimate spike detox.
Yeah, important. All right, so the mRNA vaccine, you have long been helping us understand the potential dangers and some of the information that was covered up. Now the HHS Secretary himself has pulled back mRNA vaccine development. How important a moment is this, and what do you think comes next?
We've had a chance to look at messenger RNA vaccines, and the Achilles heel of the technology is that it's the synthetic genetic code for a protein or an antigen. There's no ability to shut this genetic code off once it goes into the body. I mentioned Pfizer, Moderna lasting 3.2 years producing the dangerous and potentially lethal spike protein. Well, the same would be true for an Ebola antigen or an antigen for Marburg virus. And the messenger RNA technology is just far too dangerous. It's not understood. And I think Kennedy was right by pulling back on these projects. Now, the projects were government dollars invested with Sanofi or Moderna or Pfizer. And if these companies want to take on the development efforts and they certainly can do that, but we don't need the government, especially BARDA, which is a unit of the NIH. It doesn't need to be in the vaccine business.
Sure. Dr. McCullough, when Secretary Kennedy announced this, on cue, in unison, Big Med and Big Pharma immediately started criticizing the decision, saying it was anti-science, fear-mongering, saying people were going to die. Are people going to die just for pulling federal contracts?
No, because the companies, are flush with cash. If they believe there's a compelling market, they can bring forward these technologies. We don't need to have government dollars assisting private companies or publicly held companies to make these vaccines. And not only that, these were just 22 contracts. We have DARPA, the research unit of the military, which has an ADEPT P3 program since 2012, trying to develop vaccines to end pandemics within 60 days. That's still going on. So the United States is still deep into messenger RNA development. I think the withdrawal ought to be broad. It ought to be complete. The technology does not look ready for prime time.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are starting to feel that way. All right, I want to talk about the mosquito-borne virus that's been spreading across China. A lot of hype in the media about that. What's up? Another Trump presidency, another virus emerging in China. People are like, oh, no, not again, deja vu all over again. What are you seeing?
You wonder about the genesis of these stories. We're talking about the Chikungunya virus, which is an RNA virus carried by mosquitoes. A paper by Ribeiro and colleagues indicates that there's 35 million cases a year. So you get a mosquito bite and develop a fever and some muscle aches, and it's transient. Why is China reporting on several thousand cases? They probably contribute to millions of cases themselves in China. Turns out there's a new vaccine called Vimkunya. Vimkunya was just released a few months ago. And I do have to wonder, is the genesis of these stories, is it really just market generation for a new vaccine?
Wow.
Absolutely. Because it's not particularly fatal, is it? Has anybody died from it?
Well, there have been deaths, but they're not adjudicated, and elderly people can get sick with other illnesses, and it can be part of this spiral. And importantly, there are therapeutics that look very promising in preclinical studies and early clinical studies, ivermectin being one of them, nicotinamide, as well as nitrous oxide. So the bottom line is, even if this became a big issue in the United States, we have treatment, but the principles are mosquito control, just like what's done for yellow fever, it's done for malaria, and should be done for chikungunya virus.
Makes sense. It does indeed.
Dr. Peter McCullough, we love having you on. I want to ask you one more question, though, because if they've got a vaccine for it, that's great. But I see people in China being locked down. I see the same, all of the same things that they did leading up to COVID, I'm seeing them doing now. What message is that sending to the rest of the world about that? And are we going to have people on this side of the globe who are panicking the same way?
There seems to be, unfortunately, a marketing approach that's fear-based. That is, to be fearful, become locked down, and then seek a vaccine to be liberated, to get freedoms back. I think it's wrong. I think it's dangerous. It's coercive. And it's not advancing the ideals of vaccinology broadly or, in medicine. So this is a bad pattern, and it's disturbing to see it. I hope the rest of the world doesn't fall for this. 35 million cases a year. We can get through it. There are therapeutics. There is a vaccine in the wings, but the bottom line is the vaccine has never been tested for safety. It's actually never been tested to see if it prevents chikungunya disease. These vaccines are brought on the market because they raise antibodies, which sometimes can be a false surrogate.
Yeah.
Wow.
Dr. Peter McCullough with the Wellness Company, thank you so much for being with us, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, everybody, go to twc.health/justnews today. You're going to use the code JUSTNEWS, and you're going to get 10% off on anything that you put in your order, anything you put in your cart and purchase, you're going to get 10% off. So again, use the code JUSTNEWS at checkout. We're going to take a quick break. We've got a few more stories that we want to wrap up before we head out, so we'll see you on the other side. Welcome back, everybody. I want to touch a little on the tease that John gave at the top of the show regarding these stories that he's going to be putting out every single night. John, I'm going to put you in the hot seat and say, give us a little bit more information. Give us a little bit more of a taste of what we're going to be getting.
Well, we had whistleblowers who came forward to the FBI as early as 2017 saying this member of Congress was leaking classified information. I was in a meeting where he authorized the leak of classified information. By the way, members of Congress can't authorize a leak of classified information. It's illegal to do so. Tomorrow, you're going to know, or at 8:30 tonight, you're going to know who that lawmaker was and what the whistleblower said. It's really remarkable stuff. In the days that follow, you're going to see other people close to senior officials in Washington who say, I was present when this official agreed to leak classified information to the media. It raises the question, if they had this good an evidence, why wasn't anyone prosecuted for leaks? I hear lots of attorneys generals over the last 2 decades say, I'm upset about all these classified leaks. Well, they had real evidence. They could have prosecuted people, but like often in Washington, they whiffed. I think that pattern is really important. I think the other thing that's important, reminding everybody that there were willful and aider and abettors in the news media, the traditional news media, in fomenting these false stories to us from the leakers. And I think they will be held accountable too. You're going to see certain reporters and news organizations named in these documents. It's going to be an eye-opener for a lot of folks.
Yeah, so everybody, that's going to be happening in about an hour and a half. So everybody, turn up the volume on your TV right now. I'm going to help you out right now. Hey Siri, set a timer for an hour and a half. Okay, so now you're going to get a timer, and about 6 minutes after that timer, 5 minutes after that timer goes off, you go to justthenews.com and check out what John is posting. Now, John, I want to shift to a few different other stories, because one of the things that Chuck Flint said regarding auditing this $100 million that was supposed to go to victims of the Pacific Palisades fire, he made a comment. He said, how do you just lose $100 million? And I chuckled to myself, and it's not funny at all. I suppose it's gallows humor. But California, this infamous story from a few years ago where they allotted $24 billion to take care of the homelessness crisis here in California, and they basically just lost the money. So when he said that, I wanted to say to him, you know, California loses $100 million very, very easily, especially considering they lost $24 billion on that homelessness situation. But it's sad to see, but he's exactly right. You know, you've got the IRS targeting middle and low income Americans for not dotting their I's and crossing their T's exactly properly, exactly the way that the IRS wants them to. And instead, they are allowing $100 million that should be going to people who lost everything. And, you know, it's just a very different way of handling things, don't you think?
Yeah, and I don't think we're done hearing about the pains and maybe the gains of Californians. I suspect that LA is going to be the next city after Washington, D.C. to maybe see a federal takeover of police, or certainly some sort of National Guard. We obviously had the National Guard out there for the ICE protest, but I'm guessing President Trump dropped some hints today that D.C. isn't the only city he's looking to clean up. I got to think Los Angeles is at the top of the list. What do you think?
I think so, too, especially considering in a few years we are really going to be ramping up the preparations for the Olympics, but also just next year. We've got FIFA World Cup coming. So they got to do something, because I know there are a lot of people who look at Los Angeles, they see the news stories, they see the crime and the homelessness, and they think to themselves, I don't know if that's somewhere I really want to go. So it would be for California's own good, John.
Yeah. Well, keep an eye. I think that's next after Washington, D.C. And by the way, we're not done with D.C. We took the police today, but I think the rest of the city is going to be federalized before the end of this month.
Yeah. Speaking of the protesters that took place, or the protests that took place here regarding ICE, President Trump said, "You spit, we hit." He was talking about protesters getting in the face of law enforcement and spitting in their faces, which is assault. You should be prosecuted for that. But I'm already seeing liberal media like Bloomberg, a headline saying that President Trump was saying that to homeless people. That was not the case. President Trump was saying that about people who are assaulting law enforcement. So let's go ahead and nip this in the bud. Let's not let this become another Charlottesville. Everybody have a wonderful night. We'll see you tomorrow night.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. President Trump doing what President Trump does best, and that's making America safe again. Making D.C., the District of Columbia, safe again, and ultimately, let's hope, great again. He has officially taken control of D.C., federalizing it, the one city in America that actually is already under the control of federal lawmakers in D.C., but this time sending National Guard troops in because of all of the crime, the blight, the homelessness, and even taking federal control of the D.C. Metro Police Department. This is big, folks.
Today, we're formally declaring a public safety emergency. This is an emergency. This is a tragic emergency. And it's embarrassing for me to be up here. You know, I'm going to see Putin. I'm going to Russia on Friday. I don't like being up here talking about how unsafe and how dirty and disgusting this once beautiful capital was.
Think about all across America, the once beautiful cities. Los Angeles, California, one of the most beautiful cities in the country. It was, until liberals absolutely ruined it with coddling criminals, letting homelessness flourish. Same situation in D.C. We can go blue city to blue city to blue city. They probably all need to be federalized, but D.C. is the nation's capital, and quite frankly, it's a third world country now. How do I know this? Just compare it to the numbers when you look at the murder rate, okay? 27 people murdered per 100,000 people in D.C. But look at the other cities that it beats. Bogota, Mexico City, even Islamabad, okay, gets beat by D.C. when it comes to the murder rate. We saw a 3-year-old shot and killed while sitting in a car. You had that Doge employee, they call them big balls, last week, just obliterated on the streets, trying to stop a carjacking in progress, and he was beaten to a pulp. Staffers murdered and mugged in that city, and yes, murdered in that city. Liberal lunacy lets it all flourish. This is Judge Jeanine Pirro, the new U.S. attorney in that area.
Here's the problem. Assuming that they're 17 years, older than 17 years old, I can get the case. If they're under 18 years of age, I can only get the case if it's murder, rob one, rape, even if they shoot a gun but don't kill you, I can't get it. So the law has to be changed.
Yeah, the law has to change, so we now have district attorneys who prosecute crimes, and not just in D.C., but all across America in these blue cities, so people can feel safe again. They'll do their best in D.C. Now, President Trump said, I'm going to need Republican help here to change federal laws so they can prosecute in the District of Columbia and prosecute the crimes they need to. 1,000 National Guard troops will be called in. They will join federal agents to go after, I'm sure, illegal gun owners. Most of the gangbangers and bruisers who rule the streets in D.C. are illegal gun owners, prohibited possessors. How about we go after them instead of law-abiding gun owners for a change? And yes, I mentioned the National Guard. They have been called up. Here's the Secretary of Defense.
At your direction this morning, we've mobilized the D.C. National Guard. It'll be operationalized by the Secretary of the Army, Dan Driscoll, through the D.C. Guard. You will see them flowing into the streets of Washington in the coming week. At your direction as well, sir, there are other units we are prepared to bring in. Other National Guard units, other specialized units. They will be strong.
I have no doubt that they will be, Mr. Secretary. I thank him for his leadership, Jeanine Pirro for hers, and, of course, President Trump for his. But instead of gratitude from the so-called leaders of Washington, D.C., Mayor Muriel Bowser, for instance, we get absolute ineptitude, comments again that don't talk about gratitude. Instead, we get ineptitude and more politics as usual. This is the mayor of D.C.
We know that access to our democracy is tenuous. That is why you have heard me and many, many Washingtonians before me advocate for full statehood for the District of Columbia. And while this action today is unsettling and unprecedented, I can't say that given some of the rhetoric of the past, that we're totally surprised.
So It's interesting because President Trump, even our buddy Tim Burchett, the Republican from Tennessee, talks highly about Mayor Bowser as being a very nice lady. She may be a very nice lady. She's very misinformed as well. She's not clued into the Constitution or how it works. She doesn't study the issues. Listen to this.
We don't, and I think I speak for all Americans, we don't believe it's legal to use the American military against American citizens on American soil. I'm not a lawyer, and but I think that's a fairly widely held fact.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, it's not. And the Supreme Court just took this up. The Supreme Court is allowing President Trump to use the National Guard as he sees fit to keep the peace, okay? Because quite frankly, they may be American citizens, but to people of D.C., these gangbangers are terrorists that are terrorizing that city, and they need help. President Trump is bringing it in. He's going to move the homeless to other areas, get them outside of the Central District, and he's going to clean up the blight and, of course, the trash out of that city. Blight and trash, real trash and people trash. All right, on with me now is retired U.S. Navy intel officer and former police lieutenant Stephen Rogers is back with us. Lieutenant Rogers, it's great to have you on the program.
Always a pleasure to be with you. Thank you.
Well, what do you make of this move by President Trump? And I believe it'll make a difference. Do you?
Oh, it's already making a difference. Let me share this with you. This is called Liberation Day for the people that live in Washington, D.C. It has become Liberation Day for every single law enforcement officer across this country. They're going to be able to do their job knowing that they're not putting their pensions on the line, knowing that the government is going to back them. But even in addition to that, let this serve as a warning to every liberal, to every progressive, and sadly to say, to every Democrat that has supported the policies that cause these cities to go to hell in a handbasket. They're next on the agenda, believe me. And it'll be up to the people to toss mayors like the one in Washington, D.C. out of office and those across the country that got us into this mess.
All right, Lou, how do you think the Metro Police Department will react? My guess is the line officers will embrace this. Top brass will not. But what does it do to that police department now? And logistically, can they really get this to work with the feds overseeing Metro Police?
Well, to begin with, I've spoken to a number of Metro police officers while I visit Washington, and they're all on board with the president. Every cop I've talked to, not just in D.C., but in cities around the country, they want action. They want to be able to do their job. They want the handcuffs taken off of their wrists and them being given the ability back to put handcuffs on the bad guys' wrists. So, yes, you're right. Rank and file will absolutely support the president and the partnership with the other law enforcement agencies, and there are superior officers who can't speak up because they'll get fired, they'll lose their jobs, but are willing to stand by the troops that they're putting out in the streets. Troops, I mean the police officers who are called to protect and serve.
I think the people are going to openly embrace this, even the people in the so-called hood that, for whatever reason, Democrats feel they need to coddle by somehow allowing criminals to go free. You know, there's this term that President Trump talked about, no cash bail. I actually think it's a confusing term if you don't know the issues, because I would think, all right, no bail means we lock them up for good. Well, in fact, it means just the opposite. No bail. You come in and we let you out. So I wrote a term, no jail, no bail, free to sail. That is actually what's happening in D.C. Can he change this idea of arresting criminals and letting them out on the street in a few hours? Can we start putting them behind bars? Because that'll make a huge difference alone.
Sure, we could. And I think the Judge Pyro had actually touched upon that when she mentioned that there has to be some accountability on judges. Judges have to be, look, I believe judges should be term limited, and in some cases they should have psychological exams, for goodness sakes. And what in the world are they thinking, putting killers and rapists and people just doing great damage to innocent people in this society? So it's going to be a total effort on the part of the entire criminal justice system in order to make this happen. But President Trump could do it. I believe he could do it. And the Congress has to wake up and realize that they got a president there who's leading. Imagine we got a president leading in front of us, not from behind us.
on so many issues as too. I think everybody, they may not admit it, but I think this nation was hungry for leadership like we're seeing for President Trump. Let me play a clip from his news conference today. It went an hour and a half, by the way. Speaking of leadership, you wouldn't have seen Biden hold a news conference for 90 minutes, but this is President Trump about who will be targeted in all of this.
They'll immediately begin massive enforcement operations targeting known gangs, drug dealers, and criminal networks to get them the hell off the street, maybe get them out of the country, because a lot of them came into our country illegally. They shouldn't have been allowed in. They come from Venezuela. They come from all over the world. We're going to get them the hell out.
I would like to see law enforcement finally go after illegal gun owners, not law-abiding gun owners like the left likes to target. I think that'll be part of all of this. Do you think we'll see federal agents as well in and around D.C. Doing their thing too, Lieutenant?
Oh, no doubt about it. It's going to be a partnership on all law enforcement levels. But you made a point earlier about the hood. People in the hood, they want peace. They don't want crime. They got babies themselves. They got kids being slaughtered on the streets. They welcome this action. So when the Democrats say, well, you're hurting the hood, you're hurting this, you're hurting that, no. These people are Americans. They want to feel safe, and they want their children to wake up the next day. Again, to your point, it'll be an entire partnership between every level of law enforcement, from the local guys all the way up to the federal government, and this is going to work. And by the way, yeah, the L.A. mayor's a little upset today over this because she feels that they're coming to L.A. They're coming, Miss Mayor. Same thing with New York City. We got a communist running for office, and he thinks he's going to solve all the problems. Well, the president's going to solve the problems because he's going to make sure this guy don't get elected, and the police are going to be able to do their job.
Wouldn't that be great in every city across America? And that ultimately is the goal. Lieutenant Stephen Rogers, thank you so much for coming on tonight. We appreciate you, sir.
Well, thank you for having me. And I salute you for the work you're doing. Thank you.
I appreciate that as well. Imagine, folks, you're a little kid. You're 10, 11 years old. You put your head on the pillow every night, the gunshots outside, not knowing if your brother or sister's going to come home. That's what's happening in American cities today. This is what President Trump wants to stop. And I think the people in those towns, in the blighted areas, the low-income areas of these cities, they want it stopped too. All right, how do we do it? Well, we get more Republicans in Congress. How do we do that? Let's gerrymander the hell out of these red states. That's right, I said it. Screw you, Democrats. I'm going to play politics as long as it's well within the law to do so. If you're not playing politics, you are losing in America today. Lord knows the Democrats play it. So we've got this issue in Texas to add 5 more Republican seats. We know that the census was totally flawed. Well, the Democrats are melting down over all of this. This is Obama lackey Eric Holder.
Well, there's no question that gerrymandering is a threat to our democracy. It allows politicians to pick their voters as opposed to citizens choosing their representatives. But we are now in a situation where we find ourselves where authoritarian moves are being made by the White House through various states, Texas most prominent among them, and there has to be a response to that. What I've said is that we have to protect our democracy now if we ultimately want to be able to save it. And so taking the reasonable steps that have been proposed in California.
Oh, give me a break. They love to use buzzwords, protect our democracy. So because Texas is open and honest about redistricting, Illinois and New York were not honest about it. And how about this? I pulled the numbers. Connecticut, Massachusetts, Vermont, Rhode Island. That's New England, folks. Not one Republican lawmaker from those states. Let's add Hawaii onto the list. Let's add Rhode Island and Delaware onto the list. Not one Republican member of Congress. And they make up anywhere between 26 and 42% of the vote, Republicans do in those states, and they were gerrymandered the hell out of them. In Illinois, I mentioned, 17% of members of Congress are Republicans in that state, but wait a second, 30% of the voters are Republicans. You gerrymandered that. But here's the thing. Of course Illinois did. Democrats are the party in control of that state. You want to change, vote them out of office. So don't get mad at Texans for this. The great thing is, though, finally the mainstream media confronted the governor of Illinois on this very fact.
You talk about preserving democracy. How do you preserve democracy if you're using the same tactics that you've criticized Texas Republicans for?
But as I say, what they're talking about is a distraction. The reality is that the violation of people's voting rights is what Texas is attempting to do. That's what's wrong with their efforts right now. And the fact that the president of the United States knows it and nevertheless is asking them to do it. That is what's wrong with what we're seeing right now. Democracy is at stake.
Ooh, there they go again. Democracy at stake. It's a non-freaking answer he just gave you. Okay? How about Kathy Hochul? Kathy Hochul, the governor of New York, sounds like a petulant child here.
So your state's highest court, at the time, all the judges appointed by Democratic governors, they threw the maps out. So fair to say Democrats have done what they're now accusing Republicans of doing.
No, we followed the rules. We do it every 10 years. We base it on census.
But the court said you didn't follow the rules.
Well, we did follow the rules.
So the court was wrong?
Well, we followed the rules.
We followed the rules. I'm a robot. I was told to say we followed the rules. Well, Shannon Bream was right. The court said you didn't follow the rules. That's happened in Texas, too, by the way. When I ran for Congress in 2011, going into 2012, there was redistricting going on. They threw the maps out. They had to be redrawn over and over and over again. Not easy, but the system works. And by the way, the census data was all flawed, which is why Texas needs to do this again, because I believe seats were lost because of that flawed census data. Now on to a national security issue. I guess you could include gerrymandering as a national security issue, but this one is serious. This national security issue has me concerned because it's something nobody's talking about. So Senator Rick Scott of Florida has introduced the PROTECT Act, and he wants an investigation into these so-called smart appliances. High-powered appliances that are connected to the internet, like your electric vehicle chargers, dryers, smart ovens. He is fearful that these appliances made by adversarial nations like China could be used to overload our grid and cause an entire problem simply because they're connected to the internet. Our adversaries could use these smart appliances against us to virtually shut our electricity off. This is a gentleman that studied the issue at one of the local colleges. Take a listen.
So high wattage IoT devices such as electric vehicle chargers, electric heaters, HVAC devices, or air purifiers can be compromised and controlled remotely by attackers. And an attacker who has access to a large number of such IoT bots, they can turn them on or off simultaneously from random locations to cause technical issues in the power grid.
All right, imagine you're in Texas right now. It's 105 degrees out, air conditioners going wild, and your adversary ups the power wattage of these appliances to basically overload the grid. Well, to discuss this, I want to bring in the president and CEO for the nonprofit Center for Security Policies, retired Lieutenant Colonel from the Marine Corps. Tommy Waller is with us. Colonel, great to have you on the program.
Yeah, Grant, thank you for having me on, and thank you for covering the topic of the grid. It's absolutely, as you said, one of the most important that we could be discussing right now.
You know, Colonel, I've talked a lot about parts used in the grid and Biden overturning a Trump order from the first presidency of Trump that we want to make sure we don't have Chinese parts in the grid. But I don't remember talking about our air conditioners being connected to the internet and hackers hacking in to overload the grid. Is this truly a concern, Lieutenant Colonel?
Yeah, Grant, it really is a concern. And that video that you showed is actually 6 years old. So that was back in 2019, Princeton University doing presentations on this, what's termed as MAD IoT or MAD IoT. So people may have some familiarity with the term IoT, that's Internet of Things, right? So you think about all the quote, smart devices out there. And to President Trump's credit, back in 2019, he had passed an executive order to start to force the government to look at how these different communications and technology devices could be harmful to our national security. And to credit Senator Rick Scott, he actually codified with this bill, as you mentioned, it's called the PROTECT Act, that stands for Preventing Remote Operations by Threatening Entities on Critical Technology. The PROTECT Act codifies President Trump's 2019 executive order into law, the law of the land. And to answer that question, Grant, how does this work? Well, this mad IoT is manipulation of demand. As you just said, imagining you're sitting there, air conditions are running, all these appliances are running, and then all of a sudden remotely they get manipulated and it increases the demand or perhaps decreases the demand. And then that can cause failures of our electric grid. And so that's exactly what this bill is meant to have the Commerce Department study and come back with recommendations on how to thwart this method of attack.
All right. If you control the electricity, boy, I'll tell you what, you almost nearly control the entire country, right? I mean, think of air traffic control and people on oxygen tanks and life support, not to mention, people with air conditioning in very hot places during the summer. Are we doing enough right now to secure our electricity grid nationwide from a threat like this?
Now, Grant, unfortunately, we're not doing enough. I will say that the President Trump, having come in on a second term, is moving rapidly to fix a lot of things that were broken. In fact, I have an article I published just a couple of weeks ago at the National Interest that talks about the big, beautiful bill. It, quote, stops the bleeding, right? If you look at our electric grid as if it were a patient, a trauma patient, someone that had just experienced, gunshot wounds. What the president has done with the first part, his first 100 days, is stop the bleeding. There's a lot more life-saving care that needs to be applied to the electric grid. And this is going to be one of those forms of care. Because look, for our adversaries, especially China, using all this, quote, smart technology, that's an indirect way to attack our grid, right? Our grid operators are somewhat accustomed to looking for cybersecurity threats. These are devices that are not part of that network. They're attached to it, but we don't have visibility within the utility industry on your washer and dryer, for example. But I'll tell you, Grant, probably the single biggest element that made this worse during the Biden administration was the electrification of everything, and specifically electrical vehicles. So when you look at Senator Scott's bill, it talks about 500 watts or higher, any device. And so if you start at the bottom, you're looking at washers, right, at like 500. If you go up from there, you get to things like stoves and all these different smart appliances, which, oh, by the way, during the Biden administration, there was lots and lots of incentives to increase the use of that. EV charging stations, electrical vehicles. Now you're talking about 50,000 to 350,000 watts. If a foreign adversary gets control of that type of infrastructure, then it can cause extraordinary damage very quickly to our grid. And that's exactly what the senator is seeking to be able to defend against. And I want to commend him for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, our goal is to raise awareness on this. I don't think there's enough lawmakers from either side of the aisle, especially from the left, though, that is looking at this as a true national security threat. We need lawmakers to step in. I know, Tommy Waller, that our utility companies going to be hesitant to spend money on this because they don't want to spend money. They want to make money. But in the end, it's going to be devastating if the whole thing crashes. Nobody's going to be making any money. Something needs to be done. I appreciate your organization fighting for this. And as always, I appreciate you coming on. Please keep us posted on this topic and beyond, Colonel.
Absolutely. Happy to do so. Thank you, Grant, for having me on.
Absolutely, and thank you. All right, folks, the Trump administration is bringing positive changes to our healthcare system, but to truly make America healthy again, it starts at home with you. That's where the Wellness Company comes in, offering top-quality products to keep your family safe and healthy. Their prescription medical kits, I've got one right here, includes life-saving medications and guidebooks, plus they offer parasite cleanses. I'm on one. Folks, I'm telling you, after about a week of this, I've now just realized I've got more energy than I ever had. I owe this to the Parasite Cleanse. I really do. All of this is designed to help you live longer. So visit twc.health/voice. Do it today. Use the promo code VOICE to save 10%. That's twc.health/voice. Use the promo code VOICE to save 10%. All right, America's decided to put an end to the cartels. But Mexico apparently is not happy about our plan. That's next. Welcome back, everyone. So President Trump is set to meet with Vladimir Putin this Friday in Alaska. He's going to talk about ending the Ukraine war. Can President Trump make it happen? This is President Trump on that today.
Well, we're going to have a meeting with Vladimir Putin, and at the end of that meeting, probably in the first 2 minutes, I'll know exactly whether or not a deal can be made. How will you know that? Because that's what I do. I make deals.
What a dumb question. You know, I own businesses, not like President Trump's level. I call myself a small-time capitalist. But let me tell you something about the art of the deal. President Trump is the king of the art of the deal. But even I know. You can walk into a room and assess a situation and know what the reality is going to be within just a few seconds. But that reporter, they're so disconnected from real life because they've never been outside of anything other than a newsroom. They don't get real life. I promise you President Trump's going to be able to make that assessment within a few minutes. And then you get dopey people like this that appear on MSNBC making wild claims.
Putin gets Trump in a room, he's going to use his, old intelligence training to flatter. And these are some things that Trump seems to like. And then you're going to have a press conference when the concern is that Trump kind of gives away the farm in terms of Ukraine. I don't see any national security professional, apolitical professional, who thinks this is going to turn out well on Friday in Alaska. I think there really is great concern.
What a ding-dong. You think President Trump is going to be manipulated by Vladimir Putin with his KGB mind control? I don't think so. If anybody's going to control the situation, it's going to be President Trump. Not to take away from Putin. The guy's a smart, sly guy. But he's not going to take advantage of President Trump. Neither is the president of Mexico, by the way. So President Trump, you may remember, comes out last week, along with Pam Bondi, say they issued arrest warrants for Nicolas Maduro, who is the leader of Venezuela, as the largest narco trafficker in the world. Well, Sheinbaum, the president of Mexico, says, I haven't seen the evidence. Come on. All of these drugs are funneling through Venezuela, straight through Mexico, and then, of course, into the United States. President Trump says we're going to take the fight to Mexico with our military. Marco Rubio backs up President Trump, saying we need to go after the cartels in Mexico and basically chop the head of the snake off that way. This is Marco Rubio. Excuse me. This is the president of Mexico pushing back against that idea.
The United States is not going to come to Mexico with their military. We cooperate, we collaborate, but there will be no invasion. That's ruled out.
It depends on what you call an invasion. We're not storming the borders of Mexico. But you better believe I could see special forces going in there. And if President Trump wants it, Sheinbaum will ultimately have to say yes, because Mexico needs us. On with me now, RAV border correspondent Ben Berkwam is with us. Nobody knows this issue better than my man, Ben. Ben, welcome to the program.
Hey, thank you, Grant. Man, talk about irony. After being invaded for 4 years directly through our southern border and a little bit through the northern border, but mostly from our Mexican partners, our allies, allowing our border just to be completely crossed. Now, granted, that wasn't her fault. That was Joe Biden and the Democrats that were inviting it in. They were just a pass-through. But the irony of calling what President Trump is calling for an invasion, it's one of two things, Grant. I think she's in a tough spot, and no country wants a sovereign foreign country to come in and do their dirty work for them. But the reality is Mexico is a failed narco state. And I think she's one of two places right now. One is she's trying to appease the average Mexican voter that says, wait a second, we can do this. We don't need America to do this. Can't we go take the cartel out ourselves? And she realizes, no, we can't, but I actually have to put on a good face and pretend like we can. Or the other side is the speculation that she's bought off by El Mayo's crew on the Sinaloa cartel. And basically everything she's been doing up to this point has been window dressing, and she's at a place where she just cannot go any further. Either way, you're right. If President Trump, if this is something President Trump wants, it's going to happen.
You know, Ben, as I listen to you, It could be a little bit of both here. You know, she gave basically the out in that one little comment where she said, this is about cooperation, we'll work with it. She could ultimately go back to the people of Mexico. Oh, this wasn't an invasion. He told us he couldn't come in. They're working with our special forces, and they're working together. All the while, a wink and a nod. I don't really trust her because I think most politicians are bought off by the cartels in Mexico. So you may see a little bit of both of what you just laid out at play here, Ben.
Yeah, and look, our next episode of Law and Border is going to be focused on that. Our time down in Culiacan, Mexico, Sinaloa, down with Oscar, and that was the sense you got from the people. In fact, the guy we interviewed down there, I don't know if you remember that, Aaron Ibarra, he said, until you start seeing politicians arrested and the DAs arrested and the judges arrested, you're not going to see any change in Mexico. Mexico is such a failed country when it comes to narco trafficking, human trafficking. They control every aspect, every layer of society. So part of this is not going to happen without the United States in there. But the reality is we're already doing a lot of that. Our intelligence services are already working with Mexico. The only reason we got the heads off the snakes earlier on, just a couple months ago, we extracted them from Mexico was because of partly our intelligence services. So a lot of that's already happening. And you're right. Part of it is she has to put on a happy face for the country saying we're doing this, but we're going to be in control. But at the same time, she also can't piss off her narco bosses who, again, the speculation is the only reason she's in the position she's in is she made the right people happy, and they're the ones who put her in there. And if she upsets them too much, she'll be out just as fast. So it's a tricky situation. But the truth is, we cannot combat narco terrorism in America unless we deal with it globally, and that's exactly what President Trump and Pam Bondi and our military is talking about doing.
Let me play a clip from you from Marco Rubio, cut 8 for the guys behind the glass.
Different cartels that operate in Mexico, and in between you find them in Ecuador, you find them in Guatemala, you find TDA, what people would call street gangs, but actually are operating as criminal enterprises, but very well organized ones. So what it changes is it gives us legal authorities to target them in ways you can't do if they're just a bunch of criminals. It's no longer a law enforcement issue. It becomes a national security.
And that's about labeling them as terror organizations. Ben, real quick, if you can, for me. You briefly mentioned it. The cartels have been battered and bruised here, but by no means are they dead and wiped out. How hard will this battle be to take out the cartels?
Extremely hard. And you mentioned it with the last guest. I'm actually going to be going up to a location with some hydropower equipment tomorrow. And you talk about terror threats in America. Look, these cartel terrorists are in America. Once we start going after them, they're going to act in the same way any foreign adversary would act, and they're going to attack us in our soft spots. And so it's not just dangerous because this is a foreign threat. This is a threat that's on that's in our country. It's inside of our house. And so it's going to be bloody. It's going to be ugly. It's going to be all those things, but it has to happen, or else we're going to become like Mexico in just years, if not decades. We're on the road to becoming like Mexico if this doesn't happen.
Well, and that would be about as bad as it gets. Looks like President Trump and team have got us on the right track. Your insight better than anybody else's, Ben Berkwam. We're blessed to have you on the program. Thank you, my friend.
My pleasure. Thanks, Grant.
Absolutely. All right, folks, we'll continue to cover that story. She thinks they're not coming into Mexico. President Trump wants in, he's getting in. All right, Nancy Pelosi. She happens to be the greatest stock trader of all time. Or is this all about insider trading? What if I told you maybe you could profit off of her? It's true. I'll show you how next. on, going all the way back to 2012, I pushed members of Congress to pass something called the Stock Act, which prohibited members of Congress from trading on inside information. It was a start, but besides some reporting, it really doesn't have a lot of teeth, and we still see members of Congress getting rich off of what I believe is inside information. The queen of that is none other than Nancy Pelosi. This is what President Trump truthed yesterday, okay? It reads, crooked Nancy Pelosi and her very interesting husband beat every hedge fund in 2024. In other words, these two very average minds beat all of the super geniuses on Wall Street, thousands of them. It's all inside information. Is anybody looking into this? She's a disgusting degenerate who impeached me twice on no grounds and lost. How are you feeling now, Nancy? Well, the question becomes, should members of Congress just flat out be banned from trading stocks? This is Pelosi being asked about all of this last week.
He accused you of insider trading. What's your response to that?
That's ridiculous. In fact, I very much support the stop the trading of members of Congress. Not that I think anybody's doing anything wrong. If they are prosecuted and they go to jail. But because of the confidence it instills in the American people, don't worry about this.
She goes on to say, my husband handles all of this for us. Yeah, you're lying in bed. You tell her you're going to pass a certain piece of legislation that's going to send a stock skyrocketing or plummeting. They buy it, they short it, whatever they have to do to make them rich. Like something like 70% they made on their money last year. Well, I want to bring in now founder of Autopilot, a trading app which allows users to track the portfolios of politicians and top investors. Chris Josephs is back with us. He was on when he started this app. Chris, welcome to the program.
Thanks for having me on again. It's been a journey.
All right. I bet. So when you were on last, you were just starting this out. This is, I don't know, maybe a couple years ago here on Real America's Voice. Now Autopilot's still going strong. Nancy Pelosi, is she your number one? I don't want to call it an advisor, but at least the politician that you track and investors make money off of?
She is. She started out number one, and she's held supreme the entire time. We initially kind of first launched our app, which what you're describing is exactly right. It allows you to take your stock portfolio and trade alongside politicians and other investors. We launched it in January 2023. Pelosi was the most popular then. We've since grown to the point where we now have $800 million plus invested on our platform. Pelosi is still the most popular now. And since we've been tracking her performance is up 180% since that date back in January of 2023, which is insane.
All right. So you're 2.5 years. She's up 180%. Chris, you've been in and around this business. That defies the odds, does it not?
Absolutely. Yeah. So from hedge funds, they don't make 180%. To passive investors, they don't make 180%. To even kind of like some of these other low-level politicians, they don't make 180%. Pelosi on our platform is one of the only ones that have been able to kind of put those numbers up at a consistent basis. And last year, in the year of 2024, where Trump was referencing that she outperformed top hedge fund managers, on our platform, she was up 54%, which is incredible in that kind of era. What people don't understand, though, is she actually trades long-dated call options, which are essentially called leaps, which would make her performance be even higher than the 54% that we're able to track. We just don't have the information to know the exact performance of what she did. But her on our platform performing 54% for sure makes her kind of the top quartile of money managers, quote unquote, in America.
All right. I want to make sure I get this clear. So the 51%, if you had followed her using the Autopilot platform, would you too have made the 51%?
Correct. Yep. If you were in from January 1st all the way through. And there were some winners that the biggest winner that she had in 2024 was NVIDIA. She bought NVIDIA at the end of 2023, and that stock perfectly timed. She got in right before it went up 190%. She also had other winners like Apple, which was up, which a lot of people own. But she made another notable kind of really good time trade in July of last year when she bought Broadcom. And since her buy in July of 2024, the stock was up another 40%. So it's not even just one-off stocks that are making a killing for her. She's hit on a number of them. And that, I think, is why she's still the queen.
All right, Chris Josephs with Autopilot. What's amazing about this is the 50%. You're delayed in getting this information to get to the people using Autopilot. She doesn't make a trade. You get it, and 10 seconds later, you can tweet that out or push that out on the app to people. You're, 30 days delayed? And 30 days delayed, you're getting still returns of 50%. She could have been making 80, 90, who knows what percent. I think that was your point, Chris.
Yeah. And so kudos to you for being able to get the Stock Act passed back in 2012. But part of that, kind of one of the negatives of it moving forward now is the delay, where they have up to 45 days to delay. The performance that we have on the platform does bring that delay in. So there really is kind of a little bit of a discrepancy. But with the way that you're describing it is right. Even with the delay, it was up 54%, which also, though, to be clear, it doesn't include the fees associated with Autopilot. I got to say that for a legal reason.
Okay. Well, and the fees are not all that big. I've looked at it. And you guys are. Yeah. Okay, $10. So Nancy Pelosi can handle that. I'm sure most people out there can as well. It's so fascinating what you've done. Look, the bottom line is, I guess, if you can't beat them, join them. Personally, I don't want to ban members of Congress from having investments, but I think if it goes into a blind trust or you're in a Fidelity account that's managed by somebody else, you have no say in it, that's fine. But this idea, many of them, I'll give you the last word on this. She's not the only politician that does really well, is she, Chris?
She is absolutely not. And what we do kind of on Autopilot side is we are very bipartisan. We call out Republicans, we call out Democrats. Anytime we see a suspicious trade, we call them out. And we've been calling out Marjorie Taylor Greene. We've been calling out Dan Crenshaw. Pelosi still, though, is the one with the best performing stocks, but it is definitely a bipartisan issue. And going to the debate of should politicians be allowed to trade, I think you do enter this whole world of is it constitutional to limit a politician's kid or a politician's spouse from trading stocks? It becomes very complicated very quickly. But what the average everyday American is essentially asking is just don't trade individual stocks. Just put it in a blind trust or put it in the broader S&P 500, where if the broader market goes up, you still win, but you cannot, downtick a specific stock right before a law comes out. It's pretty common sense.
I think all of that makes a lot of sense. The name of your app is Autopilot. I urge people to check it out. You guys aren't paying for this. I asked you to come on, and it's just a cool thing that you guys do. And I appreciate talking to you, and I'm grateful and happy that you're having so much success, Chris Josephs. Thank you for coming on.
Appreciate it. And let's keep the pressure on them, because if we can get that ban through, I can retire that Pelosi tracker once and for good and move on to our next thing.
Amen, my man. Thank you for coming on, as always. Again, his app is Autopilot. All right, folks, coming up next, we will take back control of your health. In fact, we'll help you take back control of your health. Stick around. back, everyone. What if I told you renew your health, you could renew your relationships? Watch this.
I started with the 5-5-5 challenge, but since I started, my feet don't hurt, my ankles are so much better, and just little things. My eyelids are so saggy, and I can see my eyeballs again. This morning was the first time that he got up and said, I feel really great. I have energy this morning, and I slept last night. There's no love handles anymore.
You know, it is really easy to adopt a perspective that has some expectation for good things to come.
All right, folks, again, it's the My 555 Challenge. 5 pounds, 5 days, $5 guaranteed from the folks at Energized Health. John Jubilee is with us. John, welcome back, my man. All right, John, so I would imagine you get in shape. It does improve every aspect of your life, including your relationships. Is that what you're seeing?
Well, it really does, Grant, because we don't realize that, you know, when we lack energy, when we lack vitality, when we lack our strength just to do the everyday things, there's no way we can show up for other people in our life. You know, we just get used to, well, I'm just in pain. You know, we're running about 50%. You know, why? Because we're a bunch of raisins. For those of you that have heard me speak before, I say, what's the difference between a grape and a raisin? A grape is hydrated, a raisin is dehydrated. So when your brain is dehydrated, your heart, your thyroid, your kidneys, your pancreas, all of your levels are just debilitated. You're half of what you really could be. And so when all of a sudden you get back to energy, like you just heard this woman share that her husband got back his energy for the first time and she lost all of her pain, well, they show up differently for their children, for their grandchildren, for their great-grandchildren. And Grant, I love to share this example because my mother became my client later in life. It took her a while, but my mom got on the protocol. And my mother has almost 50, that's right, almost 50 grandchildren and great-grandchildren, and she still gets on the floor, gets on the ground, and plays with what we call the littles in our family, the littlest of the great-grandchildren. She goes on cross-country trips with the adult grandchildren. She absolutely is showing up relationally differently because of her energy, and she still works a real job, by the way, and takes care of about 30 old people that are younger than her, by the way, but she feeds them and visits them. She absolutely shows up different relationally, and everyone can have what she has.
Well, I just said today on the podcast, pitching the My 555 Challenge and Energized Health, I used it so I can still play one-on-one basketball with my son. He's 16 years old, and I'm still moving. Now, we're about 50-50 on wins, but it's working, and it's keeping you younger. And so whether you're older and a grandparent or whether you're like me and a dad of a 16-year-old, there's so many things that getting hydrated at a cellular level can do. And the My 555 Challenge is a great way to start it. John, I'll give you the last word here.
Yeah, well, Grant, I want to encourage people, when you sign up for the 555, please upgrade yourself to a VIP. And you say, John, why would I want to spend an extra it's $99, guys. Here's why. We're going to FedEx you a medical-grade device to measure 12 health markers that even your doctor has not went over these 12 health markers with you. You need to know your hydration level. You're going to get a one-on-one with one of our health experts. You're not only going to get everything in the 555, you're going to get a lot of extra stuff, but the most important thing you're going to get is the device to measure so you know where am I in my cellular hydration, and a one-on-one person to go over your 12 main health markers with you. You get a bunch of other things, extra time with Chelsea and I. We will answer your one-on-one questions on the 555.
John, I'll tell you what, I have one of those devices. Thanks to you guys, I use it every day. And those markers really are my religion to see how I'm doing along the way. John Jubilee, let me tell people how they can find you and Energized Health, and specifically the 555 Challenge. Go to my555challenge.com. That's my555challenge.com. Lose 5 pounds in 5 days for only $5. and upgrade to that VIP for $99. Well worth it. Take it from me, okay? All right, up next, some final thoughts. Stinchfield's next.
Who has taken me on this road to that prison is a friggin' Democrat and a Trump hater.
When former White House advisor Peter Navarro stood on principle, he never imagined it would land him behind bars.
They demanded that I break the law.
But he refused to betray Donald Trump or the Constitution and paid the price as a political prisoner. Locked inside a Miami federal prison, Peter found two lifelines, postcards of hope to his fiancée Bonnie Pixie Brenner, and a hidden multi-million-dollar prison scandal he's now exposing. Went to prison so you won't have to. Peter and Pixie share a riveting prison diary, a heartfelt love story, and a shocking look at injustice in America's prison system. Stand with Peter. Scan the QR code now or go to Amazon.com to order your copy.
I went to prison so you won't have to.
All right, welcome back, everybody. As you know, Stinchfield 1776 on all the social media platforms. Give me a follow. You can check out my podcast every afternoon, 12 Eastern time on Rumble. It's a great place. Studio 6B and the guys up next. Stick around for them. Stinchfield's Army rolls. See you tomorrow.
Sounds funny in the evening. You're watching live from Studio 6B on Real America's Voice.
And it is live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice, on a Monday, August 11th. Brand new week getting started. Glad you're in, everybody. Slick Rick, right there, going to do some sports. Rick Delgado's going to do some news. Paul Nolan sitting and got some news as well. Aaron and Fran holding it down. Fran's back. Good to have him back. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Those of you who joined me this afternoon for the stream, glad you did. Welcome on in tonight as well. Slickster, how are you?
I'm doing good, Big D.
Looking good. How was your weekend?
It was busy. A lot of work to do. Good, though. Nice time. But I had a good time Friday night, man. The show was great.
Oh, it was good. Friday night Monday nights are fun, huh?
Yeah, definitely buzzing the next day from it. It's great stuff.
Yeah. A lot of energy from the audience. A lot of great stuff. Good interviews from Kevin Downey Jr. and great people there. It's always fun there at the American First Warehouse on Friday. So
folks from Tennessee and
all over. People coming from all over.
Right?
Good time.
Amazing.
Hanging out in the parking lot before, a little tailgate action going on. It's like becoming an event.
Yeah, it is.
For some people. So it's pretty cool.
It's awesome.
Yeah. We did the pre-show. That was fun.
Yeah, I watched it. It was like, yeah. It was a little, eating pizza and stuff like that. I was like, I don't know, man.
That's a little boring, right?
Yeah, I was like,
let me try that again. We did the pre-show. That was fun.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, thanks. Like, good. I thought
the
so.
pizza was delicious. Thanks to you.
Very good.
Yeah, thanks to you always.
Like watching people eat pizza.
Rick Delgado, how was your weekend?
My weekend was great.
Great? Wow. Why?
Oh, do tell.
Why great? Yeah, do tell.
And it got topped off. I won a game, and this was my prize. I got Fun Dip.
Oh,
Fun Dip.
Explain what that was.
Who has Fun Dip anymore? Nobody has Fun Dip.
Nobody who's married, that's for sure.
That's right.
Where was this game happening?
This was a gambling game.
Oh.
At an undisclosed location with dice.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Delgado. Wild side here.
Well,
all right.
You know what? I'm thinking of the Sphere, and I'm thinking I got to get myself ready because I'm sure Damon's going to take us this year, Slick.
I wonder why me and Paul weren't invited to this gambling.
It was kind of impromptu. I kind of stumbled into it.
Well, that's not really an excuse.
What, you in the Bowery?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, all right. Well, that's good.
And I do have to shout out to David and Tammy Scott from
your bookie?
Cruces. No.
Oh, okay.
David and Tammy Scott from Las Cruces, New Mexico.
Oh, your shirt.
Yeah, who sent over all my alien stuff. I'm wearing the shirt. Look. I got the shirt on.
Yeah.
I got the shirt on.
Supposed to wear that Friday night. What happened?
I got something else for Friday night. You watch Friday.
Okay, very good. Mr. Nolan, how are you?
I'm well.
How was your weekend?
It was a really nice weekend. Family, friends, just got everything I needed done and then had some time to relax as well.
All right, very good.
How was your weekend, Big D?
I was busy. Busy. A lot going on. It was good, though.
Big D.
I'm sorry?
Nothing.
Brand new week started. A lot of news today. Those of you, again, like I said, those of you who joined me this morning for President Trump's stream, I streamed the president's press conference, which, again, was, I said then and I'll say now, is typical Trump. See a problem, take it on. Don't really care about any of the political correctness of it. Don't really care what most people think. Don't really care about how they're going to try to make it sound like something it's not. I'm just going to take it on and deal with it.
Going to cut through all the bureaucracy.
Yeah, I'm just going to cut through it, and I'm just going to go deal with it. And then, and that's exactly what he's doing. In a real show of force today, Pam Bondi, Pete Hegseth, obviously the president, Jeanine Pirro, and others all up there on the stage talking about what they want to do in D.C., and I said then, and of course it happened after we got off the stream around noon, said the rest of the day you'll see the left and the media. Actually, this is the ironic, funny part of it. Actually go to bat now for the crime stats in D.C., and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah.
All day long. Everybody telling us it's not what we think. It's all right. The numbers are down. I heard the numbers are down. All the numbers are low. Numbers are down. Well, but they never say compared to what.
Exactly. They only pick up the story halfway.
Fudging numbers.
I mean, it's like at some point in Biden's tenure, you could have said inflation was down. Well, it was down to 8 from 9.4.
And that was generous. At some points, it felt like it was 18 to 20.
So, I mean, to say it's down, well, okay, but down from what? And here's the bottom line, is all of the left lunatic crackpots who are going to say, dictator, look at this guy. This is how, this is the start of it. This is how things fall. All of them who work in D.C. and are there constantly, they get on camera when they go to the little hits over at these places, and they go, he's a dictator. And as soon as the camera goes off and they have to walk to their car, believe me, they're thankful that he's doing what he's doing.
Or they have security with them.
Yeah.
Because they need security because they know how friggin' dangerous it is.
Yeah, don't get it twisted. They're all thankful that there may be some sanity restored to D.C. because God knows it needs it, no matter what anybody tells you. crime stats are down. Oh, okay. Don't quite think that tells the story.
Especially when you find out they're fudging the numbers like they've done with the job numbers all these years.
Yeah.
They don't take certain FBI reports to add into those. It's just a complete mosh of garbage that they put together.
I saw Muriel Bowser even go on MSNBC this weekend before Trump's speech and try to, prep the talking points and get it out there. And even she, in the interview, there's a clip of it out there somewhere. Even she couldn't get to the whole where the media really wanted her to go. She says, well, D.C. does need some help.
Yeah.
And that would be understating it. Of course, you look at the people in charge in D.C., they'll talk about all DEI hires. The woman in charge of the police, I wouldn't put her in charge of the library.
Hey, library.
And Nancy Pelosi, of course, today, they all, of course, trying to take advantage of, try to compare. Oh, he's got the National Guard. Oh, he couldn't do that on January 6th, though. I've heard this argument
that one again.
Yeah, all day long from these snot-nosed little TikTok influencers who are doing their little live streams talking about this and everybody else about the National Guard. And, of course, nobody talks about the actual story of the National Guard on January 6th.
Yeah.
They don't listen to Stephen Sund. They didn't listen to his testimony. They don't know that the Speaker of the House has to approve it, and that the
Mayor of DC.
Sergeant-at-Arms would not approve it.
And the Mayor of D.C. turned it down in a written letter.
Yeah. So on one hand, they yell dictator. And then when Trump's not a dictator on January 6th and actually let Pelosi, the sergeant-at-arms, and then the D.C. mayor, and he proposed having them there, and they didn't want them, all of a sudden he's not dictator enough. Oh, he couldn't have done this on January 6th? So it's just absolutely crazy. But good for the president for doing what he did today. And, again, if you work in D.C., I don't care what side of the aisle you're on.
Yeah, your survival rate just went up by 17%.
Exactly.
Yeah, there was actually an ABC reporter that admitted that she got jumped.
Well, that's one of the first things everyone in D.C. says to each other, according to Tim Pool. And he had a people on today. He said that the number one question people ask each other when they see each other, how you doing? Have you been safe? Any incidents? Everybody's petrified and paranoid about how crazy the crime is.
Right.
And I think one of the most important parts of the interview was Jeanine Pirro, who I thought was great when she went up there.
Yeah, you know what? I think I owe her an apology there, Damon. Because when she was picked, I was like, I thought maybe they could pick somebody a little bit different, a little more hard-nosed. But you know what? She's a
more hard-nosed. Who would that be?
She is a what you would call on the street a tough cookie. And she's not giving any guff. We actually do have the clip. Do you want to play it?
Yeah, sure.
Here's cut number one. Here's Judge Jeanine going off on the D.C. crime. I'm sorry, Judge Jeanine. This one's for you. Cut one.
I see too much violent crime being committed by young punks who think that they can get together in gangs and crews and beat the hell out of you or anyone else. They don't care where they are. They can be in DuPont Circle, but they know that we can't touch them. Why? Because the laws are weak. I can't touch you if you're 14, 15, 16, 17 years old and you have a gun. I convict someone of shooting another person with an illegal gun on a public bus in the chest, intent to kill, I convict him. And you know what the judge gives him? Probation. Says you should go to college. We need to go after the D.C. Council and their absurd laws. We need to get rid of this concept of, no cash bail. We need to recognize that the people who matter are the law-abiding citizens, and it starts today.
Yeah.
Yeah. Amen.
Without
the obvious, right?
That old school, tough, tangy Italian cookie.
Stating the obvious.
I guarantee she's got a cannon for an arm. If you messed up in the kitchen, she could whip a tumbler across the kitchen.
A size 8 shoe right in the old head there.
Yeah. And her point about we've always said that in the front door out the back is exactly the problem in a lot of these blue toilet cities. In the front door out the back, there's no consequences. There's no deterrence. It's lawlessness everywhere. It's homelessness everywhere. It's vagrancy everywhere. The juvenile numbers keep going up, and up. There's nothing to stop them. It's why, of course, the Metropolitan Police Department has just absolutely bled police officers since like 2020, when all of these urban areas got nuked during COVID, George Floyd time, all of that.
Then we get the National Guard to go through Congress as well while they're in there. Let's clean out some criminals in there while they're at it.
While they have their hands full there.
And how?
And the other thing about every Democrat screaming about this today, and I don't think this is an overstatement. I think a lot of them, if they think, well, you know what? You know, these Republicans, if they face crime in the city, well, they deserve it. They're Trump supporters. So if they get carjacked, oh, well, they had it coming. I think that's how a lot of them think. I honestly do.
You see that school board dad and going after that school board woman who said, you know, when good, another, who was it who passed away, Hulk Hogan? Oh, good, another MAGA day.
Yeah.
I mean, this is how they think.
Yeah. Facebook post, it was disgusting.
Yeah. Who was it today that actually posted about this? Jesse Kelly, I think it was. Democrats will spend the day talking about how safe D.C. is because Democrats want you raped and murdered to move their revolution forward. And they know they have to lie about this fact. They're not soft on crime. They're pro-rape. That's pretty strong.
Not
but
wrong.
I get his point.
It's not wrong. Did they come out against the rapist? No, they came out against the president.
And you've heard it all day today on every interview. The media is finally talking about D.C. crime. This is what it took.
So funny.
This is what it took. So a lot more on the president's press conference today and other news. We'll get to sports. Big UFC deal. Man, that's an earth shatterer there. We'll talk about that, what it means for TV.
Big billions.
Pay-per-view going forward. We'll talk about that. See what else Slick's got in sports, plus news with Paul Delgado, Aaron and Fran holding it down. Glad you're in on a Monday. We're back right after this. Out 17 past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Monday, August 11th. A couple quick things I want to get to before we get to sports and news. I saw President Trump today, he nominates E.J. Antonio to be the new Bureau of Labor Statistics head, which should not go as a small thing. EJ is great, number one. He's been on this network a lot. Never been on this show, but I follow him, and he's on top of what's going on. President Trump today says he's nominated him. He's the chief economist at the Conservative Heritage Foundation to head the agency that compiles and publishes the nation's employment and inflation figures. Our economy is booming, and EJ will ensure that the numbers released are honest and accurate, Trump said on social media today. Antony, if approved by the Senate, would replace Erica McEntarfer, who was appointed commissioner of the Bureau of Labor Statistics by Sleepy Joe Biden. Trump fired her August 1st after the July jobs report showed hiring slowing sharply this spring, with job gains in May and June revised much lower than initially estimated. And here's the thing. I don't know if the job numbers are, I think they probably are what they are. I mean, obviously, each president's going to feel about them the way they feel about them in the moment of time. Of course, they're not a snapshot of in the moment of time. They're a snapshot of things we already know have happened, and it catches up to. But you have to say this, and I said this about Fauci back when he was, you can't be as wrong as these people are and keep their jobs. I just don't care that the president did it now and everybody wants to make it, oh, look at this, he did it because the job report was bad. No, I mean, whether he did or not is, to me, not the point. The point is you can't be this wrong in any other profession or job or industry or anything you do, maybe except for working in some government facility, you can be this wrong and keep your job and get a raise and fall upwards. But they have been as wrong as anybody ever, seemingly forever.
Yeah. And like you said, it's, the numbers are the numbers. Unfortunately, the way they collect them and extrapolate them out, that's where all these inconsistencies come out. That's why you can be off 1.5 million jobs after 2 years and still have a job. It's not until somebody actually points it out and goes, hey, this is really bad. It's not like 150,000 jobs over the course of 24 months, which is, kind of
still terrible.
It's still a lot, but if you think about it, over 24 months, okay, that's, maybe 1,000. It's a little more conceivable to be like, all right, that number was off because of that, or somebody moved the decimal point. That was a mistake. That was a computer error over here. This person never reported. We forgot about this.
Moved the decimal point.
Yeah.
But when you're at 1.5 million, that's a lot of missed decimal points.
It's so stupid.
Yeah.
And they're doing it on purpose because they know no one's going to check it out. They're not going to go after it. Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
They control the narrative. And now at least Trump is pulling these. I can't believe how long that woman stayed there. How she wasn't fired the day he got in office is beyond me.
It's one of those things you don't even look at it because it's like, well, it's not a high profile position, it's not a sexy position. All of a sudden it comes to light because like, how are these numbers this far off? Then it comes to light.
It's truly astounding, like you said, the falling upward.
Well, that's government,
problem.
Right?
That's the problem with government. There is no free market keeping people honest. You fall upward if you're a black girl with a ding-a-ling. You're in charge of everything. But meanwhile, the most highly competent person is fired because they don't have the same political view.
Right.
It's
that's
the central planners and government. They just can't be efficient. Inherently, they're inefficient.
Yeah. And nobody knows, nobody's been on top of the debt, the interest payments, all of this more than EJ has been. If you go to his ex, he's a good follow, should follow him, even before he takes his position, which I hope he does. But he sees the big picture. He sees how outrageous what the Fed is doing. He sees how outrageous the Federal Reserve is, how detrimental it is, how detrimental the printing of money, the devaluing of the dollar, melting away your purchasing power over all these years has been, what they're paying now in interest, and who they're paying it to, by the way. I mean, so he will and should be great. And he should get approved if the Republicans can get it together and get this nomination through. Of course, maybe, I don't know if Thune and the Speaker want to maybe get together and figure out if they actually want to help the president get some of these nominations through, or if they want to just keep stonewalling. But I guess that's a subject for another day. So 22 past the hour. Let's do some sports. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use if you want to shop at MyPillow. I got my MyPillow stuff for my son's move to college. And I want to thank everybody at MyPillow for getting it out fairly quickly.
Nice.
And, yeah, we're ready to go. So a week from Friday, the boy is off. Out of here. See you. Bye. Wow. Gonzo. Well, maybe not.
Will he ever come back?
Yeah, well, that'll be the question. So,
for Summers,
I think quite a bit. 22 past 23, now past the hour. Slick, let's do some sports.
Well, the biggest story of the day in sports, of course, Big D just saved himself a whole house. UFC signs blockbuster $7.7 billion broadcast deal with Paramount. Now you won't have so many pay-per-view fees, Big D.
Well, that's the big news out of it.
I know. Watertown, Houston, and Breitbart. With its deal with Disney-owned ESPN set to expire at the end of the year, the UFC has signed a new contract with Paramount to become its new home starting next year. TKO Group, which owns both the UFC and WWE, is leaving Disney behind, mostly to join Paramount as the merger deal between Skydance Media and Paramount is approved by the FCC, MMA Junkie reported. The new deal will run for 7 years with the UFC's 13 annual pay-per-view events plus 30 additional Fight Night events to be run on the Paramount Plus streaming service. Some events will also air on CBS, which Skydance Paramount owns. That won't be the only change for fans. UFC will no longer have the option to buy individual pay-per-view events in the USA like they always have in the past. They will have to subscribe to Paramount Plus and will get them all on that platform for a $7.99 monthly fee, $12.99 ad-free. Big D's going for that. In the end, if fans bought even 2 UFC pay-per-view events a year at $79.99 each, the $96 a year for the Paramount Plus plan would have saved them a significant amount of money. Right, Big D? You buy a number of those. This shift in distribution is a distribution strategy. It will unlock greater accessibility and discoverability for sports fans and provide an important catalyst for driving engagement and further subscriber growth for Paramount Plus. Paramount said in a press release, Paramount's advantage lies in the expansive reach of our linear and streaming platforms. Paramount Chairman and CEO David Ellison added, live sports continue to be a cornerstone of our broader strategy, driving engagement, subscriber growth, and long-term loyalty. And the addition of UFC's year-round must-watch events to our platforms is a major win. We look forward to delivering this premium content to millions of fans in the U.S. and potentially beyond. UFC owner TKO has not entirely abandoned ESPN. The company stuck with ESPN for its WWE broadcast, signed a new 5-year, $1.6 billion deal, chump change, right, to air events such as WrestleMania and the cable sports news network. So that's a game changer. It shifts the paradigm a little bit there, you know? I mean,
$9.5 billion in deals by TKO in the last 2 weeks.
You know,
but it is a game changer for the pay-per-view model, which is now dead. And they're just showing that that model is dead, and now it's all subscription, ad-based, smaller price. People don't want to pay the big numbers. They don't want to, it's even changing since OTT really started to change. And of course, Rav is right on the forefront of it, what we're doing here.
Yep.
And our models and what they're doing as well. But yeah, I mean, the landscape of TV has really changed. This is just another big one.
It sounds like the fans are going to get more.
Paramount is continuing its conservative branding. You see Tulsa King conservative, you see Landman, you see all the really Taylor Sheridan stuff. Is a lot of conservative views on there, and nothing says conservatism more than the UFC.
Yes, keeping good company, right?
And that's interesting because obviously CBS owned. All right, right, 26 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. We'll do a little more sports with Slick, then we'll get into some news with Delgado and Paul Nolan right after this. All right, 30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Monday, August 11th. Glad you're in. Slick's going to do some more sports. Delgado's got headlines coming up. Paul Nolan's got some news as well. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. And, of course, you in the live from Studio 6B audience chat. Chat. We're glad you're in as always. Make sure you follow us on social media at LFS6B. Pretty much everywhere on YouTube. You can search live from studio6b.com. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube. Of course, you don't miss mornings like this morning when I go live. And on Facebook and on Kick and on X at LFS6B. Pretty much follow us everywhere. On Instagram, LFS6B Show. You can follow us there as well. Trying to do more shorts and stuff on Instagram and Facebook. And so we're trying to get as much social media as possible. We always appreciate it when you engage with the social media in any way, shape, or form. It always helps us out, and we appreciate that. Make sure you head over to livefromstudio6b.com as well. Become a member there. It's absolutely free. Sign up to be a member there. So you can get rewards on our 6B front row, which you can use for merch in the store. Slick's doing sports. Sports is brought to you by our friend Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use at checkout at MyPillow. Let's do a little more sports. Slick, what else is going on?
Good tournament wrapped up yesterday, Big D. Justin Rose wins FedEx St. Jude Championship in playoff.
First of 3 in the FedEx Championship.
Unbelievable. Memphis 10. Justin Rose made up a 3-shot deficit over the last 5 holes against hard luck Tommy Fleetwood, and then made 2 birdies in a playoff against U.S. Open champion J.J. Spawn to win the FedEx St. Jude Championship on Sunday.
Boy, Tommy Fleetwood, he's so good, but man, he just can't get over the hump.
He can't close it.
He just cannot close the deal. He will, but I feel bad for him because he's playing well, but he just can't get there.
Yeah, he birdied 4 straight holes and narrowly missed a 13-foot birdie putt on the 18th hole at the TPC Southwind for a wind in regulation. Rose made 6 birdies over the last 8 holes he played, the last one a 10-foot putt on the 18th on the 3rd playoff hole. So that's a wrap on that unbelievable tournament.
I wonder how that leaves the actual standings now as we head into the BMW, and then we head to Eastlake for the final for the actual top 30 towards. I wonder if Scotty's still in first now. After Justin Rose wins, he probably launches up there in the top 5, I would think.
His caddy had a family emergency yesterday. I saw a story. I didn't look into it too much, though, and he had to leave early, so I'm not sure if that affected anything. But Yankees got some more bad news. Aside from their play, one of their legends got hurt as well over the weekend. Yankees legend Mariano Rivera suffers torn Achilles during Old Timers Day game. What a shame, right? Dylan Gwynn, a Breitbart, and one of the best Yankees of all time, no doubt. Legendary Yankees closer Mariano Rivera injured his Achilles during the Old Timers game on Saturday, according to The Athletic. Rivera, 55, is the greatest closer in the history of the game and a vital linchpin on the dominant Yankees teams of the mid-90s through the 2000s, who won 5 World Series titles. Remember those days, Rick? Good times. In 2019, he became the only player ever to be unanimously inducted into the Hall of Fame. Imagine that. Things started great for Rivera on Saturday. He even hit a single off former teammate Andy Pettitte. However, things took a turn after Roger Clemens told the broadcast crew what happened to Rivera. It was a fun day until we heard about Mariano, Clemens told WFAN's Susie Waldman. Mariano hurt his Achilles. I don't know what was going on. We all thought it was a hamstring, but I think it's a little worse than that. I think it's he's at the hospital now. Unbelievable. Rivera notably tore his Achilles in Kansas City while shagging fly balls in the 2012 season. That injury cost him the rest of the season. He would return the following year, however, and post one of the better seasons of his career, saving 44 games and posting a 2.11 ERA before retiring. He made 13 All-Star games and won 5 World Series with the Yankees in 96, 98, 99, 2000, and 2009. Bleacher Report reports the 5-time Rolaids Reliever of the Year, also finished top 3 in the AL Cy Young, won on 4 occasions, 96, 99, 2004, and 2005. Saturday's old-timers game was the first time the Yankees had held the event since 2019. I think they better put that back on the shelf and retire that. And Mariano went on to be quite the entrepreneur, too. He got a lot of car dealerships that he owns throughout the state, one over in the by us in our area, and quite a great businessman. So we wish him a speedy recovery at 55. Hopefully, he'll be able to get around. And like I said, in 2019, I think they better watch those games. Those games always made me nervous with those old timers. Remember Willie Mays diving for a ball in Shea Stadium way back in the late 70s, and forget about it. And that's a wrap in sports. Big deal. I'll have some scores, a little bit of rodeo, and I got a couple other stories coming up.
All right, Slick, very good. I just checked. Scotty Scheffler still is way ahead, 5,456 points. Rory McIlroy's in second at 3,444. So
he's walking away.
Either Rory, J.J. Spawn, who, congratulations, just made the Ryder Cup team, by the way. And then Justin Rose is now in 4th with his win. But one of them is probably going to have to win one of the last 2 to overtake Scotty, even if he doesn't win. So he's in just a commanding lead, I would think, here. I don't know how many points you get for winning the BMW or the Tour Championship.
I don't think it's 2,000.
Scotty's still in a commanding lead, so... all right, Slick, very good. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use. Let's do some headlines. Greatest headlines in the world, brought to you by our friends at Eternal Lifecoin, eternallifecoin.com. Check them out online. Rick Delgado's got it. What's going on, Delgado?
All right, well, thank you, Damon. And, since we did touch upon it, I will continue talking about it a little bit more, give you a little more detail as to President Trump after he is federalized Washington, D.C. due to the concerns over crime and safety. safety. He announced that he would take control of the Metropolitan Police Department and deploy 800 National Guard troops to help the city address the violent crime issues. Trump stated that if D.C. does not improve its governance, he would exert his powers to control the city, citing a significant decline in violent crime rates as a reason for his actions. Anyhow, we got a couple clips here. Let's jump into that. Here is President Trump talking about D.C. This is cut number 4. Check this out. Cut 4.
This is Liberation Day in D.C., and we're going to take our capital back. We're taking it back under the authorities vested in me as the President of the United States. I'm officially invoking Section 740 of the District of Columbia Home Rule Act. You know what that is? And placing the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department under direct federal control, and you'll be meeting the people that will be directly involved with that. Very good people, but they're tough, and they know what's happening, and they've done it before. In addition, I'm deploying the National Guard to help reestablish law, order, and public safety in Washington, D.C., and they're going to be allowed to do their job properly.
Yeah, according to this, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth designated Army Secretary Dan Driscoll to oversee the deployment and said 100 to 200 National Guard members will be active in the city at any point in time. It's not clear how long the troops will be stationed in D.C., but they vowed to work alongside the D.C. police and federal law enforcement to ensure the city is safe. The city is beautiful, according to Hegseth. He says, as I always say about President Trump to the troops, he has their back. People that don't have their back are the people on the news. We're talking about CNN, MSNBC. Let's get to a few of them right here. Here's cut number 2. Here is MSNBC Eddie Glaude flipping out over Trump making this move to clean up D.C. I guess he really loves criminals. Cut number 2. Check this out.
Chris, to be honest with you, I'm trying to hold my temper.
Yes.
I think there's an ongoing argument that he's having in his head with Black Lives Matter. There's an ongoing argument that he's having with the questions around criminal justice reform and police reform. It's interesting that he really doesn't really care about what's actually happening in D.C. on a certain level, because he's not trying to get at the underlying root causes. We have to understand this, Chris, within the context of Donald Trump's racial politics and within the context of his effort to get Epstein off the front pages.
This guy puts on his blue school glasses.
But when we try to treat this as a rational response, then we lose sight.
The homicide rate, murder rate in D.C. has doubled over 12 years. The murder rate in 2012 in D.C. was 13.9%. The murder rate in 2024 is 27.5%. That's a 97.8% increase. So guys like this who say President Trump doesn't really care, there's no reason for him to be doing this, they need a lesson in remedial math again to look at the numbers, because it's absolutely insanity that that's his reasoning on why Trump is doing this.
Right, and that's why Hillary Clinton and Pelosi are chomping at the bit to put out these silly numbers that, Hillary Clinton, by the way, her tweet, you listen to an unhinged Trump justify deploying the National Guard in D.C., and the reality is violent crimes at a 30-year low. This is like the nonsense that we have to endure, which everyone knows is completely untrue. And as Dee just put it, the statistics are an absolute mockery of what the truth is. But meanwhile, they'll just keep pumping out their narrative. They don't care because they have all these mouthpieces going haywire, running cover.
Because to talk about it legitimately would be a lesson in talking about their utter failure when it comes to not only policy, when it comes to lawlessness, when it comes to enforcing the law, when it comes to the Constitution, when it comes to our fellow citizens, when it comes to all of this. Any discussion in reality based around this shows that they have little to no sympathy or anything for you. And as I said before, most of these people, if it was a Republican that got carjacked, would not. They don't care. as Jesse Kelly said, they see you as a roadblock to their power.
Yeah, they need the chaos on the ground. Mm-hmm. How old was that big balls kid? How old is he?
He's only about
20-something?
22 tops. Maybe.
20s, yeah.
Young kid. And again,
he's lucky to be alive.
Helping out someone who was getting carjacked. He wasn't getting carjacked. He came upon the person, the woman I think it was, and jumped in to try and help her. But there you have the mouthpiece of the left, of course, attacking the president for trying to stop crime.
Let me get to a clip here, because I think this illustrates what's going on out there. The NAACP had a pre-presser rally outside, and they picked somebody to speak who they figured let's get the person who can, as clearly as possible, tell everybody what's going on and kind of give exactly what they think, get our thoughts across clearly, that is very understandable on why we oppose President Trump. Here's a little bit of that.
Please. Great. The president has been trying to provoke violence right here in the black communities and in the brown communities, having ICE kidnap our neighbors, having the black community be harassed and profiled and want a response. We say, hell no, we won't go.
That's a poorly constructed sentence, man.
Okay, let's listen to a little more here.
When we say we won't go, that means we're not going into those mass incarceration, into their prisons and enslavement. We won't go into their ICE,
right.
What do you call his beautiful centers that he got? We won't go to where alligators live. Hell no, we won't go.
I don't even want to go where alligators live. She's right.
Okay, more from the Mensa meeting outside here when we get back. 42 past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Monday.
He's got a point. I don't want to go where alligators live.
All right, 13 to the hour, live from Studio 6B. Let's get back to a little bit of the Mensa meeting here that was happening outside of President Trump's presser.
Oh, do you have more from her?
Just a little bit. I want you just to take in a little bit more.
Okay.
Because I may have to
next.
If somebody actually can tell me if there's an actual sentence that actually comes out of this, like a subject predicate all linked together to make a complete sentence, I might give a free T-shirt away.
I can tell you already. The answer is no, D.
But here's just a little bit more from Jasmine Crockett's communications manager. Here we go.
Alligators live.
Okay.
Hell no, we won't go.
Okay.
That's right.
Hell no, we
All right.
won't go.
Let's see what else they're thinking about here.
Hell no, we won't go. Today we gather to speak plainly about policy paths that sound strong, but in truth, it weakens the very safety we see.
Say what?
We believe there is a better way to protect us all.
What?
One that respects rights to build trust and keep our communities truly safe.
Can we get the bouncing ball on the bottom of the screen?
Fear is not a roadmap to safety.
Excuse me,
it is a burial.
Jive.
It fails hardest on the black communities that already we bear disproportionate share of surveillance, stops, and forces.
What? Okay. All right, so there you go.
Wait.
Wait, no, this is
okay.
No, you got good dialogue.
I mean, I can see she's not a student of the Queen's English, but still, I don't think I could discern many English words there.
So that's what was going on outside the president before the president took to the podium.
Oof.
That's the gibberish that's being spoken all over the media tonight, by the way, not just her. It's happening on MSNBC. It's happening on CNN. By the way, did you guys see Diana Bash give Bernie Sanders a lap dance? See
no,
that?
I didn't see
I got to play that later, too.
Oh, boy. Is that on the YouTube?
All right, let's do some more headlines with Rick Delgado. What's going on, Delgado?
And speaking of course, some of the media freak out, Damon, here's cut 7 from CNN, freaking out over Trump taking over D.C. Here it is, cut 7. Check this out.
Getting reaction from D.C. council members.
We are, Pamela and Wolf. This coming into CNN from Council Member Charles Allen of the 6th Ward in D.C. His post is, quote, the president taking over local control of MPD and putting the U.S. military onto the streets of D.C. under the guise of public safety is wrong. Yeah. It's an extreme, outrageous, and dangerous move for our city and the safety of all of our residents. He's the first city council member to react to this whole thing. Yeah. None of them had reacted really last week to this in any real measure.
Right. Because they still weren't sure how they felt about all the crime, the murder, and the rape.
And here's the thing about Mr. Allen's tweet. I don't know if anybody noticed it. I happened to. The police union in D.C. retweeted Mr. Allen's tweet and said, how nice of you to, so brave of you to let us know, since most of this is your fault.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I'll pull it up.
Pull it up, please. I'd love to see that.
Wow.
Go ahead, Doug. I'll pull it up.
Okay.
Just keep going.
And here is cut number 8, something we talked about a little bit earlier. Here is ABC News reporter. She talks about her own experience with the crime in D.C. Breaking from the narrative. I'm not sure if she'll be employed tomorrow, but here she is tonight. Cut number 8. Check this out.
we've been talking so much about the numbers, and yeah, usually that's how you play devil's advocate, is you talk about, oh, well, stats say crime is down. However, I can tell you firsthand here in downtown D.C. where we work, right here around our bureau, just in the past 6 months, there were 2 people shot. One person died, literally 2 blocks down here from the bureau. It was within the last 2 years that I actually was jumped walking just 2 blocks down from here. And then just this morning, one of my coworkers said her car was stolen a block away from the bureau. So we can talk about the numbers
It's a minor nuisance.
Going down, but crime is happening every single day because we're all experiencing it firsthand while working and living down here.
Yeah, so there you have it.
Yeah, down from what is the question?
But the thing also is they lie about their numbers. They cases that come, they dismiss instantly because they want the stats to look better too. This is the endless amount of things that happen. Like someone goes in, gets beat down. Look at a little old guy in Baltimore gets his head kicked in. The guy inches from dead. They released the guy right away and no charges. These things are happening all over the place.
Yeah, and again, it goes to, and I believe Judge Janine was talking about this too, in some of her comments, that it's the way they charge them too. That's why some of these numbers are lower, because they change what they consider, a felony and what certain crimes are.
Yeah, it's all about their data and their statistics. I was talking to my buddy Merritt, who's a big time cop about a year and a half ago. He says the big game is to constantly try to dismiss anything that they know they're not going to get any money out of.
Aaron, you can throw this up just quickly. I found a D.C. Police Union today to Charles Allen. Very brave of you to post this, since it's entirely your fault. Yeah.
Wow.
Do you remember when Xi Jinping was going to go to California?
Well, he did go.
Yeah. What did Gavin Newsom do for about 2 weeks?
Cleaned it up.
Yes, that's exactly right, Slick.
Cleaned it up.
He polished.
By all means necessary.
Cleaned up San Francisco, was spit shiny.
Smoking.
And what did we hear? What a genius he is.
Sure.
Now, President Trump, of course, wants to do it to D.C., and of course, oh no, it's dangerous.
Yeah.
Dangerous.
So. Amazing stuff. So there you have it. There is that. Do you want me to? No,
let's do some sports before we wrap hour 1. 7 minutes till the hour. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. Slick's got it. What's going on, Slickster?
All right, let's get to some scores. Big D, we haven't done that yet. Major League Baseball. Right now, the Yankees lead the Twins in the Bronx 3-2. Bottom 7. Bottom of the 5th, Tigers 1-0 over the White Sox. Brewers over the Pirates 5-1. Middle of the 4th. Bottom 4, Nationals and Royals tied at 2. Cardinals blanking the Rockies 1-0. Top of the 5th. Top of the 3rd, Diamondbacks 5-0 over the Rangers. Top 3, Red Sox lead the Astros 2-0. Phillies over the Reds 4-1. That just went final. Reds with another loss there. Dodgers at the Angels 9:38 first pitch. 9:45 Padres at the Giants in San Francisco, the aforementioned. And the Rays taking on the Athletics 10:05 first pitch there as well. Want an update on the WNBA? No, okay, I didn't think so.
No.
Well, you never know. You might want to see what's going on there. And NFL suggests use of good guys with guns at all league facilities. Or Hawkins of Breitbart. The National Football League is suggesting good guys with guns be hired to protect all league facilities following the July 28th, 25 Manhattan shooting in which NFL headquarters were believed to have been the intended target. NBC Sports reported the memo circulated by the league contains 3 suggestions for all NFL teams. The memo suggests threat assessments for all team and league facilities. It suggests the use of armed officers at all team and league facilities whenever players or staff are present. And the memo suggests using walkthrough magnometers and x-ray scanners for bags for anyone entering a team or league facility. On July 29th, well, we obviously know the story what happened in Manhattan with the 27-year-old gunman. New York City Mayor Eric Adams noted he from our preliminary investigation, he took the wrong elevator bank up the NFL headquarters. Instead, it took him to Rudin Management, and that is where he carried out additional shootings. So obviously we know that 4 people were killed in the attack, including a New York Police Department officer. So I guess the NFL is trying to be proactive with this, Big D. I don't know. I always thought they had good security at the league offices and all. Apparently they don't. I don't really know why they don't, but that's really very strange. So And real quick, we had the Farm City Pro Rodeo wrap up over the weekend. We were reporting on that. That was Hermiston, Oregon. Here we go. All-around cowboy was Wacy Ashala. He came in with $13,559. Bareback riding and bull riding. Bareback went to Wacy Ashala. I just gave you that. And steer wrestling, second round, Donnell Henderson, 3.7 seconds. That took the title there. Team roping, Andrew Wade and Jake Long, 10 seconds flat on the two-head, $7,100. Saddle Bronc went to Brody Wells, 90 points on Calgary Stampede's annual, not the greatest, but the annual news. Tie-down roping, we got Ty, Tanner Green, and Riley Mason-Webb, 7.9 seconds, both great rodeo men. Barrel racing, Taylor Moykins, 16.81 tenths. Bull riding went to Rolly Johnson, 89.5 points. Big rodeo, $534,000. That's a wrap right there, Big D.
All right, it's a wrap on Hour 1. News with Paul Nolan coming up. It's kickoff Hour 2. Then we'll get to some more headlines with Delgado, more sports with Slick in Hour 2 as well. Aaron and Fran holding it down live from Studio 6B on a Monday. We're back right after this.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hour 2, live from Studio 6B on a Monday, August 11th, 9 p.m. Glad you're in. Slick's doing sports. Rick Delgado's got some more headlines. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. Mr. Nolan is here. Paul Nolan is going to have some news here in a second. Make sure you subscribe to all of our social media at LFS6B. And make sure you follow Real America's Voice too, at Real AM Voice, at Real AM Voice. Did you guys see Brian Glenn today in the presser? Brian Glenn trying to take one for the team today, as I guess the president was a little late. And there's a clip of actually it out there. I actually saw it happen live. But as they were all sitting there, moaning on about how late they were all sitting in this room, which I'm sure has got to be hot because there's about 400 people in a room that looks like it holds about 8. Brian finally jumped up out of his seat and said something to the effect of, "Let me go back there and ask what's going on." And everybody cheered for him. All of the scummy media in there cheered for Brian. And he went back there and then came back and really didn't have any answers. He couldn't figure out. But the president came out not too far after that.
And he did get a couple good questions in. We have one of them if you want to check it out.
Brian does get good questions in. We'll get to that when we get back to the news. But right now, Mr. Nolan is here. And let's get to the news brought to you by our friends at EternalLifeCoin.com. Mr. Nolan, what's going on?
Well, I got the worst headlines ever. So I'm going to give you three I'm going to give you three, just examples of the lawlessness in America these days. This is the world we're in. Transgender registered sex offender escaped prosecution after he had tried to kidnap a child from a Colorado schoolyard.
Oh yeah, we talked about this guy. We put up his picture.
Oh, he's a lovely man.
Fancy, lovely looking dude.
Yeah. He now goes by Solomon Galligan, now goes by Carmen. He's found to be mentally incompetent when he tried to snatch an 11-year-old boy. And again, they throw nothing. What happens to him? Next to nothing. It's a mockery of justice. Okay, here's another one. I started to touch on it. A man assaulted elderly pro-lifers in Baltimore dodges prison time. A 28-year-old man found guilty of brutally beating 2 elderly pro-life activists outside a Baltimore Planned Parenthood clinic in 2003. Well, he's not going to face any jail time. He's going to have to do 1 year in his house. 1 year in your house, a vacation. Really, this is what so again, just this stuff is enough to make you ill. And then, I don't know if this just came in, a 7th suspect was arrested in connection to the Cincinnati mob attack against the white couple attending the jazz festival. We all know about that story. Gregory Wright, 32, was arrested and charged with one count of aggravated riot and aggravated robbery. So this means essentially if they do convict him, he'll get a $12 fine and you have to go pick up a Dixie cup on the side of a highway. Mm-hmm. So, this is the stuff we're dealing with. It's the lawlessness that makes me ill.
Well, this is why what Janine Pirro said was so important today, and why, the thing for President Trump here is to let cops be cops, right? Let the cops turn them loose. Let them actually do their job. Take the proverbial, no pun intended, handcuffs off of the cops. And there's some early reports tonight that there's already federal law enforcement patrolling Harbor Yard, I think is what it's called. Navy Yard?
Yeah,
Harbor
Navy Yard.
What is it?
It's called Navy Yard.
Navy Yard.
Yeah.
And that they're already getting public citizens coming up to them and thanking them.
Yeah, they're getting support.
So that's the key is obviously like what Janine said, figuring out how to change some of these laws, the D.C. Council, being able to charge these gangbangers who want to just run under the cover of their age, and for President Trump to let the police actually be police and supplement what he has to and with the feds. And Mariel Bowser can get in front of a microphone and continue to talk about statehood for D.C., but that's the whole point of D.C.
Yeah,
you want statehood? Go to Maryland.
You see these kids who are acting like ravenous animals in the street. They learn from a really young age from the local drug dealers too. These little mules, and because they know if they're caught with a pound of dope, it doesn't matter.
Right.
They're not going to get caught, and it's just a loss in the business. Now they're so emboldened and so empowered. They know there's no consequences whatsoever. a mob of 15, 16, 17-year-old kids attacking people it's just a fun day out.
Yeah.
It's so, I don't know.
All right, anything else, Paul?
Yeah, last week the province of Nova Scotia facing extreme wildfire, obviously, caused by the hot, dry weather, banned people from entering the forests and national parks as a precautionary measure. The ban, included hiking and camping and fishing and picnicking and tooling around on ATVs. So that's now they now have done that in Newfoundland as well, and not just New Brunswick. So this is happening all across Canada. So I just, part of me, that my conspiracy theorist hat starts ringing right away, and I keep thinking this is about that Agenda 2030, where they've stated in their, in their plans, on the Agenda 2030 website that they want 30% of Canada's forests, rivers, and lakes never touched by human hands again. So I don't know if they're this is just another one of those over-exaggerations and overreach of government. But, this is what you have when you have legitimate communists running your country. So I just figured what comes to that country can happen anywhere. And so just figured I'd throw that out there.
Speaking of legitimate communists in your country, we'll get to Bernie Sanders here in a second and Dana Bash on CNN, which was just, really indescribable. I've never seen, short of giving him literally a lap dance, I don't know what else she could have done other than drool on him and go over and pet him. I'm not sure, but we'll get to that in a second. But you remember Beto O'Rourke?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy.
The beta male.
Yeah, when we talk about the midterms and we talk about a future Democrat president, which will unfortunately probably happen at some point, talk about saying it out loud. Here's Beto O'Rourke from a rally he did this past weekend. Just take a glance at this 17 seconds.
Next time we win power, we're going to drive that car like we stole it. We're going to legalize every dreamer's parents, every hardworking American doing backbreaking work that makes this country so goddamn great in the first place, even greater as U.S. citizens.
Okay. So just, again, out of the mouth of babes, right? They're out of the closet. Not only out of the closet, people like Bernie Sanders, AOC, Tlaib, out of the closet Marxist Islamists, but out of the closet Beto O'Rourke on where Biden was not an accident. It was not an accident. It was on purpose, and it's not far enough for some of them. That's the ultimate goal, what you just heard. Legalize every single dreamer and family member and illegal that they possibly can to make sure they never lose an election ever. That's the goal. And that's the stated goal. Outwardly stated goal right there. One more time, Aaron. Beto O'Rourke from this past weekend.
Next time we win power, we're going to drive that car like we stole it. We're going to legalize every dreamer's parents, every hardworking American doing backbreaking work.
There you go. Every dreamer, every dreamer's parents. So, all right, there's breaking news, I believe, from Solomon tonight. Rick Delgado, what is that?
Yeah, so from John Solomon's website, Democrat whistleblower. Now, normally we just say whistleblower. This one is an exclusive from John Solomon on justthenews.com. Democrat whistleblower told the FBI that Adam Schiff okayed leaking classified intel in order to hurt Trump. Yes, believe it or not, a career intelligence officer who worked for Democrats on the House Intelligence Committee for more than a decade repeatedly warned the FBI beginning in 2017 that then Representative Adam Schiff had approved leaking classified information to smear then President Donald Trump over the now debunked Russiagate scandal, according to bombshell FBI memos that Director Kash Patel has turned over to Congress. See, they always find this stuff. It takes a while. Unfortunately, it's taken, 8 years for this stuff to come out, but it is coming out. The FBI 302 interview reports obtained by Just the News state that the intelligence staffer, a Democrat by party affiliation who described himself as a friend to both Adam Schiff, the now California senator, and former House Intelligence Chairman Devin Nunes considered the classified leaking to be unethical, illegal, and treasonous, but was told not to worry about it because Schiff believed he'd be spared prosecution under the Constitution's speech and debate clause. That's a clause in the Constitution where basically they can say whatever they want. And nothing can happen to them, unfortunately. So no publicly disclosed opinion from the Attorney General or Solicitor General can be found making a determination as a matter of law, but officials told Just the News that DOJ officials showed little interest in pursuing Schiff when allegations were brought to them years ago, citing the very same excuse the lawmaker had offered. In his most recent interview with the Bureau in 2023, the whistleblower, whose name is redacted, told agents from the FBI's St. Louis office that he personally attended a meeting at which Schiff authorized leaking classified information. So we're talking about information that's not supposed to be out there, but there you have a member of Congress actively going to support leaking it to hurt the president. This is what stuff that was supposed to be, delivered in a skiff where nobody's supposed to know what they're talking about. So that's what's happening. Again, that's just coming out from John Solomon's Just the News website, and he also stated, the whistleblower did, that this would be illegal. And upon hearing his concerns, unnamed members of the meeting reassured that they would not be caught leaking classified information. So. This could be the another thread in that sweater of corruption known as Adam Schiff that hopefully comes collapsing off of him.
Yeah, and Kash Patel, I don't know if you said this, I'm sure you did. He declassified this FBI memo revealing this Democrat staffer.
Yeah.
What does that tell you? How much of a low-life scum do you have to be to get a Democrat staffer these days to turn on you? Well, Adam Schiff figured out how to do it.
Yeah, and this guy's been blowing the whistle for a while. This just everybody just kind of blew him off. Didn't take it seriously. Didn't think he'd get prosecuted for it. So nobody cared. But there you have it. So now it's starting to come out.
So this is another possible indictment of this lowlife.
Hopefully. We
have the mortgage deal. Isn't he under mortgage thing too?
Yep, federal mortgage fraud.
No.
For claiming he lived in Maryland or something?
Maryland and California. As his main residence, both at the same time for decades.
Yeah, in Delaware, right? Was it?
It'd be hard to imagine someone who has done more to erode confidence in all of the institutions and committees in Congress more than Adam Schiff has. You'd be hard-pressed to find somebody. All right, live from Studio 6B, more to do, 13 past the hour. 17 past the hour. Sounds like more of a Uptown Blues. Well, if you're stressed about back taxes, maybe you missed the April deadline or your books are a mess, don't wait. IRS is cracking down. Penalties add up fast, 5% a month, up to 25% for just not filing, but there's help. Tax Network USA can take the burden off your shoulders and stop the spiral before it gets worse. They've helped thousands of Americans, whether they're an employee, a small business owner, or you haven't filed in years. If you have messy books, no problem. They've seen it all, and they know exactly how to clean it up. With direct access to powerful IRS programs and expert negotiators on your side, Tax Network USA knows how to win. You'll get a free consultation, and if you qualify, they may even be able to help you reduce or eliminate what you owe. More importantly, they'll help protect you from wage garnishments or bank levies. So don't wait for the next IRS letter. Call 1-800-905-8000, 1-800-905-8000, or visit tnusa.com/RAV, tnusa.com/RAV to talk to a real expert at Tax Network USA. So again, call 1-800-905-8000, 1-800-905-8000, or visit tnusa.com/RAV, RAV, to talk to a real expert at Tax Network USA. Take the pressure off. Let Tax Network USA handle your tax issues. 800-905-8000. All right, 18 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Let's do some sports. Sports is brought to you by our friend Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use if you shop at MyPillow. It'll give you a great savings at checkout. Just punch it in there in the promo code, little box there at checkout, put in LFS6B, and you'll have a great savings on all your great stuff from Lindell. Slick, what's going on?
All right, some sad news in the racing world down in North Carolina. A driver dies after medical emergency during race in North Carolina. Robbie Brewer, 53, crashed into a wall at Bowman Gray Stadium and was rushed to the hospital. Scott Thompson of Fox News. Robbie Brewer, a short-track race car driver, died over the weekend after suffering a medical emergency while competing in a race. Brewer's vehicle smashed head-on into a wall at Bowman Gray Stadium in Winston-Salem, North Carolina on Saturday night. He was competing in a 20-lap Sportsman Series race, which occurs every weekend across 4 divisions. The car came to a halt near the finish line, and the 53-year-old Brewer was taken out of it after track workers took the roof off. Brewer was rushed to Atrium Health Wake Forest Baptist Hospital, where he eventually died, per the Winston-Salem Journal. We are saddened by the passing of Robbie Brewer after he was transported to an area medical facility following an on-track medical incident. Track officials said in a statement on Sunday, Robbie was a talented and passionate race and highly respected competitor. Among his peers, our thoughts and prayers are with Robbie's family and friends at this time. Detail of Brewer's medical emergency were not disclosed. Brad Lewis, a fellow driver at Bowman Gray, said Brewer was like a big brother to me, even though we were not that far apart in age. Lewis' race shop was near where Brewer lived. So very sad story there with that racer Brewer.
Any update? I mean, that's a terrible story, but any update on the kid who fell out of his car while he was getting out of it after I think he won the race? Did you see this? Talk about a terrible story. Kid wins the race, pulls into winner's row there, or whatever they call it, and he goes to step out of the car, and he was trying to step up into the wind, like, step on where the window thing is, like they do, and put his hands up and whatever.
Yeah.
And his foot got caught, and he couldn't get the foot free, and he just fell right onto the cement. I think he knocked himself out.
Yes, I did hear.
And I don't know what the update is. Is he all right?
Yeah, I'll have to take a look and see. I don't see anything.
It was a terrible video. I couldn't believe it.
But I'll take a look at that, and I'll make sure I get a hand on that next segment. I don't have it. I can't find it right now. And Jaguars kicker Cam Little booms 70-yard field goal versus the Steelers. This is the NFL.com reporting. It won't count in the history books, but Cam Little delivered a field goal to remember on Saturday. Little boomed a jaw-dropping 70-yard field goal to end the first half of the Jacksonville Jaguars' 31-25 preseason loss to the visiting Pittsburgh Steelers. He wanted it, so we gave it to him, Jaguars head coach Liam Cohn said. And at halftime of giving Little the opportunity to attempt the kick, the NFL record for the longest field goal is 66 yards by then Baltimore Ravens kicker Justin Tucker on September 21st of 2021. That was pretty cool for Cam. You wish that one could have gone in the record books, Cohn said. Little's mighty kick Saturday would have shattered the record, but alas, 'tis only preseason, so obviously it doesn't count. And I got to tell you, there was room for another 5 yards. I saw that highlight, which we cannot show the highlights, unfortunately. But yeah, that was some hell of a kick. So yeah, so I'll update you on that story about that race car.
No, he's okay. His name is Connor.
Connor Zilic. Yes, broke his collarbone.
He broke his collarbone, and he's already back at the track. So thank God for that. He's okay.
Thank God.
He got lucky.
Man, it was such a weird thing. It was like just one of those 1 in a million. Your foot get caught in the wrong place, and just couldn't catch himself, and he just went face down to the ground.
Yep, at Watkins Glen, that race was. Yeah, so Connor
he's all right, so thank God.
Good. Thank God for that. And that's a wrap in sports, Big D. Back to you.
All right, so very good. 22 past the hour. Live from Studio 6B on a Monday. Glad you're in. Let's do some more headlines. If I have time, by the way, before we get to the headlines, actually, because you've been hearing all day about, it's all low. Crime in D.C. is low, all-time low. What's this guy talking about? There's no, of course, this is the same cycle that the media types go through. It's like a 3-step process to get back to some kind of normalcy. It's like first they have to deny it, that it's actually happening. And then at some point that becomes untenable, and the American people, of course, look at the facts and go, what the hell are you talking about? And then they say, so then they go to step 2 and they change it and they say, well, it's really not as bad. And then in step 3, they just try to stop talking about it. So we're somewhere in that step 1, and we have to work our way through the 3 steps with all the media. But Town Hall, Katie Pavlich today put out some of what the actual numbers are. And I gave you a little bit of them, but here's a couple of them. What's the real story? In 2024, D.C. saw homicides of 27.3 per 100,000 residents. That's the 4th highest homicide rate in the country, nearly 6 times higher than New York City, which seems that's impossible to even happen, and also higher than Atlanta, Chicago, and Compton. If Washington, D.C. was a state, it would have the highest homicide rate of any state in the nation.
Oof.
In 2012, the homicide rate, as I told you, was just 13.9 per 100,000 residents. So it's 98% up in 12 years. But it's down, don't you know? Down from what? That's the question you should always ask. The murder rate's roughly 3 times higher than that of Islamabad, Pakistan. 18 times higher than that of communist-run Havana, Cuba. The number of juveniles arrested in D.C. has gone up each year since 2020. Many of whom have had prior arrests for violent crimes. There were 29,348 crimes reported in Washington, D.C. last year, 3,400 violent offenses, 1,200 assaults with a dangerous weapon, 2,100 robberies, 5,100 motor vehicle thefts. 5,100 motor vehicle thefts. So far in 2025, there have already been 1,600 violent crimes, 16,000 total crimes. There have been 100 homicides, including the fatal shootings of innocent civilians like the 3-year-old Honesty Cheadle and 21-year-old Capitol intern Eric Jacquin. Vehicle theft in D.C. is more than 3 times the national average. Carjackings increased 547% between 18 and 23. In 24, there were triple the number of carjackings compared to 2018. So those are just some of the numbers that the White House and the president talked about today, while the media takes that and screams and comes to the defense of D.C. crime, comes to the defense of it. And this is what, in that 3-step process, this is what you'll continue to see until the people actually get the numbers and actually look at it or have to, unfortunately, be a part of it. There's a protest happening today. And they just reported that 2 blocks from that, there was just a shooting.
Of course there was. And that's probably not even counting all the crime that goes on in Congress.
Well, it's not counting. That's where most of the crime happens.
Right.
All right, we'll do some more headlines when we get back. But when we do get back, Dr. Thorpe will join us from the Wellness Company. Dr. James Thorpe, right after this. minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Monday, Real America's Voice. Glad you're in. Slick's doing sports. Delgado's going to do some more headlines. Paul's got a little more news as well. Aaron and Fran holding it down, as always, on a Monday. And, of course, glad you're in on the chat. Make sure you follow us on all our social media at LFS6B. Make sure you follow the YouTube channel, Facebook, X, Rumble, Getter, wherever we are. Truth, of course, Truth. Make sure you follow us. So we'll get to all that, more news, more sports. But right now, please welcome back to the show. He is the Chief of Maternal and Prenatal Health at the Wellness Company. That is Dr. James Thorpe. Dr. Thorpe, welcome back to the show. How are you?
Hey, guys. Thanks very much for having me back. It's great to be back with you.
Yeah, it's always great to have you on. We always appreciate a few moments to talk about, MAHA, Make America Healthy Again. I feel like it's getting a lot of traction, a lot of good stuff going on. Last week, Robert Kennedy dealt with mRNA, canceling 22 mRNA vaccines, covering everything from COVID to flu. And what amazes me about this is when I see Republicans, not so-called, obviously, but like you look at Bill Cassidy, Dr. Bill Cassidy, Republican, and he comes out and he just scorches, talking about how great this is that we're dumping all this money into mRNA. And we all saw what happened with the COVID vaccines. We all saw most of this technology chasing pretty much dead ends. They're going to repurpose the money into things that actually matter. But yet here you have Republicans coming out and saying, oh, this is just a terrible thing. Tell me, number one, what you thought about him canceling these contracts and what does it really mean?
I think it's really incredible. It is a strong show of force. It is robust. He stated exactly the truth, that this technology has been a dead end. It caused a lot of injury and death, and we need to stop it. Now, he didn't take the vaccine off the market, but we have to understand, I think, that his heart is in the right place, and he's in the belly of the beast, right? So remember, all the D.C. scumbags that you were talking about and all the crime in D.C. on the prior segment, that's not just out on the streets. That's in Congress. 70% of those people are dishonest, bribed by Big Pharma, take money from Big Pharma. You know that. You guys know that. So they have a deep vested interest in maintaining status quo and supporting the income into their pockets. So it's a very difficult battle, and I'm proud of Bobby for doing what he's done. And but by the way, he can't. He's the head of NIH, but guess what? It's just like the FBI, and CIA and Dan Bongino and all these patriots at the head. Everybody inside and under them, the vast majority are still corrupted from the last several administrations, right? And he can't weed all them out. So they're trying to undermine his efforts.
Yeah. Speaking of battles, when we talk about these kind of topics, and when we have a couple of guys on the show here who just can't seem to get away from having Facebook battles with people who question moves like this, and they say, oh, this is anti-science, people are going to die. And he has, like I said, you see Republican senators backing that kind of nonsense up. How do you deal with people who argue to you when they see a decision like this? They say, oh, this is, throws criticism at RFK, that people are going to die. How do you respond to arguments like that?
What I try to constantly remind myself is that you can't argue with a moron or an idiot. You can't argue with
it's a good bar.
So you might as well just smile and act like you love them, which we should, but understand that there's nothing you can say. And I just focus on the simple things, the obvious things, like the nose on their face. Like, okay, if it was so safe, then why in 10 weeks did Pfizer's rollout data show that it was the deadliest drug ever rolled out on the market? And then why did the government try to hide it up for 75 years? And then, just smile and let them respond to that. There is no response to that.
Yeah. There's people out there that obviously, and I mean, it just always amazes me when I hear the president still talk about Operation Warp Speed as if it was the greatest thing ever. I'll never understand it. But for people who are still dealing with, as you mentioned, vaccine injuries or side effects from vaccines, long COVID, those kind of things that have health concerns that still don't feel like they've kind of flushed their body of it, those who have kind of seen the light and thought, man, maybe this was a huge mistake. Are you still recommending stuff for people? What can people like that still do?
The main issue here is the bioweapon. The mRNA codes and continues to produce for extended periods of time, maybe the rest of the life, the bioweapon, the spike protein. So I think the most academically, scientifically proven way at this point in time is the ultimate spike detox. I think there's good evidence behind it. No, there's not randomized, double-blinded, placebo-controlled trials, but there's a lot of retrospective and prospective observational studies that show that it does help. In addition to that, I believe that anything that can improve your immune disability, so to speak, that we incurred with the COVID-19 vaccines. So vitamin D, keeping it up to not just mid-range, upper range of normal, and you have to do a blood test to prove that. Vitamin C. I think that there's certain nutraceuticals out there like NAC. And NAC, I think, is also some data suggesting that it helps clear the spike protein, the bioweapon. NAC, by the way, is non-prescription. It is natural. It's a derivative of a normal natural amino acid, N-acetylcysteine. Very well tolerated. Get it over the counter. So it's these issues that I think are really important to keep in mind, and especially in my patients before they get pregnant again. And by the way, you can measure that level of spike protein in your blood now, at least indirectly. And I encourage everybody to do that who's had the vaccine. I have patients that have been over 4 years from their last shot that have still massively elevated titers of the spike protein antibody. And people can order that themselves. They can go to a private portal. They don't have to go to a doctor. It's got to be ordered from the LabCorp laboratory. It's a quantitative spike antibody, and it'll give you a level. And if that level is elevated, it's all the more reason to be careful and to use these, especially the ultimate spike detox, religiously.
Yeah. We're speaking with Dr. James Thorpe from The Wellness Company. You can visit him online, twc.health/voice, twc.health/voice, promo code VOICE at checkout. You know, Doc, I was just sick for the first time in a while. I had a really quite significant fever for a couple days, running at about 103.7. And the congestion I had was really incredible with the body aches and the whole thing. Very, very flu-ish. I don't know what strain. But somebody sent me a thing and said, Damon, maybe you got bit by a mosquito. And I kind of at first chuckled. And then I heard the story of what's going on in China, and they seem to be locked down with some kind of mosquito-borne virus. I mean, obviously, I don't think that's what I had, and I feel better now. I never had any lung issues, although I had a lot of congestion. But what can you tell us about what's going on there and the response so far? Is this anything we need to worry about here?
I think it's something that we should be aware of. Chikungunya is a virus. It's one of the several viruses that are transmitted by a mosquito bite. And, we keep having these threats from Bill Gates, who is a psychopath. And he's making these trillions of mosquitoes and letting them out over the United States of America. I don't know how we can let him do that, but these are potentially chikungunya. I don't think is quite as serious as Lyme disease, which also comes from a mosquito. It's a disease that can cause symptoms like you had. Fever, usually 3 to 5 days after a mosquito bite. And you can get some muscle aches and pains and fever and lethargy, sometimes rash and arthritic-like joint pains. And it's usually self-limiting, but occasionally it can go on and present some chronic and more serious injuries, including neurological injuries and including a chronic arthritis-type symptoms.
Yeah. We were speaking with Dr. James Thorpe. Again, you can visit him online, twc.health/voice, twc.health/voice. Doc, I always appreciate you giving us a few moments. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me on, you guys. Have a great night.
Dr. James Thorpe from the Wellness Company, twc.health/voice. Let's do some headlines at 41 past the hour. And here with That's Rick Delgado. What's going on, Delgado?
It could be that you were bitten by one of Bill Gates' mosquitoes there, David. So hopefully that's not the case. We never know.
Well, I don't think so, but...
All right.
I thought you had Legionnaire's disease.
Well, I don't know about that either. It could have been, but...
See, all of the above.
Could have just been the flu, but I don't know what flu it was. It wasn't like any flu I've ever had.
Right. Anyhow, jumping back into
But that's the point with the flu thing, right? I mean...
Right.
They never nail what it's going to be, so the flu shots are worthless.
The flu shots are worthless because they're basing the flu shot on the previous year's strain.
Oh, it's such a joke.
So you're never going to...
It's a joke.
Right, exactly. Jumping into some of the greatest headlines in the world, Damon, President Trump and Vladimir Putin are set to meet in Alaska, believe it or not. He will meet the Russian president on Friday to discuss a potential ceasefire in the Ukraine, marking the first time the leaders of the two countries have held talks since 2021. Trump claimed the conflict could be solved very soon as he announced the summit at the White House on Friday. And on a deadline Trump has imposed on Putin to finalize a peace deal or face potential financial penalties. You might remember just recently kind of angled India into a position of them, well, you're not supposed to buy Russian oil anymore. And we saw the tariffs being used in that respect. Here is the president talking about the Putin deal and the meet earlier today at the White House. It's cut number 3. Check this out. Cut number 3.
Well, we're going to have a meeting with Vladimir Putin, and at the end of that meeting, probably in the first 2 minutes, I'll know exactly whether or not a deal can be made. How will you know that? Because that's what I do. I make deals.
That's what that is.
And there's the president basically putting it to that reporter. That's what he does. He makes deals.
He's not
like
lying.
when he was on top of the White House. What was he doing? He's a builder. That's what he does. He goes and checks out before he builds.
Ballroom, baby.
All right, 17 to the hour. We'll do a little more news, sports, a little more news with Paul. Get to everybody here before we wrap it on a Monday right after this. 6B. Let's wrap it up for a Monday night. Panama Tom on Rumble says, oh my God, please, you guys are going Bannon on us. That SH drives us nuts, punishing us. Well, I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
What does that mean? What is he
Literally
talking?
no idea. Zero idea what that means. So,
well, we gotta say everything he wants us to say. Send us a 2-hour script, and we'll just regurgitate every word you want us to say.
All right, Paul Nolan. We'll get to everybody here. What else is on your news?
Speaking of Bill Gates backed butter made from carbon.
What?
Yeah,
Bill Gates. What?
It's a butter made from carbon. It was slammed for being disgusting, and even the billionaire admits it's strange. A synthetic butter made entirely from carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen, and backed by Bill Gates, has been slammed online as disgusting. Shocking.
It's like that Irish butter in the refrigerator.
The bizarre spread made by Savor, a company based in Illinois and backed by a Microsoft founder. Their products are described on the website as a delightfully rich food without animals, farmland, fertilizers, hormones, antibiotics. These are real fats and not a substitute.
Is this available for the public to consume?
Yeah, I have the Chicago News Media 4-minute clip. I was going to send it to you, but I just
4 minutes of our life we can't get back.
That it was. This is supposed to be a news piece, and it was an infomercial. All it was just them hyping it up as this is fantastic. The woman's like, I love butter. Let me put it on the bread and let me put it on thick. And the only thing she put on thick was the BS. And she was raving about how fantastic it was. So Bill Gates, this psychopath thinks he can change the world in one chemical at a time. Watch us all drop like flies.
Mm-hmm. Or mosquitoes.
Oh, don't start that.
Yeah.
Well, wait, is that what that's what? Those mosquitoes were genetically modified or released in Key West. That's real.
Yeah.
That's what the doctor said. Yeah.
That's what the doctor said.
Real. I know.
Yeah, it's all the buzz.
You're going Bannon.
No,
it's not Bannon. It's true.
Was that what the guy meant? I don't know if that's what the guy meant.
What else did we do? Those on the conspiracy fringe.
11 minutes till the hour. I do want to get to this clip, but I want to make sure I give the guys enough time to get through what they want to get to. So, Delgado, what other headlines do you want to cover?
All right. In honor of Tammy and Dennis out in New Mexico, fresh claims about the infamous 2004 Tic Tac UFO encounter, Damon.
Oh, here we go.
Are reigning fierce debate over the true nature of the mysterious craft observed by U.S. Navy pilots off the coast of Southern California. You might remember this clip, cut number 6, that came out a few years ago. Yep. This was actually a clip from 2004 that was finally released. According to this, journalist and UFO investigator Ross Coulthard has sparked controversy by asserting that craft, captured on video and later released by the Pentagon, is actually advanced man-made technology developed by aerospace giant Lockheed Martin. He suggested that the craft may have been operated psiconically, which is controlled by advanced mental or neurological means.
Wait, what was that word?
Controlled how?
Psionically.
Psionically?
Yes, which means...
Wasn't that a thing from Seattle in the 70s?
No, psionic.
Yeah. Aaron said it right. Psychotically.
Yeah, that's right.
Or reverse-engineered non-human technology recovered by the United States government. I don't know if you're up to date on that, but of course the Tic Tac...
Take a guess.
Meanwhile, the same guy, Coulthard, has been called out by Moneypenny on X. She is a
Moneypenny? James Bond?
Yes. She's a Spaces host, a former Chase economist and BBC journalist, as well as investigative writer and dog lover. She called out this expert about the UFO that's supposedly too big to move. Have you heard about this one? It's a UFO too big to move, so the U.S. government built a building around it.
Is that the aircraft
supposedly, it's located at the Off-Ut Air Force Base in Nebraska. Nothing has been produced as of right now, and Google is now blurring the Air Force Base, but it could be because it's an Air Force Base and they always blur
What's that called? The Off-Nut Air Force Base?
Off-Ut.
The spaceship was so big,
they built a building around it to hide it.
Of course. Well, what else would you do? Of course.
They should have put a pyramid over it.
Well, that was from Moneypenny.
Okay.
On X.
Any other earth-shattering
I got one more headline if you want to hear it.
Of course.
I like that.
You don't think I can top it?
You can top it.
Come on.
All right, go ahead. One more.
Dare me. Elon Musk says he's a 3,000-year-old time-traveling alien who is trying to return to his home planet.
Of course he is.
Oh, my God.
Okay.
That is the headline from MSN.com.
Okay. All right, good.
Oh, a legitimate
Elon Musk, no stranger to eyebrow-raising statements, but his latest comments even have longtime followers doing a double take. He said the Tesla and SpaceX CEO recently claimed that he's a 3,000-year-old time-traveling vampire alien attempting to return to his home planet.
Okay.
So he is back on ketamine?
The claim began as a late-night meme that Musk posted on X at around 2:30 a.m. He shared the post that read, "Would you believe it? My neighbor was knocking on my door at 2:30 this morning. Luckily, I was still up playing my bagpipes." And he posted a picture of an old guy, some painting of a man playing bagpipes.
Okay.
Oh,
very good.
Wow.
So I think things are going well for Elon.
Well, whatever. I mean, I love Elon, so he can afford to be nuts. He
can be whoever he wants.
He can be whatever he wants.
I prefer to call him quirky.
Quirky's a good word.
That's a good
Yes,
word.
Did you call him quirky?
He's brilliant.
Quirky, yeah. He's
brilliant
quirky.
guy. Very brilliant.
Unlike you, who's just nuts. There's a difference. All right, let's do some sports. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use. Slick, take us home. What's going on?
All right, Major League Baseball, almost sweep of the old scoreboard. Big D, Tigers and White Sox tied at 1, top of the 9th in Chicago on the south side. Brewers 7-1 over the Pirates, bottom of the 8th in Milwaukee. End of 7, Royals lead the Nationals 6-4. Rockies over the Cardinals 2-1, bottom 8, bottom 6. Diamondbacks lead the Rangers 6-2. Astros 7-2 over the Red Sox, bottom 5. Bottom 1st, Angels blanking the Dodgers 1-0. Padres and Giants, no score, just underway. I told you Phillies beat the Reds earlier tonight 4-1. Yankees 6-2 win over the Twins in the Bronx. Rays A's coming up at 10:05, first pitch. And some big NFL news tonight. And Nevada Supreme Court sides with John Gruden against NFL, blocks arbitration. Dylan Gwynn at Breitbart. The Nevada Supreme Court handed former NFL coach John Gruden a major victory on Monday night in his ongoing legal case against the NFL, approving his appeal and preventing the league from sending the case to arbitration. The issue before the court was an arbitration clause in the NFL Constitution that the league claimed prevented Gruden from taking his case public. So John's going to be able to take his case public, Big D. John Q. public. And we'll see what happens. There we go. All right.
Okay, very good.
Okay, I'm going to wrap it up right there. This show's in another orbit. That's a wrap in sports. Back to you, Big D.
All right. Well, this is as close to a public lap dance as I think you'll ever see between a journalist and a someone from Congress or a senator. In this case, a communist senator, full blown. Here's Dana Bash with Bernie Sanders. I swear this is not AI. This really happened. Here you go.
Something that I'm sure you have seen, a Gallup poll. Did you see this Gallup poll?
Yep.
And what the Gallup poll found was that you are one of the most widely admired Americans. And I believe you're only second to the Pope.
You want me to declare my candidacy for Pope?
I don't think that you're eligible for a lot of reasons.
Then I won't listen.
I watched you tonight. I've watched you for a very, very long time. You're obviously still full of vigor and intensity for the things that you're passionate about and have been for decades.
Yeah. Let's get it on.
Is there another presidential run in you?
Oh, God. Let's not worry about that. I am going to be 84 years of age next month, as a matter of fact.
Let's get
I think that speaks for itself.
Something.
Okay.
He's running maybe Chuck Schumer.
Short of I don't know if the lap dance was before or after that, but I mean, have you ever? I mean, I don't even know what that is.
That's like shivers up your leg, right?
Somebody's bucking for a promotion.
Unbelievable.
He did say bucking.
Yeah, he said bucking. He's not in trouble.
As always, we salute our military, active and active police, firefighters, first responders, EMTs, everybody on the front lines protecting us. Thanks everybody on the show. Aaron, Frank, great job as always.
Oh, man.
We'll be back. More of this tomorrow night, 8 p.m. live from Studio 6B. We'll see you then.
Ma'am Danny's privileged apartment in New York City has come under fire. Oh, we just hate to see that happen. A conservative graced the late night comics last week, and the lib media got that entirely wrong in how they were reporting on it. And inside Biden's efforts to debank President Trump, fascinating new information coming out thanks to the New York Post. All that and more coming up on this episode of Turning Point Tonight. My name is Joe Bob. Thanks so much for tuning in. Together, we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. This is Turning Point Tonight. Now, before we get to that, in our fantastic panel, we were talking last week about President Trump taking over the DC police. He has federal jurisdiction. It is the seat of the federal government. Therefore, President Trump can do what he suggested he was doing. Last week, we were talking that he should do that. Today, he announced that he was going to. What I can only extrapolate from that is the president watches this show each and every night. So first of all, thank you, Mr. President, for watching and for taking our advice on this. Now, it goes without saying, the lib media lost its mind upon hearing this. And I'd like to read to you some of the New York Times reporting on this. President Trump significantly escalated his efforts to exert federal authority over the nation's capital, which some prejudicial terms being used there. And also, what you're saying is he's exercising authority over the federal government's capital, which is the authority of the federal government. I'm not entirely sure how that works. They also go on to point out that the violent crime in the city is at a 30-year low. Well, that is a convenient statistic if you buy it and if you believe that that means it's good. Look, if somebody is 500 pounds, but they used to be 600 pounds, that's significant weight loss. And they're still 500 pounds. Just because something is down doesn't mean it's good. Now, they point out that 2023 based to 2024 is a particularly high year. So yeah, the decrease is there. But at the same time, the White House putting out their own numbers and mentioning, well, okay, DC's homicide rate is still 6 times higher than New York City. It's the 4th most killing in the entire country among big cities. And when you look at the murder rate, Washington, D.C., and this is terrible to have to announce, is 2 times higher than Bogota, significantly higher than Mexico City, Islamabad, and substantially higher, almost 20 times higher than places like London, Madrid, and other first world country major cities. The bottom line here is that the libs are having a conniption over this, but the question that I think we should all ask is, okay, so more police officers on the streets in D.C. night and day, does that make you feel less safe? I guess I don't quite understand that. You can disagree with President Trump on that, but at the end of the day, do you feel less safe with National Guard and FBI walking around the street, or do you feel more safe? It doesn't seem like that hard of an answer to come to. Let's bring in our panel. Will Donahue is the president of the College Republicans of America and conservative commentator Priya Patel. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate you taking the time.
Thanks for having us back on.
William, I want to start with you here. This, it seems like, first of all, the president obviously taking the advice of this show. Again, he watches every single night. I can only assume that. But this seems like a no-brainer considering how bad Washington, D.C. is and how the federal government does kind of have the authority over the District of Columbia. I guess as an attorney, do you think he's going to face any legal challenges with this? What is this going to look like as it plays out?
Not as an attorney yet. Still a law student at Notre Dame. I have to say that for the bar. But the challenges that are going to come, I think, are going to be minimal. At the end of the day, order precedes liberty. The president needs to restore order to this jurisdiction and all over the country, and that was what he was elected to do. It was a mandate from the American people to restore order to the cities, to end illegal immigration, and to deport the people that have come to this country that are making life more difficult for everyone here. So I think President Trump needs to do this. I think he needs to ignore any legal challenges that are coming his way and finish the job.
Yeah, it again seems kind of obvious. Priya, he also mentioned that, okay, if this works here, we may implement some of the strategies in other crime-riddled blue cities like Boston, like Chicago, especially like New York City. Do you think that this could be kind of a benchmark for how big cities can solve their heavy crime issues? Or do you think the pushback's going to be so bad that they just will continue to have people being murdered in the streets and say, yay, this is good because it's not Trump fixing it?
Yeah, I guess we will see how this plays out, honestly. I mean, this is it should be a non-controversy, to be honest with you. The federal government has jurisdiction over the District of Columbia, has always, from the establishment of the incorporation of DC. But I guess this is going to set the framework going forward and attacking the crime-ridden blue cities that we have in the United States. I mean, the fact that a lot of our cities rival those of third world countries for murder rates per capita is just absolutely ridiculous, especially for our nation's capital. And it's perfectly within the rights of the president to address this issue.
Yeah, I was kind of shocked reading those numbers. Like Bogota, like one of the crime capitals of South America, that's less of a murder rate than the capital of the United States. Holy cow. Pretty ridiculous. Speaking of Trump, he signed an executive order last week talking about the whole debanking thing, where banks refuse to do business with you based on your politics. I actually thought this was really interesting, especially talking about enforcement of rules. According to the New York Post, this is an opinion piece coming out of there, but they highlighted a bunch of different things, saying under pressure from the Biden administration, enforcement of reputational risk took a decidedly political term, according to a bunch of the bank's officials. Now, reputational risk is, hey, somebody is doing business here and this person is not liked by the society and could hurt the reputation of the bank, therefore the bank's customers, therefore the American people, so you can't bank with this person. William, this seems to be politically motivated. Again, the law specifically, or the rules specifically there, are kind of fuzzy. How do you decide who's a reputational risk? How do you not decide? But they specifically were going after conservatives, more specifically President Trump himself, under pressure from the Biden administration. How much more of this do you think we're going to be able to uncover? And do you think the American people are going to care?
They need to care. If you can debank a president, you can debank a plumber, right? Due process beats administrative pressure. When regulators whisper banks cancel, it's not risk management, it's regime management. So this is something we should definitely be very concerned about. There are a lot of things coming out this week about the banks and central banking and the Federal Reserve. I think these are institutions that are dangerous, that we should be thinking about. And there's a lot of people that are starting to talk about the blockchain and gold-backed currencies making a resurgence. I think these are things that we should start to consider as these banks are continuing to increase interest rates, and Americans are going deeper and deeper into debt. It's a genuine concern, and now that this news is coming out about debanking the president, I think we definitely need to take a second look. Americans need to be concerned about this.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, whether or not they want to, they should absolutely be concerned, because if they can do it to the president, like you said, they can do it to a plumber. Priya, the banks themselves said the pressure was subtle, but definitely still real. Do you think people with big money are going to continue kind of silencing themselves? Because we saw that all throughout, really, the pandemic and forward. Prior to that too, but that was really kind of the pinnacle of when that stuff was happening, cancel culture and all. Do you think people will start censoring themselves, or do you think the fact that this is out in the open now and the president is hopefully taking action, they're going to be more free to say what they think?
I really hope with the calling of attention to this from the president and now the media is going to help encourage people to continue to speak out against it. I mean, we can't have banks controlling and censoring people by essentially holding their money captive. It is just ridiculous to be politicizing the centralized banking system. It's ridiculous. And especially, like you mentioned, if they can do it to the president, they can do it to any one of us. And none of us have the platform that the president does. So right now is the time for him to call attention to it and for all of us to follow suit.
Yeah, things that I want to call attention to, not to make such a jarring transition here, is these safe injection sites. I unfortunately live behind enemy lines in the state of Corruptifornia, and they've got these all over the place, and they are a disaster to the community. The attention is now being drawn to New York City, which has, Mayor Eric Adams has put on hold 3 different quote unquote safe injection sites, which are just a free place for people to do drugs for some reason. But that doesn't mean that there isn't money being sent there. This nonprofit that they're highlighting specifically has spent $16 million of taxpayer money and helped 6,000 junkies consume illegal drugs more than 38,000 times. William, Not to get into the super granular specifics here, but this is like something you see pretty much everywhere. These safe injection sites seem to affect people in a negative direction, one who are taking the drugs, but also the community members. Have we reached the point where just everybody out there's like, yeah, just don't take drugs? How about you just don't do drugs, and that's a way to eliminate taxpayer money going to these safe injection sites?
Like with many things in American politics, the pendulum has swung too far. In our attempts to be compassionate to people that are suffering, these standards are becoming cruelty to the communities. Coming from California and the Los Angeles area myself, we hear stories all the time of people walking outside of their homes and seeing needles on the grass by the sidewalk in front of their house. Kids can step on that stuff. It's dangerous for a public health crisis point of view. They're doing this in an attempt to fix public health so that people aren't reusing needles. And I hear the arguments, but we can't be having open air market for drugs, and we can't be having public indecency. Some of these articles are talking about these areas being, infested with acts of public sex and indecency. This needs to stop. It needs to stop.
Yeah, it again doesn't seem super difficult to point out. Priya, okay, so the greatest political stunt of my lifetime is when all of those governors started sending the illegals to rich neighborhoods. Do you think, and I just throwing this out there, we should advocate for quote unquote safe injection sites in rich areas? And I feel like that would get it shut down pretty dang quickly. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, if we just send all the junkies into these affluent neighborhoods, we might get a little bit more, attention to these issues. I mean, it is just ridiculous to me. There's truly no such thing as safe injection sites. It's just a ridiculous fallacy to even be pushing. And for all of these nonprofit organizations to say that they've prevented X amount of overdoses is just completely untrue. I mean, you might have essentially delayed an eventual overdose, but there's no way to safely inject poison into your body. And by providing these safe injection sites, we're essentially just giving people the green light to use these drugs and to essentially just inject poison into themselves. And it's just not healthy for the individual. It's not healthy for the community. I mean, we see like many of these articles, like Will mentioned, of people just publicly fornicating. I mean, this is not to the betterment of society, regardless of the intention behind it. It's ridiculous.
That is a good point. There is no way to quote unquote safely inject yourself with drugs that'll kill you. Good one there. Yep. Priya Patel, William Donahue will be back after the break to discuss my biggest gripe. I wish my parents were rich enough with me growing up that I could also be a socialist. Ma'am Danny in the hot seat again over his rent-controlled apartment. Don't go away. We'll be right back after the break.
Got to admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks cooler. Claim yours today.
back to Turning Point tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. Let's check in with Turning Point's White House correspondent Monica Page at the White House. A lot going on, but again, I repeat myself because that is at the White House means there's a lot going on. Monica, I would love to ask more about what this over the weekend, last Friday, and then obviously through the weekend, talk about Putin-Trump Alaska meeting. What do you know? What are some insights that you've got from the White House? What's that going to look like? Anything on your end? Go for it.
Yeah, Joe Bob, I know last week we were talking a little bit about what this meeting would look like if the president has to meet with Zelensky first before he can meet with Putin, or there were a lot of rumors circulating last week, but it's been confirmed the president is traveling to Alaska. That will be the meeting place. The president seemed very happy that Russian President Vladimir Putin wants to come to American soil to have this meeting instead of like a third-party location or him traveling to Russia himself. But it will be held this Friday, the president leaving here from the White House early, around 6:30 a.m. Eastern time. That's what the tentative schedule looks like as of right now. And the president really just wants to sit down with Putin and say, listen, you got to stop this war. You got to stop the killing and try to find some kind of end to this war, because right now it seems very open-ended. Every time the president speaks to Zelensky or tries to speak to Putin, somebody ends up ramping up one way or another. So he's hoping that he can talk some sense into Vladimir Putin. Perhaps even later after this meeting, we'll get on the phone with Zelensky to kind of tell him how the meeting went, and then talk to European leaders as well after meeting with Putin to talk to them about, any potential economic sanctions that they want to place on him if Russia's going to make any sort of progress in ending this war. And hopefully, fingers crossed, the end game here is to either get Vladimir Putin and Zelensky in a room together to talk it out, or have a trilateral meeting with all three of them, similar to how we just saw on Friday with Armenia and Azerbaijan and President Trump. That peace deal kind of wants to see the same sort of thing happening between these three nations, including us. But listen, as of right now, the president is very dead set on putting an end to this war. He's reiterated a number of times this is a war that should have never happened. And he seems very hopeful and seems very positive.
Yeah, there's so many things that he's outlined in the press conference this morning about all the peace deals that he's been able to broker, which is great for really everyone. But yeah, this one will be a really interesting thing to keep an eye on. Speaking of that presser this morning, you were in the room. You mentioned it gets a little hot in that room, especially when there's so many people in there. We talked about President Trump taking over the D.C. police earlier in the show. But as a person who lives in Washington, D.C., how do you as a resident feel about this?
Yeah, it feels great, Joe Bob. I mean, it feels like finally somebody's doing something about the lawlessness, the violence, the crime that we see. And it really gets ramped up on the weekends, as you can imagine. The city really putting in place curfews. Nobody even really follows the curfews at the end of the day. And a lot of the residents here on the ground don't seem very happy about the president's federalizing Washington, D.C. I've seen a couple of videos on social media circulating saying, we don't want this, police are always taking action. But at the end of the day, there's only so much the police can actually do. And by the president invoking Section 740 of the D.C. Home Rule Act, this is going to actually recognize that crime is an emergency and start to deputize the National Guard, start to actually make some progress in helping keeping our neighborhoods safe. Families travel here. This is our nation's capital. You not only have guests from different countries visiting the president, but you also have families. This capital is a reflection of the United States, and the president recognizes that. And it just feels kind of like a sigh of relief. It feels like a weight lifted off our shoulders, especially as a woman living here in this city. Yeah. I feel like maybe now I don't have to keep my head on a swivel, hopefully. But listen, it's going to be very exciting to see more law enforcement presence, especially, National Guard, a heavily presence of police here. So all fingers are crossed. I think everything's going to be good now that President Trump has stepped up.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Whether or not you think it's necessary, it's hard to argue, okay, more people out on the streets late at night, law enforcement wise, is worse somehow for me walking around DC. I think it's just I hate Trump, and everything Trump does is bad because I hate Trump. Monica Page, Turning Point's White House correspondent, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate you taking the time.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. I've made the joke or the comment several times that I just wish I grew up rich enough for me to have socialistic opinions, because apparently that is a prerequisite to have such collectivist societal outlooks on the world. Ma'am Danny is one of many socialists who became socialists through the wealthy track, which again, I just wish I could have been there. Let's bring our panel back to discuss Ma'am Danny. And I know I'm pronouncing it wrong. I don't know. As a guy with a weird name, I feel like I'm allowed to make fun of other people's names. So that's what I'm doing here. Priya Patel, William Donahue. Priya, this is coming to, I mean, we've all known this because he's talked about it, but kind of one of the bigger arguments here is, interestingly enough, an argument as to why the government shouldn't subsidize housing. The guy makes $142,000 a year, grew up insanely rich. His family has an entire compound in a different country, yet he pays $2,300 a month in a rent-controlled apartment, basically taking from the public system something that should have been allocated for somebody who needs it specifically, and a guy who's advocating for people who need it, again, is stealing from them. The irony is too rich, Priya. What do you make of the fact that Ma'am Danny is effectively stealing from the people that he claims to be helping?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an example that we need to call more attention to, especially for the quote unquote constituents that would be voting Mamdani into office or as mayor of New York City. And it is just ridiculous that you're on one hand calling for the government subsidization of housing in New York City, and essentially, like you said, taking away from somebody that might truly need that. You're taking away from the single mom with 2 kids that can barely make ends meet. And for you to sit here and make over $100,000 a year and in a flat in New York that is just around, I think it was $2,800, is just ridiculous. I mean, you're just essentially mooching off the system when you don't even deserve it at that point.
Yeah, $2,300. And so it's even cheaper than that, which find me a $2,300 apartment in New York City and I'll take it, man. I don't like New York City, but that's a pretty good deal. William, I guess back to the irony of this is, like, you're proving the point as to why the government shouldn't be involved in this, because rich people, or just people in general, will take advantage of it. And he happens to be a rich person taking an advantage of it. But that's why we want to roll back all of these programs. I guess, thank you, Ma'am Danny, for showing that the reason why we don't want this is because people take advantage of it. Your thoughts?
As I recently started a political consulting firm, and one of the things that we're working on is creating campaign slogans. I think a great one to start with is champagne socialism. We're popping champagne bottles in rent-stabilized units, but ultimately, housing policy needs to help the needy. We can't be helping the connected. We should be really running with end aristocratic socialism. I think that's the tagline going forward. But let me be clear, as Obama used to say, you cannot crusade for the poor while hoarding their subsidies. It's morally corrupt, and the people of New York need to see it, and they need to vote accordingly.
Wow, invoking an Obama quote there. I like that. That's a pretty good point. Yeah, it's very stupid and ironic to do such a thing, and yet libs continue to do it. Libs are also freaking out about this over the weekend. So it's not generally in our nature to bring on hosts from other channels to talk about their experiences. Sorry, Greg Gutfeld is not coming on here, but generally speaking, we wouldn't talk about his show. But I thought this was such an interesting cultural touchstone, especially because libs tried to turn it to be against Trump for some reason. Priya, Greg Gutfeld, host on Fox, the highest rated, I think, late night show in the business, went on Jimmy Fallon's show. And a bunch of libs were saying, well, Stephen Colbert got fired and they think it's because of his politics, even though it's probably because he's losing millions and millions of dollars. They're saying, well, Jimmy Fallon is trying to curry favor with Trump. I looked at that and go, I feel like that's swing and a miss there. Most of the country leans conservatives, see the election of President Donald Trump last election cycle. So maybe it's not currying favor with Trump, but instead trying to capture 50% of Americans who don't watch your show because you guys are always so leftist. I don't know. Is that an accurate assessment in your mind? Because again, I don't think it was currying favor with the president. I think it's just a demographics like, hey, yeah, we should probably take advantage of all of these people who aren't watching by having some opposing views on.
Yeah, Fallon and his show is just shifting with the cultural tide. I mean, we've seen it in many areas of media and culture since the president was elected, honestly. I mean, You have shows like South Park and others embracing conservative culture. And like we've talked about, in the news plenty the last 2 weeks, the Sydney Sweeney advertisement with American Eagle, everybody is embracing cultural conservatism. I mean, it's just as simple as that. People are realizing that the woke nonsense is just not working. It doesn't sell, and it doesn't gain you views anymore. Everyone's over it.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. And again, I hope they kind of continue that track. William, do you remember, I don't know if you remember it was either 2015 or 2016, Jimmy Fallon had President Trump on his show, then campaigning for the presidency, and he like tousled his hair a little bit, and that caused, I think, one of the earlier woke lib freakouts. But again, it doesn't seem all that crazy to have differing opinions on, especially because the country is divided in half. Do you think it's just a good business decision for Jimmy Fallon to have differing views on his show?
I think it is. And I think Americans ultimately are really sad that comedy has largely died. You have people like Shane Gillis that have started fighting back against some of this and are open to creating comedic, enterprises that are open to views on the right. But Americans are running towards shows like Gutfeld because they want to laugh again. Jokes are supposed to be funny. Ratings don't have a party. And so, I was disappointed back in 2016 when Fallon went on, had to apologize for quote unquote humanizing Trump. Yeah. That's not what comedians need to be focusing on. They need to be focused on making people laugh and bringing joy to people's lives. And so I think, it's great that Gutfeld won on Fallon.
Yeah, ratings don't have a political party. I love that. It reminds me of when Michael Jordan said, hey, I'm not going to endorse a Democrat candidate because Republicans buy sneakers too. Like, that's stupid. And at the end of the day, sales doesn't have a political ideology. Awesome. William Donahue, Priya Patel, guys, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate you taking the time.
Thanks for having us on.
Thank you. Coming up next here on Turning Point tonight, we got a fascinating clip from Alex Clark's Culture Apothecary podcast. Then in the segment following that, a bizarre NBC video that I have to play for you. Don't go away. We'll be right back after the break.
Gotta admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks Cooler. Claim yours today.
what can you always find in your fridge?
Different kinds of yogurts, Greek and coconut, because I prefer coconut yogurt. My family does Greek.
I just saw somebody saying that yogurt is like the most fake healthy food in the morning.
Yeah, I can see those guys saying that.
Why do you disagree?
Well, it's got a really good nutrient profile for one thing.
Okay.
I think, and it's fermented, so the gut utilizes it better. It's a lot easier for men to eat the same thing every day. And I think women need variation, and so do kids.
Yeah.
I'm like, do you have any kids in your house? Because I don't know if you want to be making them steak 3 times a day.
But some yogurts, I just think they're just sugar bombs.
Yeah.
So there's a difference.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I think that's probably where it gets a bad reputation. So you always want to go with plain high fat.
Okay, plain high fat. So not even vanilla. You wouldn't even do vanilla?
Vanilla's okay, but you're better off adding it yourself.
Just like vanilla extract or something? Okay, that's interesting.
With a little like maple syrup or honey.
What else are we finding in your fridge?
Seasonal fruit. So whatever fruit that is seasonal, my kids go through it so fast personally. I cannot keep fruit on hand. I have to like reorder it every 3 days. We do a lot of like grass-fed or raw cheese if we can access it. Eggs. Tons of vegetables, but easy to prepare vegetables. So stuff that the kids can cut up themselves, and mostly seasonal. I like to say I cook with seasonal, but like the raw that the kids are having for snacks is like cucumbers, carrots, celery. My kids like broccoli raw, and usually turkey breast, which I know is, the wellness community is not fanatical about it, but it's a lifesaver for people that want to have protein with every meals. It's processed. And a lot of times it has added stuff in it. Like I said, it's not always ideal, but I'm going to be really honest. When you have 4 athlete kids living in your house, it is hard to make sure that they master adding the protein to every meal.
What would we never find in your kitchen? And it could be food or otherwise.
Gosh, that's a good question, because I'm not like so crazy that I never say never, but automatically we never have artificial colors. Mm-hmm. We don't do like processed sugar. We only really, if we buy dessert, it's like dark chocolate. Mm-hmm. So we don't do candy. We don't do anything artificial colored or flavored.
What about pots and pans, cutting boards?
Yeah, even that I'm really non-toxic. So that's another part of what I teach. So in the integrative approach, if we're bringing the stress load off the body, we're also detoxing the body by not adding more toxins in. So I think people are so focused on detox again with supplements or with like other things that are expensive. But how about what you're putting in? We do non-toxic pans. I haven't ever done Teflon. Thankfully, I grew up with parents that were super aware of this stuff. So we were mostly cast iron anyways. And then wood cutting boards, and
people have got to throw out the plastic cutting boards.
Throw out anything plastic.
You are literally cutting and chopping, and you are putting microplastics right into your food.
Right.
It's disgusting.
And where microplastics like to go is to your brain.
Yep. They're coating our brains.
Yep.
What does it mean to embrace a non-diet mindset?
Eating what feels good. So when you really focus on the intuitive part or like the bio-individualized part, you're going to choose meals because like I have 2,500 macro balance meals in my member portal. My book has 100, I think. You're going to choose meals that you enjoy, that make you feel good.
Now, that being said, who needs to be doing an autoimmune protocol? The AIP diet.
Yeah, I love the AIP diet. And I've seen a lot of critiques on that too, because people love to critique anything. But I have literally experienced so many people reverse autoimmune disease, go into remission. If you're going to a regular conventional doctor, they're going to call it remission. I call it reverse because all symptoms are gone and the body has restored with autoimmune approach. I have a client that healed a concussion disorder that no neurologist could help. What? I have clients that have healed so many inflammatory conditions. And I think, again, going back to a Vata, Vatas are not visibly inflamed. Vatas are invisibly inflamed. Vatas know they're inflamed based on brain fog, pain, arthritic feelings, or just not being optimal.
And that's me?
Yeah. So you'll never see your inflammation.
Right.
Unless it's in your gut distension.
No, that's exactly it. It's totally internal. Yeah. I can tell. And then it's an invisible illness.
Yeah. Whereas some people, the inflammation is very visible. You can see it in the lymphatic system. Call it cellulite, call it lumpiness, call it what you want.
Swollen ankles.
Yes. Water retention. So sometimes I put people on this heightened autoimmune protocol. And now I call it, because it's AIP, so I call it anti-inflammatory, not just autoimmune. But we're not just doing the food. We're also doing the spiritual aspect. We're doing listening prayers. We're doing meditations. We're letting the body calm down. So it's, if you just were to do AIP and nothing else and just do clinical, you would still see results. But if you add the other elements to it and the toxic load and the stress and root cause aspect, all of that, you're going to see your life transform.
What should women know about intermittent fasting?
So I am not a fan of morning intermittent fasting for women. I have never seen the outcome be positive. And I know a lot of people say, well, it works for me because maybe their body is a healthy weight, but there is dis-ease in the body. That doesn't mean that just because you're a healthy weight means that all things are well, right? So if we're fasting in the morning, our body needs energy. Where's it going to pull energy from? Where does our body pull energy from when there's no food in the system? From our cortisol. So if we are spiking the cortisol because we didn't eat, then we're risking hijacking our female cycle, our female hormones. So eating within the hour of waking up is really something I think works most importantly for women. I think men can get away with intermittent fasting. Again, very different biologically different people, right? So when I'm teaching, it's more based on what works for women. Where I do like intermittent fasting and where I think it's incredible is at night.
You're Carrie Underwood's nutritionist. Why do you tell everyone you've got to be drinking hydrogen water?
Carrie's actually my friend.
Okay.
So, yeah, she does, I would say, probably follow most of my philosophy as far as...
But sometimes she goes rogue.
Eats real... Definitely. Definitely. She's definitely more my friend. Never been my client, actually, but definitely practices what I teach. Hydrogen water, I have seen personally the recovery time enhanced. And I think for people that are trying to be really active, we're always seeking ways to improve our recovery. And the reason is because when we work out, it is a stress to the body. If we can get the body to respond really well, it's a really good stress to the body. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So if our bodies are not responding well to our workouts, meaning we're really tired or we get headaches or it takes a really long time for the muscles to not be sore, then it's causing more stress than it is good. So hydrogen water I've seen enhance recovery time. More than any other thing I've seen with it is it enhances recovery time. This is personally what I've seen. Because you see studies and you're kind of like, really? Like is it more hydrating? I haven't seen that in labs. I haven't seen it necessarily. I love hydrogen water. I use it myself. My kids use it for recovery.
So how do you get it? Like, is it a tablet you stick in regular water? Is it bottled?
It's a water bottle or a canister.
Okay, and it does something, you just pour water in it and it does something to it?
It hydrogenates. It has a little process in it inside the water bottle that adds a hydrogen atom.
Do you know a brand by heart that you like?
I like Echo. And the ironic thing is their bottles are plastic. So that was the hard thing for me, but the glass would explode. And so they make it a very non-toxic plastic.
Got to admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks Cooler. Claim yours today.
got to admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks cooler. Claim yours today.
TPUSA.com. Any donation of any amount gets you that free Big Gov Sucks cooler, as especially it's getting hot around the country, more specifically where I live, and that irritates me. But thankfully, I've got a Big Gov Sucks cooler to keep my drinks icy cold. A donation of any amount. TPUSA. I'm getting ahead of myself. That's not a good thing. TPUSA.com. Donation of any amount. You can also email the show. Here's where I was going. TPT@TPUSA.com. Anytime you want, whether you agree or whether you're wrong, we accept all emails of all kinds. The emails, you know what? I think I reminded folks at the beginning of the show once last week, and then we got a flood of emails, which was awesome. So I'm reminding myself now to remind you folks at the beginning of the show. TPT@TPUSA.com lets you email whatever you want, memes, short videos, content that we need to be talking about here. Love to see it. TPT@TPUSA.com. With that, let's get into what I think is a freaking fascinating depiction of how the media works. I want you to watch this clip. This is from NBC, more specifically their affiliate in San Diego area. And it's long, but I need you to have the full context to really understand what is going on here, and inserting some questions revolving the authenticity and genuineness of the people, one, making this and involved in it. Check this out and we'll discuss.
George and his wife Esmeralda say an unmarked SUV started following them and pulled them over. They say Border Patrol agents first approached wearing masks.
So the reason why we're stopping you is because you do U-turns and there's a known alien out in the area.
He told the agents where they were going and that they did not consent to any search.
If you have a dentist appointment, it probably wasn't the best decision to be out in the middle of nowhere.
No, we have the right to travel anywhere we want to travel.
Right, you do. You're absolutely right, you do. And I actually have the right and authority to stop you.
Couple sat in their car as the agents brought a canine.
It's called reasonable suspicion.
Do you think that they had reasonable suspicion to stop you and search your vehicle?
Not at all. Not at all.
The dog did smell a small amount of legally purchased cannabis, so they got out for a full search. 30 minutes in, the agent says he could take their vehicle, but...
I'm going to go ahead and let you off with a warning.
George and Esmeralda both voted for the first time in 2020 and again in 2024 for President Donald Trump. As they see his immigration crackdown...
Do you regret your vote?
Yes, I do. Very much so. I feel shame, guilt, and anger at the same time.
Bull S. I don't know if I can say that louder or prouder. BS. I do not believe you in any stretch of the imagination. Okay, so let's just lay this out, okay? You voted for President Trump in 2020, probably due to a COVID response, and again in 2024. You hated seeing men and women's sports. You hated seeing the wide open border. You hated seeing the economy go to trash. You hated seeing the woke stuff in the schools. You hated seeing all of that. So you decide, hey, we're going to vote for the first time. And then you spend 30 minutes being investigated by the Border Patrol for being in an area you're probably not supposed to be in. And they've said, hey, there's a legal alien out here. We're just stopping you to make sure. All of a sudden, your entire ideology goes by the wayside because of a half an hour inconvenience. BS. First of all, either they were lying that they voted for President Trump the first two times, which some people decide to do, especially libs, because they want to make it sound, no, look, we've turned the corner. We completely regret this, when they were libs the whole time to begin with. Or you're lying now because you want to get some clout from your neighbors. Oh, I was on TV, and they're more likely to put this on TV if I say I hate Donald Trump, in which case we didn't want your vote in the first place. Bottom line, total and utter crap. This is why people hated Liz Cheney so much, because, okay, so you claim to be conservative, but your entire worldview, outlook, and everything that you believe in, you're just going to let that go by the wayside and endorse somebody who believes the exact opposite because you think the guy who's running on the ideology and values that you hold is mean for some reason. Get out of here with that crap. Bottom line, NBC putting out that video claiming that these people are Trump voters, I think, is a total hoax, fake news all around. Let me stop there because I can go on and on about this because that really made me irritated. But this made me even more irritated for different reasons. Just watch this and try not to roll your eyes in disgust, as I certainly will. Check it out. That is a grown man. I'm sorry I'm animated about this. That is a grown man eating a banana with a spoon. Okay, you know the whole strong men create good times and good times create weak men and weak men create hard times. I found the weak man. He's right. He's in that Starbucks right there. He's clear and abundantly the weak man that created the hard times. I don't know if it's ever been more obvious. Don't eat a banana with a spoon, kids, or else you're going to be ridiculed on this show and I'm going to lose my voice screaming at you. Anyways, that's going to do it for us here at Turning Point tonight. Charlie is going to take us out. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place. God bless America.
The Dalai Lama gave his recent 90th birthday speech. As I sort of read, at least, he posted on social media, I read through that, Charlie, and I noted that most of his significant points about Buddhism, I could, even with just a year in scripture, match with something from the gospel. Every aspect. I was like, this is all in Christ. This is all available to us in Jesus. There is no need for anything other than Jesus Christ. There is no need for anything but Jesus.
And Russell, would you like a throat lozenge?
Well, I'm fascinated by them, Charlie. I'm fascinated.
You're staring at when you want one?
It's not like I want one. I just want to know the story of them.
I lose my voice at these events because I speak 14 hours a day. So
you fight it off with lozenges.
Well, no, the lozenges lubricate the throat to prevent you. Yeah,
that's the sort of, don't let Gator Man find out about it.
It's very maha, for the record.
I like it. I have to have 100, 1,000.
Lemon eucalyptus.
It's good stuff, man.
Yeah.
I'm addicted. I'm going to grind it up and inject it in my arm. Don't do drugs, kids.
We're told all religions are the same.
Yes.
You really like it or you're no good?
Actually amazing. It's delicious.
It's tasty, right?
Charlie, no wonder you can speak for 14 hours. No wonder you can get Gavin Newsom to admit that there are different genders. You're powered by lozenges.
That's right. He's the only one ever to mention the lozenges. No one else has ever. I would expect nothing less. So,
not all religions are the same. That's why I thought that. What you saying?
No, yeah, we're told all religions are the same. What is the differentiator that you want the rest of the world to know about Jesus, Christ, about self? You mentioned, for example, Buddhism. Correct me if I'm wrong, Russell, is a very self-centric religion.
Yeah, it is. Sometimes when you're a professional comedian, you realize that you do things that are funny, where you're not trying to be funny. This is one of them. I'm not even actually trying to be funny. For me, it seems normal that you would take the lozenge in and out like a cigarette. Well, Charlie, your father and I, we used to lozenge together at Harvard. George Bush and I were in the Skull and Bones Club. We would lozenge together at Bohemian Grove. Then who's that under the privet? It's Alex Jones. After my Molocrobes was Jones. After my Molocrobes was he. No, Buddhism is self-centered. I reckon the thing that I resisted about Jesus was the very thing that I needed to yield and surrender to. I was messianically infatuated with myself as the kind of center of the world, and the culture also gives you that offering. It's appealing that your personal identity can be the altar of false idolatry, i.e. your sexuality, your race, or your gender. All of those things are glorious creations of our Lord. But when you make them the focus of your spiritual attention, of your devotion, they can't hold it. I look at the instructions in Scripture now, not just as edicts to be obeyed, but simply as suggestions that if you follow them, you will have a better time. If you turn sex into a type of God, you're in for a rough ride. If you turn your personal identity into a kind of God, you're living in an illusion. Die on the cross with him. The conversation I referred to between Paul and Peter, as rendered in Galatians, leads to Paul saying, I lived by a certain law, and I live by a certain law. The idea of self, the idea that indeed, one of the edicts of Satanism, as espoused by Aleister Crowley, is do as thou wilt shall be the whole of the law.
That's exactly right.
What you want to do is God, that your own desires are God, that by truncating, curtailing, and surceasing of your desires, you're somehow being not true to yourself, that you should be who you are. Now, consumerism and commerce benefit if people want to fulfill their desires all the time. Every single purchase is undergirded either by necessitation or desire. But what I have been shown by our Lord is that the perennial ideas of Aldous Huxley, that all religions are the same, or the Campbellian ideas of the heroes with 1,000 masks, or Jung's ideas about archetypes, are not untrue. There are truths presenting themselves again and again through culture. But there is, I believe, for some of us, maybe not for everyone, how am I after 14 months of Christianity to tell everyone that they have to do immediately what I couldn't do 15 months ago? But it seems to me that the way of the cross, the way of the Son, the Father, and the Holy Spirit is a way of bypassing and navigating your way through the terrible trenches of bewilderment strewn by a culture that wants you ignorant, bewildered, and delirious. You need only glance at the Parisian Olympics to be aware that what they want to do is surpass and supplant the values of Christ with the values of a culture that want you sick, ill, and weak. There is an attack on all categories that empower people, whether that's the category of woman or the category of man. These are empowering and holy roles that we might play. I note since living in Florida that there's an attack on excellence, on expertise, on competence and capability. They don't want men and women that are awakened and armed and capable of taking care of themselves. They want us all like hopeless blobs and parasites hooked onto their system of ignorance that tells you there is no God and then tells shows you that it is the very God that it denies the existence of, omniscient, omnipresent, omnipotent, wanting complete control through surveillance and data capture and observation, and ultimately wants you to submit to its false idols, lozenge. Imagine that was all a campaign. Oh, yeah. Imagine that whole thing, Charlie, was just an elaborate advert for this brand of lozenge. You know how like Tucker does those ziffs or whatever?
The Zins or whatever. No, they're not.
He's got his own one now.
It's called Alp. So Russell, all kidding aside, when are you going to start a church? Are you going to try to start a ministry? I mean, the UK could use.
Firstly,
a revival.
I'm really trying to surrender to whatever he wants. You know, I've always been talking my whole life, so like it would be immodest, false modesty for me to say, "Oh, really, Charlie?" You know, I'm aware I hear myself talking, but when I'm not sucking on a sweet, sweet lozenge of the Lord, I do want to participate in His ministry and mission. But because I have a tendency to appoint myself and anoint myself in certain roles, I want to be sure that it's the path He would have me walk. And I have pretty serious challenges to surmount in the UK. When it comes to my personal legal situation.
The entire government is going after Russell. I hope you guys know that. And
it's exhausting.
Gotta admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks Cooler. Claim yours today.
Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
Today we're formally declaring a public safety emergency. This is Liberation Day in D.C., and we're going to take our capital back. Under the authorities vested in me as the President of the United States, I'm officially invoking Section 740 of the District of Columbia Home Rule Act. They'll immediately begin massive enforcement operations targeting known gangs, drug dealers, and criminal networks to get them the hell off the street, maybe get them out of the country, because a lot of them came into our country illegally. They shouldn't have been allowed in. They come from Venezuela. They come from all over the world. We're going to get them the hell out. They won't be here long. But some of these people, a lot of them, are homegrown criminals. And these are bad people. These are rough people. We're going to be removing homeless encampments from all over our parks, our beautiful, beautiful parks. We're getting rid of the people from underpasses and public spaces from all over the city. There are many places that they can go, and we're going to help them as much as you can help. But they'll not be allowed to turn our capital into a wasteland.
I do want to look at the map of Illinois. Let's take a look at this. Despite President Trump winning 44% of the statewide vote in 2024, Republicans hold only 3 of Illinois' 17 districts. These districts seem to be designed to maximize Democratic advantage. What do you say to those who argue that it's hypocritical for you to criticize Texas for partisanship when your state also drew maps to boost your party's standing?
Well, remember that what Texas is trying to do is, again, violate the Voting Rights Act. We didn't. We held public hearings, legislative hearings. People attended them. They spoke out. There was a map that was put out. There were actually changes made to the map. and a map was passed.
Every major group that grades the fairness of congressional maps gives your state an F. Common Cause, a nonpartisan government watchdog, even says your map, and I'm going to quote, represents a nearly perfect model for everything that can go wrong with redistricting. And I guess the question is, you talk about preserving democracy. How do you preserve democracy if you're using the same tactics that you've criticized Texas Republicans for?
But as I say, what they're talking about is a distraction. The reality is that the violation of people's voting rights is what Texas is attempting to do. That's what's wrong. Democracy is at stake.
My administration would be Donald Trump's worst nightmare. And you don't need to take me at my word or take Andrew Cuomo at his. You need to only look at the actions of the Trump administration since I won the Democratic primary.
It's the loud voices that scare people from saying what they believe and make you think twice about a joke or whatever, these things. And, a lot of their points are valid, but a lot of them are also just repulsive. And I mean, they repel people from, they go like, oh, you're no fun. I don't want to be around you. And I think that if you had to boil it down to like one thing, that's kind of what it is. It's like, oh, you're no fun. I don't want to be part of your group.
West Virginians overwhelmingly voted for Donald Trump. How do you square that circle?
Well, that's a longer story that has to do with the failure of the Democratic Party in general to speak to the needs of the working class. This used to be, decades ago, one of the strongest Democratic states in the country. Now it's a strong Republican state because I think in many ways the Democratic Party has turned its back on what was its base.
The DNC, they're already trying to coup Trans Charlie.
Is the DNC supporting this?
No, not currently.
Why not?
If Ken Martin's watching this, text me back. But really, I think it's disappointing that we haven't been able to see the DNC really get off the ground since the election, because I think a lot of things have happened internally that have been distractions to the actual ground game that we need right now.
Democrats are leaderless. Their new plan? Create a transgender Charlie Kirk.
I think that, as much as I disagree with Charlie Kirk, I believe that what he's doing has worked. And that's why I'm here to replicate what he's doing. I'm not here to, disrupt Charlie Kirk's events. I'm here to say that there are alternative ideas and that we need to build the same thing that he has, because he is good at it.
The Charlie Kirk Show. Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Okay, everybody, radio stations across the country. Honored to be with you, as always, here at the Bitcoin.com studio. Joining us right out of the gate today, we will get to the federalization of D.C. news in a moment, but is the governor of the great state of Texas, Governor Greg Abbott. Governor, welcome to the program, sir. First time on the program. Honored to have you. What is the latest on the Democrats fleeing the state of Texas, your strategy, your plan to hold them accountable, and give us the latest update, sir?
So we are working on quorum today, and to do that, so everyone can understand in your audience, and this is the problem in the Texas House. The Texas House has 150 members. It requires 2/3 of them or 100 of them to show up. There are 88 Republicans in the Texas House, which means we need 12 Democrats to be able to have a quorum. And what the Texas Department of Public Safety is doing as we speak right now, they have stakeouts at dozens of locations across the state of Texas where there's the possibility that there could be a Texas House member there. We have no confirmed information that we have at least 12 Democrats in the state to be able to arrest them and bring them to the Capitol. The way this works is when the Speaker put a House on the call and issued arrest warrants, these are civil, not criminal arrest warrants. But it nevertheless authorizes the Texas Department of Public Safety to search, find, and to arrest and bring to the Capitol any Democrat who's in the state of Texas. So for one, they are searching for those people. For another, we're doing the math with regard to who may be out of state. You may have seen the news over the past couple of days that the Texas Attorney General filed claims in courts in these other states seeking the apprehension of them in California, in Illinois, and other states to try to bring them home from there. That said, let's go back to square one here, Charlie, because this is an issue that we've been through before. We had a quorum break by these leftist Democrats 4 years ago. We had another quorum break back in 2003 when we tried to pass mid-decade redistricting at that time. And the same thing happens every time. They're gone for one special session, and then they come back for the next one. And so let me provide that setting real quick. So in Texas, we have a regular legislative session only every other year that ends at the end of May. And then as governor, I can call a 30-day special session. That 30-day special session is about to end here in about a week. And so we will continue to search and find every Democrat that we can. If we do not get a quorum, the nanosecond after the current special session gavels out, I will be calling another special session. And then I will continue calling special sessions until they do come back. We know this. They are going to come back. That's happened every single time. And when they come back, we're going to pass these maps as well as address the other pressing needs and demands of the people of Texas.
So, Governor, when does this become criminal? And I know that you're mentioning this. I mean, aren't they, what's the phrase, subverting our democracy? When do we start to ratchet this up? Because they are fleeing the state, not representing the voters that elected them. Governor Greg Abbott.
So under Texas law, this does not become criminal because that's not authorized as an action that can be taken by the House. However, what we've done this time that we've never done before, we're seeking another pathway that I believe is valid. I filed a lawsuit about this time last week in the Texas Supreme Court, bypassing the trial courts, saying that we can get a writ of what's called quo warranto from the Texas Supreme Court, saying that these offices have been vacated because they have been abandoned because we have Texas House members who are not following the Constitution. The Texas Constitution specifically requires Texas House members to, quote, act on bills before them. And when you're abandoning your responsibility, when you have abandoned the state, you're not there to act on those bills. And so I think I filed this lawsuit in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court demanded a response last Friday. They're considering it as we speak right now. But, Charlie, the pathway that I'm seeking to go down is one that would allow the removal of these Texas legislators who have abandoned the state.
How is this playing out politically, domestically? If you were to listen to the national media, they call this gerrymandering, terrible, cowing to President Trump. What are you hearing from Texas voters? And what is the latest on the will and the fortitude of the Texas legislature on the Republican side to get this done?
So, first of all, what we're hearing on the ground is what we hear on the ground every single time this happens, and that is Texans do not like people who don't show up for work. And Texans have to show up for work. If they didn't show up for work, they would get fired. And so they get angry when they see Democrats flee the state, not show up to the job they were elected to do, and not get the job done. And so this always works to the detriment of the Democrat House members who flee the state. Second, this is a character flaw by these Democrats, because one thing that is anti-Texan is running from a fight. You know, Texas kind of got its beginnings with the Battle of the Alamo, and that was a place where people chose not to run from a fight, but to stay and fight. And, you know, the come and take it slogan, that was when Texans were willing to say to Mexico, if you want to take your cannon back, you got to come and take it from us, and they were willing to stand and fight. To the contrary of that, we have these Democrats who are running like scaredy cats off to some other state, and they have refused to stand and fight. So this is going to be very harmful to them back home. And at the same time, I'm running TV advertisements and digital advertisements in districts of the missing Democrats, pointing out how they're not showing up, not doing their job, not dealing with the flooding problems that we have in Central Texas because of the horrific, deadly floods. And so this is going to hurt them a lot. To your other question, listen, the legislature is fully committed to using every tool. And I can explain it in this context. The tools already used by the legislature to try to bring these Democrats back are far stronger, far better than any House member that I've been involved with to try to bring runaway, quorum-breaking Democrats back to the state of Texas.
So if the seats are declared vacant, just make sure I understand, does that lower the quorum threshold, or would we have to wait until another election?
Two things. One is is my understanding that it does lower the quorum threshold. However, it also does something else. It triggers Article 3, Section 13 of the Texas Constitution that is as soon as we get a decision that they have abandoned their seat, a ruling in our favor in that lawsuit that I filed, I, as governor, am authorized to fill those vacancies, and I do so by calling for an election that must take place within 20 days.
Got it. So that's very interesting for our audience here, because this can move quite quick. What is your response then, Governor? We only have a minute and a half remaining. Governor Newsom is declaring war. J.B. Pritzker is declaring war. Jasmine Crockett calls all of these maps racist. Can you defend this move? And of course, I'm with you 100%. But talk about why you are doing this and the intent as we conclude this segment. Governor Greg Abbott, why are you doing this, and why does it matter?
It's what Texas is doing is 100% perfectly legal, and this is not the first time that Texas has done mid-decade redistricting. This time, we had the law and the facts change since we last did redistricting in 2021. The law that changed is last year, pursuant to a lawsuit filed by Democrats. Last year, the Federal Court of Appeals came out and said that Texas is not required to maintain what are called coalition districts that were helping out Democrats. And freed from that limitation, that opened up the possibility of creating all these new districts. And then couple that with the facts, and the facts are that the racial minorities in the state of Texas are voting Republican now as opposed to Democrat. You saw that with Trump's big win in the state of Texas. The Hispanics in Texas, they don't want open border policies. They don't want boys and girls sports. They support law enforcement as opposed to curtailing law enforcement. And so what we are authorized legally to do, and that is to draw districts for political purposes so that the people of these congressional districts are going to be able to vote for the candidate of their choice, which they showed is Republican, because every seat that we are drawing is a seat that Donald Trump won, and those candidates are trapped in a Democrat congressional seat who is a member of Congress hostile to the values of the people in that district. So we are just trying to fulfill the will and the demand of the people of the state of Texas.
Governor Abbott, we have your back 100%. Finally, our side is fighting. Fight fire with fire. Do not give an inch, especially to these Democrat extortionists. Thank you so much, Governor Greg Abbott from the great state of Texas. Thank you. ReliefFactor.com, 100% drug-free Relief Factor. If you guys want to get out of pain, go to ReliefFactor.com. With Relief Factor, you guys can break up with pain just like Anthony did. He wrote in, quote, I was dealing with debilitating pain and fatigue. I've been taking Relief Factor for about 2 months, and now I'm back to running my business, fishing, gardening, doing the things that really matter to me. A lot of people have now felt the Relief Factor difference. Go to ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com. Go to ReliefFactor.com. Trump is federalizing D.C.? Yes. Stay right there.
Stop watching the news and start making some. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, guys, I want to tell you about YRefi. That is YRefi.com, YREFY.com. Check it out right now at YRefi.com. If you guys have private student loan debt, this is the best way out. They are phenomenal supporters of our Student Action Summit, America Fest, our campus tours. Many clients are not able to make the minimum monthly payment on their private student loans when they first contact YRefi. If you go to YRefi.com, you can read testimonies from other people who have been where you are and how they've successfully escaped. Do you have a co-borrower? Well, YRefi can get them released from the loan. You can give mom or dad a break. Go to YRefi.com. You can even skip a payment every 6 months, up to 12 times without penalty. You don't have to ignore that mountain of student loan statements on your kitchen table anymore. Call 888-YRefi-34 or go to YRefi.com. That is YREFY.com. May not be available in all 50 states, so go to YRefi.com. If you have distressed or defaulted private student loans, they can get you out of debt. So if you know anybody in your life that might have student loan problems, private student loan problems, check it out right now at YRefi.com. That is YREFY.com. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Subscribe to our podcast. We'll be right back. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. President Donald Trump, major news today. He is federalizing Washington, D.C. I want to hear him in his own words here. Let me find our handy-dandy cut sheet here. Here it is. President Donald Trump took to the press briefing room early on a Monday morning to make the announcement, saying that enough of this crime and the third worldification of Washington, D.C., we're not going to put up with it. Let's play cut 304.
Today we're declaring public safety emergency in the District of Columbia. And Attorney General Pam Bondi, who's fantastic, is taking command of the Metropolitan Police Department as of this moment. And I'll be making the appropriate notifications to Congress.
Now, the 1973 Home Rule Act for D.C. explicitly allows the president to take control of Washington, D.C. police for 48 hours. No questions asked, as long as he believes that, quote, special conditions of an emergency nature exist. President Trump says that's the case and that D.C. has a public safety emergency. Now, in addition, the president can keep D.C. police federalized for up to 30 days as long as he notifies Congress and explains why. Right now, 30 days is the cap, unless Congress passes a new law that said it's not clear that anything that stops President Trump from controlling the police for 30 days, surrendering power for a day, and then federalizing them again. But there may be other arguments. Mike Davis was recently arguing that D.C. Home Rule Act itself is unconstitutional. We'll have to wait and see what the arguments are there. But the legal questions aside is, why is Trump doing this? You could say quite reasonably he has a lot on his plate. He's going to go, by the way, sit down with Vladimir Putin in Alaska this Friday. He's trying to fix Gaza. He's doing deportations and tariff negotiations and a lot more. So why is he looking to micromanage the nation's capital? Ronald Reagan ignored our nation's capital. George W. Bush ignored our nation's capital. Bill Clinton ignored our nation's capital. George W. Bush ignored our nation's capital. Barack Obama ignored our nation's capital. And Joe Biden ignored our nation's capital. Why? Because it's easy to ignore our nation's capital. It's just homeless people, slums being slums, and slumlords being slumlords. And it's okay if it has a higher crime rate than Mexico City and Bogota and Islamabad. No. It's actually not okay. President Donald Trump has always been a person very aware of symbolism. He's very visual. He cares a lot about the trappings of the presidency. That's why he liked putting on the military parade this summer, one that I supported. It's why he wants to build a big ballroom on White House grounds. A great nation should have a great presidential ballroom. So it really impacts President Trump to see the reality of our nation's capital city. We're supposed to be the world's greatest superpower, the leader of the free world. So why is our capital a joke, a mess, a disgrace? In 2023, Washington, D.C. had 274 murders in a city with a population of only 700,000 people. That's a murder rate of 39 per 100,000. That's nearly the murder rate of South Africa, where we're now taking refugees from, just so we're clear. And we should. In 2024, murders were down, but the murder rate was still 27 per 100,000. That's higher than the murder rate of Mexico, and it's 4 times the U.S. national average. Even if crime is dropping, the lower rates are still a complete and total humiliation and disgrace. Let's play cut 307.
We're formally declaring a public safety emergency. This is an emergency. This is a tragic emergency. And it's embarrassing for me to be up here. You know, I'm going to see Putin. I'm going to Russia on Friday. I don't like being up here talking about how unsafe and how dirty and disgusting this once beautiful capital was, with graffiti all over the walls. It's another part of it, by the way. Because we're talking about safety, but we're also talking about beautification. We have the most beautiful, potentially, capital in the world. We always had. But people come from Iowa, they come from Indiana, they come and then they get mugged. Not going to happen. Keep coming, because by the time you get your trip set, it's going to be safe again, and it's going to be clean very quickly.
Think of all the high schoolers that go to Washington, D.C. for the first time. What are we putting on display? Why is it that Tokyo, New Delhi, Havana, Cuba are safer than Washington, D.C., substantially safer? You can walk the streets of Tokyo at night. You can walk the streets of Seoul, South Korea at night. You can walk the streets of Kuala Lumpur. You can walk the streets of Singapore. But the fact that you cannot walk the streets of Washington, D.C., or New York City or Chicago is an indictment and a failure of our ruling class. Our ruling class has cared more about sending javelins and missiles to Ukraine while they have to walk over drug overdosed bodies on the way to go make a vote on the Senate floor. D.C. has long been ignored, and it is a perfect example of national decay, of collapse, of the lower morale. Oh, it doesn't matter. It does matter. Roll in the tanks. Bring in the drones, send in the Marines. We're federalizing Washington, D.C. More in a second.
To this Real America's Voice news break, I'm Terrence Bates. President Trump looking to clean up the nation's capital. In fact, he laid out his plans for addressing the city's crime and homelessness problem during a news conference just a little while ago. Our Brian Glenn is at the White House right now with the very latest on that. So, Brian, your takeaways from the president's big, beautiful press conference.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Terrence. The president wanting to clean up D.C., our nation's capital, and compared it, the murder rate to other world nations' capital. He said it's unacceptable. We should not have the conditions that we have now. The murder rate is twice as much as it is in other world nations, and he wants to clean it up starting today. And on stage, he was joined with Pam Bondi, Pete Hegseth, and others, Doug Burgum, talking about the efforts to do this. And it all starts with really going going after this truancy, these teenage, what he considered thugs on the streets that are all coming together, creating crime and havoc, but they're protected by the system right now, Terrence. And Judge Janine said it perfectly. If you come to D.C. and you commit a crime, we're going to charge you and prosecute you, unlike the system before.
Brian, any reaction yet from D.C.'s Mayor Muriel Bowser? Because this is basically saying that Muriel, yeah, you might be a nice person, but you're not doing your job.
Yeah, that's a great question. I have not heard any response from D.C. at all, the mayor or even some of the commissioners or anything that reside on the court. But this is taking place. You know, President Trump has the ability to do this, and he can do it for an extended period of time through Congress as well. But basically Pam Bondi taking over role, if you will, over the D.C. Police Department and having authority over them, and really Janine taking control over some of the courts to make sure that these teenagers are charged. If you're going to come out and do a crime and do adult crimes, you need to do adult time. Taking a hard stance. Also, graffiti. You know, as you know, President Trump's a very visual person. He wants the graffiti taken away. He wants the homeless encampments moved out and cleaned up. Pressure wash the sidewalks, clean streets, clean buildings. That's what President Trump wants. And today he laid out a plan. It's a new day in Washington, D.C., led by President Donald Trump. That's going to do it for your headlines. We appreciate you being here with us now. Let's get you back to
The next great awakening is here. Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. That's the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page here at the mobile, actually not the mobile, the actual Bitcoin.com studio. What am I thinking? I'm on the road so much. It's the actual Bitcoin.com studio. What do we have, guys? I want to tell you guys about TikTok. Right now, over 7.5 million businesses are thriving on TikTok. You guys should check it out at TikTokeconomicimpact.com. We have gone very viral on TikTok. In fact, here is a clip that's going viral just last night from beautiful Albuquerque, New Mexico. Play cut 312.
How often are we afraid to tell the people we're trying to get saved what they need to be saved from? They say, even though you're over here, this is the modern gospel. We're just going to let you stay there, because it's a little bit too judgy. And we're not going to talk about the ideal. We're not going to talk about the target. We're not going to talk about how homosexuality is a sin or transgenderism is bad or that gambling addiction is wrong or adultery is wrong, because we don't want to offend you, because under the modern world, offending somebody is the greatest sin. Judgment is unacceptable. God is just the guess. And morality is completely subjective, because we don't want to engage in judgment.
TikTokeconomicimpact.com. You can look at She Mechanic, Arizona Taco King. When small businesses thrive on TikTok, so do the communities around them. Learn more about TikTok's contribution to the U.S. economy at TikTokeconomicimpact.com. That is TikTokeconomicimpact.com. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. I want to play another piece of tape here of President Donald Trump announcing the takeover of Washington, D.C. And understand this. You get what you put up with. There are political issues you can control, and there are political issues you cannot control. And what is most frustrating about the current American moment is that we are overwhelmingly met with political issues that we can control. Our failure is an act of the will or a lack of the will. When it comes to crime, we saw this on the southern border. All you had to do was make a decision that you wanted a border. We were told by James Lankford from Oklahoma, well, you know, we need to have some bipartisan deal that allows 5,000 people a day to come across. Wrong. You need to have the willpower. You need to dive deep and dig deep to have the fortitude, the wherewithal, the spine, the cojones, the chutzpah, to achieve what you want to achieve. And we've just put up with crime for the last 40 years because we're afraid of being called racist, because, you know, youths are going to do youth things. Crime is a choice. Putting up with crime is a choice. We don't have to live like this. Let me repeat one of my core political philosophies. This is not Republican or Democrat. If You cannot walk the great American cities at night safely without having to look over your shoulder. Then your political leaders should all be fired. That ruling class has failed. I don't care if they're Republican. I don't care if they're Democrat. Degradation is a choice. And it's time for us to clean it up. And the liberals, they have no idea how to respond to this. Oh, Donald Trump's a racist. That doesn't work anymore. It's not 2016. Oh, Donald Trump's a fascist. That doesn't work anymore. It's not 2020. What new talking point do you have? What is your objection to rolling in the tanks, bringing in the drones, sending the Marines? What is your objection exactly? Do you not want to live in a safer city? Deep down, they're cheering for him, by the way. Deep down, a lot of these libs actually want this to happen. But on television, they're going to performatively say this is the wrong thing. It's time for us to get aggressive on crime. We need more people in jail. Write that down. We do not have enough people incarcerated in America. We need mass incarceration. People always say, oh, we have a mass incarceration problem. We have an under-incarceration problem. We just happen to be a very violent country. Get over it. Put them in jail for life. If you're going to start shooting up schoolyards, you're going to start getting kids caught in crossfire. A job of a political leader must be the safety of their citizens. If you're a mayor of a major city, your job is to police the streets, to fix the streets and clean up the homeless. And since Muriel Bowser is not done her job in Washington, D.C., the tanks are going to be rolling. Play cut 309.
We're going to be removing homeless encampments from all over our parks, our beautiful, beautiful parks, which now a lot of people can't walk on. They're very dirty, we got a lot of problems. But we've already started that. We're moving the encampments away, trying to take care of people. We're getting rid of the people from underpasses and public spaces from all over the city. There are many places that they can go, and we're going to help them as much as you can help. But they'll not be allowed to turn our capital into a wasteland.
Washington, D.C. has become a dumping ground for the third world and a safe haven for criminals. That is our nation's capital. We're not talking about the liberation of Toledo, Ohio, of course, which we should try to liberate all American cities. This is not the liberation of Portland, which we should do. This is our nation's capital. And do you know how disgusting it is when I drive the streets of D.C., and you pass the Saudi embassy, for example, big, beautiful building, and there's just homeless encampments all around it. It's embarrassing. So we have to accept that the sheiks of Qatar and the ruling class of Saudi Arabia and the prime minister of Japan, they see what we see, and it's humiliating. They see this. We're supposed to believe that these foreign leaders, you go down Embassy Row in Georgetown, you go down Embassy Row in Washington, D.C., and you got one after, you got Spain, you got Portugal, you got Croatia, one after the other. Boom, boom, boom. They see the graffiti. It's not a good look for a superpower. And we're just supposed to put up with it because we're afraid of being called racist. That dog doesn't hunt anymore. This is President Donald Trump saying once we liberate D.C., and by the way, I guarantee the crime's going to go whoop. It's going to go way down. And then the media will say, oh, it's only going down because he brought in the military. Exactly. We need full military occupation of these cities until the crime desists. Period. We need a desisting of crime in our cities. We're not going to put up with it. I want to be able to walk Magnificent Mile in Chicago without having to look over my shoulder. Do you know crime is so bad in Chicago that if you get a fender bender, there's a new thing that the youths are doing. Remember, we have a big teenage problem of crime in our country, that teenagers will bang the back of your car as a fender bender. You come out to go trade insurance, and then they steal your car. In Chicago, the new guidance is that if you get a fender bender, drive to the nearest police station to trade insurance just in case they're there to steal your car. It's a real thing. It's happening all the time. By the way, get a burner. We advertise it all the time here on our program. I don't want to live in that country. You shouldn't either. Simple fix. You steal a car, 25 years in prison. I don't care if you're a teenager. I don't care if, well, I was raised without a dad. Well, you're going to go meet a new dad in jail. We're done. We're not putting up with it. We need more prisons and we need more prisoners. Enough of this. And I honestly, I was once part of this whole prison reform thing. I look back at it and I just cringe at myself. It's a totally wrong premise. We are soft on crime in this country. We need discipline. Honestly, we need the humiliation of criminals. We need order. You don't live in a nation if you can't walk the streets of San Francisco at night. You don't live in a country when young teenage girls can't walk the streets of LA. How is that a free society? You are appeasing the criminals. Stop coddling criminals because they happen to be a protected class. We don't believe in protected classes anymore, by the way. We're done with that. Game over. No more protected classes. We are all citizens made in the image of God. Oh, you're a protected class because, different skin color. Wrong. That regime was defeated back in November. That whole worldview was gone. Over. Done. Kaput. Sayonara. Instead, a new worldview has ascended, which is we're not going to make accommodations for criminals. We're going to do mass deportations. If you're black and you commit a crime, you go to jail. If you're white and you commit a crime, you go to jail. Human equality. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter your background. We are all treated equal under the law, and that is a biblical principle. So once we liberate Washington, D.C., and we will liberate it. Now, again, I want to say, President Donald Trump, he's got to go play to win here. The one piece of caution we'd have to say is that if we just kind of do this symbolically, we will lose. The criminals will win. We got to go hard. We got to go big league. We're talking National Guard, tanks, every street you need military. And if people are afraid, oh, well, Donald Trump is a fascist because he's bringing the military. Well, you're an anarchist. We're not fascist. We're order. Call them a name right back. You're an anarchist. You want the criminals, the thugs, the gang members, and the worst of society to run the streets of D.C. We're not going to put up with it. By the way, spare me the lecture. You guys militarized Washington, D.C. after January 6th, but you wouldn't move them a couple blocks north to the criminals because you acted as if, oh, all the people on January 6th are the greatest threat ever, because they went in with a pocket constitution, go say a prayer in the U.S. Capitol. Once we liberate D.C., you better believe it. Chicago, New York, Boston, Philadelphia, Portland, San Francisco, we got a big military. We should be willing to use it. Play cut 316.
And we're going to have the same thing here. But then I'm going to look at New York in a little while. Let's do this. Let's do this together. Let's see. It's going to go pretty quickly. And if we need to, we're going to do the same thing in Chicago, which is a disaster. We have a mayor there who's totally incompetent. He's an incompetent man. And we have an incompetent governor there. Pritzker's an incompetent. His family threw him out of the business, and he ran for governor. And now I understand he wants to be president. But I noticed he lost a little weight, so maybe he has a chance. You never know what happens. But Pritzker's a gross incompetent guy thrown out of the family business.
J.B. Pritzker was born on third and thought he hit a triple. If your city is a third world hellhole, look at that. He's a mile wide, J.B. Pritzker. I always laugh. I'm going to run for president. As I say commonly, I would love to see that. The running part. We need an El Salvadorian reset. El Salvador went from the most dangerous country in the Western Hemisphere to one of the safest, if not the safest. Crime is a choice. We are deciding and choosing to put up with it. We are deciding and choosing to allow our streets to be littered with criminals and the worst of society. And President Donald Trump is saying no more. He is exercising his willpower. And Brandon Johnson, Muriel Bowser, Karen Bass, Mom Donnie, if he's going to be the next mayor of New York City, watch out. This is what we are elected to do. Crime is a choice, and we want the streets of America to be as clean as Tokyo. What do we have, guys? PatriotMobile.com/Charlie. That is PatriotMobile.com/Charlie. You have a lot of choices for cell phone service with new ones popping up all the time. But here's the truth. There's only one that boldly stands in the gap for every American that believes that freedom is worth fighting for. Worried about coverage? Don't be. Patriot Mobile uses all 3 major U.S. networks. If you have service in this country today, you'll have as good or better coverage with Patriot Mobile. Go to PatriotMobile.com/Charlie or call 972-PATRIOT. Go to PatriotMobile.com/Charlie. That is PatriotMobile.com/Charlie. So take a look at it right now. PatriotMobile.com/Charlie. So please look at it right now. If you're stuck in a contract or owe money on your phones, no worry. Patriot Mobile has a contract buyout program. Go to PatriotMobile.com/Charlie. Do you support the federal takeover of D.C.? Also, Democrats say they need a new Charlie Kirk. We'll be right back.
Charlie Kirk Show, where talk meets action.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. Let's play cut 11.
So what do you think is the best policy for keeping out illegal immigrants?
Well, we already know. First of all, do you know that border crossings have gone down 99.99%? Thank you, President Trump, for securing the southern border. So we know it. And finally, there has to be a much greater penalty for visa overstays and for people that come here legally and overstay their green card or their temporary work visa.
Do you think there should be a greater penalization for those who employ immigrants, illegal immigrants?
Absolutely, yes. You guys can check that out and more, but also make sure you subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. Let me check right now. Looks like we are number 7 in Apple News. That's right, number 7 in Apple News. And we are overall, there's so many podcasts never heard of before. We are 84 overall. Not bad. Top 100. If you hang in the top 100, it's a very competitive landscape. Check out the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page there. By the way, you know we had 5,000 people in Albuquerque, New Mexico last night. Took questions for an hour and a half. It was amazing. Stay right there. Welcome back, everybody. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. I get called a lot of things. We're here at the Bitcoin.com studio. The one thing I wish people would call me more is an entrepreneur or a builder. And I got to give credit to this one young lady. She is very annoying. She follows me around the country. She sends her little clowns and her trolls and her circus acts and her court jesters at all of our events. from the Enough America thing, but she is obsessed with me. However, she has, more so than most, accurately depicted what we've been able to do here, because she does describe us as a builder. Now, this is a former Bernie Sanders type. She's got very crass language. She's got quite a way to herself that is unappealing. I mean, if you look at her, you're like, whoa, give me the American Eagle ad back. Like, I don't want that. Please. More American Eagle, less this, please. Like, that's not what I want. I want the sorority videos, not this. But to her credit, she has accurately diagnosed the problem. And she is a girl, for the record. I have no reason not to believe it. Jesse was kind of playing with words here. So Jesse Waters did a summary of this. I wish we had more of the CNN interview, but this is some of the best parts, where CNN dispatched one of their reporters who looks like Ruben Gallego. I don't know why Ruben Gallego is doing street interviews for CNN, but he's doing side work. So, Dollar Store Ruben Gallego basically was doing interviews for CNN at our Student Action Summit. And we knew that this whole story was going to populate, which is, oh, wow, Charlie's so successful and Turning Point's so successful, and therefore the left is trying to infiltrate. We knew this story was coming. And Jesse Waters caught on to it. Play cut 258.
Democrats are leaderless. Their new plan, create a transgender Charlie Kirk.
I think that, as much as I disagree with Charlie Kirk, I believe that what he's doing has worked. And that's why I'm here to replicate what he's doing. I'm not here to, disrupt Charlie Kirk's events. I'm here to say that there are alternative ideas and that we need to build the same thing that he has, because he is good at it.
Well, we are good at it. And because we build. You see, that's what people miss. People think it's just the campus thing or just this program. This is 2 hours of my day, and then I go to the day job of managing 1,000 people, and we have to raise $100 million a year, and we have 500,000 donors. People say, oh, if I was just supported by wealthy people, that's part of it. We're very thankful to our wealthy contributors and amazing donors, but it's also the 500,000 people that donate to us. Jesse Waters continues, play cut 259.
The DNC, they're already trying to coup trans Charlie.
Is the DNC supporting this?
No, not currently.
Why not?
If Ken Martin's watching this, text me back. But really, I think it's disappointing that we haven't been able to see the DNC really get off the ground since the election, because I think a lot of things have happened internally that have been distractions to the actual ground game that we need right now.
There are so many more clips from that CNN exchange that we could mine. But I love this. About time that the left realizes and wakes up that while you guys have been ridiculing us, we've been building. As we like to say at Turning Point USA, we did not come up with this, but Sun Tzu did. No, he didn't, but that's okay. It's wrongly attributed to Sun Tzu, but that's fine. It's hilarious. First, they ignore you. Then they laugh at you. Then they fight you. And then you win. I remember the ignoring phase. It's nothing. This is Charlie. It's nothing. Forget him. And then I remember the laughter. Oh, it's so funny. Look at Turning Point. What do they think they're doing? Now, many of those people are applying for jobs from us, for the record. And then the fighting. Oh, we loved the fighting. And then the victory. But look, it goes in cycles. But for Z, I think that's her name. Is her name Z? Prominently profiled on CNN. She seems that she actually gets it more than most. Where she's like, hey, guys, this guy's awful, but he's built something. And again, I haven't built anything. We have built it at Turning Point USA. Z. Cohen Sanchez, for the record. You will not be seeing her in American Eagle ad anytime soon. But Z. Cohen Sanchez, she's onto something. She's onto something very powerful, which is the left struggles to build anything. And by the way, she had her own little counterfeit clown show back in the spring, and it fell apart. Why? Because they had a Oppression Olympics woke falling apart because someone did microaggressions that they didn't like, and the whole thing fell apart. People like to talk about the platform we built, but they don't know about the chapters, the high school groups, the events. A lot of people want to do the stuff we do, but they don't want to work as hard as we worked. 300 days of travel a year for a decade straight, 3,000 days on the road. you can never really relax. Well, at least when it's not on the Sabbath. Good luck. Second hour coming up. Folks, let me tell you